First. First.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome back to VCT EMEA Week 2, Day 2. I will be your host today, Quickshot, joined by Ryan Central as well as Lothar. Before we dive into today's games, it's the first proper week of the regular schedule. We only had a single best of series yesterday. Lothar, Foot kind of surprised in how they took down Vitality. What do you make of the series and the first match of the second week?
If the yesterday's match is any indication of how the Turkish teams will play from now on, I'm all for it. Like, it was blazing fast, it was super convincing, a huge amount of confidence oozing from Foot as well when it comes to how they presented themselves during this match. And I think no one saw this coming. If I'm not mistaken, Ryan, you also think that Vitality's a pretty good team, right?
Yeah, I think that they had some good reads on what Foot were trying to do yesterday, but the problem is with Foot Esports, all these toes were absolutely firing. Every player got at least one 4K in this series, and it was only like not even that many rounds, to be fair, because it was such a dominant Lotus on the side of Foot. So all of the players performing well, Atta Captain now being a permanent fixture in this roster now. It's looking good for them, and Vitality kind of let it slip. They were 2-0 up, and now they've lost the series.
I mean, frankly speaking, Vitality individually were just like outmatched, outclassed by what we saw from Foot. I think in terms of the multi-kills, just put some numbers to it. There was 11 or 12 3Ks and 7 4Ks on the side of Foot. And then Lothar, we were talking extensively throughout the day, just how Foot were able to pick up those reply frags, those counters to everything that Vitality were doing, because a lot of the rounds were down to the wire, but ultimately Foot were coming out on top.
Well, I would say just like that. Foot had absolutely phenomenal fundamental play when it comes to trades and the spacing that they had between the players, but also, which is even more important, I feel like they just anti-stratted Vitality very, very well. All of the rounds that they had been like preparing were on the minimap. You could literally see how the IGL is just out-calling the other players, and because of that, they had a lot of free positions on the map. They got some free seaside on Haven as well, even though that was pretty known how Vitality is playing.
Yeah, a little bit of spice as well with them adding in the Gecko on Haven, which I didn't really think was too outstanding. It made it
epic round at the end of the game.
Yeah. Seeing the ultimate actually get those connections onto people was super handy, but up until that point, it just kind of felt that pound for pound, Foot were a better team, and Vitality were not on it.
And that is why you see them now sitting at 2-1. Vitality losing their first series here in the VCT EMEA regular season. I mean, Lothar, we're going to see 2 more series today. At least, this result's starting to shake up a little bit. What do you make of the standings thus far?
Look, if after today we're not gonna see Na'Vi higher, this entire leaderboard is gonna be very unexpected. I would say like that.
I didn't expect to see sort of Foot in the top 3 at this point, but it is kind of like an example of EMEA, anybody can beat anybody. So today, it makes it very interesting considering the teams that we've got that are trying to sort of punch up a little bit to Na'Vi and Fnatic.
I want to know how much of an underdog or who the favorites are in your minds for these 2 matches. Na'Vi, BBL, Fnatic, Heretics. Ryan, who's first?
I mean, I think the bigger underdog, I want to say BBL, but like Heretics have not been too impressive. They've looked better. Both teams are starting to show signs of life. And if you're going to take a win against either Na'Vi or Fnatic at this point, first couple of weeks is a good chance because they're still adjusting. Obviously, Fnatic getting Alpha year in for this series. Na'Vi are cooking some weird-ass stuff. So what a chance for BBL to maybe get their first win on the board.
I feel like that's just the entire life of Na'Vi. It's like they're cooking something, Every time there's something new, there's something unexpected. But when we were looking at that schedule, I feel like both underdogs are on the right side of that schedule.
Definitely the case. And I think when it does come to the cooking, not every dish you cook comes out delicious and tasty. We'll talk a little bit about that and what Na'Vi will have to do. Yesterday, of course, we spent a lot of time talking about Lotus. I think important to call out Foot. They're on a 5-game winning streak on that map, was 13-4 yesterday. So Lothar, what have you prepared for us on the Telestrator to talk about the maps and how the teams are approaching it?
Lotus is a super interesting map because it kind of works like Haven, has 3 sides, has similar patterns, but when it comes to the way that the teams are playing it, it's still in its infancy. So I took the chance to make some heat maps for 3 teams. First, this is the Na'Vi versus Koi from last week, 18-20 overtime, and both of those teams, and that's super important to understand, were really good at defense, not the best at offense, which is super different from what we have seen from Foot. But this is, right here, Na'Vi first 20 seconds of attack. As you can see, they're typically following through towards A side, not much control into B side, right? And then in the next 30 seconds, they typically just commit to this A side most of the time, which is a very big indication of how they just approach attack, because there were so many rounds of this. And when we compare it to Koi right now, you will see completely different approach. Koi typically starts the rounds in the first 20 seconds with a huge B push, and then in the next 30 seconds, they essentially either split towards C side Food rotating doors, or go through B even towards A if they got a successful kill on the B side as well. Now let's jump to Foot. Foot against Team Heretics. This is the first 20 seconds on the heat map. As you can see, they are pretty fast on taking the mound and also fighting for rubble, but then in the next 20 seconds, they're already doing the executes on the C side. And when we're gonna take a look now at Foot versus Vitality, everything changes. Let's swap to the first 20 seconds of this map. Foot, right now, you can see how the anti-stratting work against Vitality. Because they know that Vitality likes to be a little bit more offensive on the defense, they are just working overtime in spawn in the first 20 seconds. They're waiting for Vitality to push, they're trying to counter them. And when we're gonna go to the next 20 seconds, you're gonna see that they're still not doing executes. They are just taking the control of those areas and waiting for opponents to push into them. And when we're gonna put in the deaths of the opponents on the map, you will see the green axis appear. Those are the kills that are happening before the plants, before the executes, which is very important context to understand, because that was the Foot, let's say, mission to succeed. And then when we actually go to the last part of those 20 seconds, you're gonna see that in the full minute they're doing the execute, and we're gonna bring up the deaths from Vitality again, and those are the rotational kills that are so important as well for Foot's success to be found on this map. And one thing that they actually did very successfully when they slowed down on this area, one of the reasons for that was this clip I'm gonna show on the screen right now, is when Sender had a very successful setup on the C side with double cages on the top, and I think Foot found a way to just slow it down because of that, tried to destroy his camera before, and because of that they were so effective at just stopping the defense from Vitality on this map.
Well, very nicely done. I think one thing I want to transition into this is that while yesterday we saw dominance coming out of Foot, I'm intrigued to see what other teams here in VCT can learn from them, what they can understand, what they can pick up from Foot. Historically, I think we've seen a lot of overtimes on Lotus, though.
So far, yeah. We've had lock-in, we've not had that many events, but like 30-40% of the map seem to go to overtime.
If I were to ask you how much time or how many rounds EMEA teams have spent in overtime, would you be able to answer?
I'd say specifically Angel's probably the most.
Okay, so
He's
because of how
aged
many
in there.
overtimes we had last week, I asked our production team to put together all of the overtime rounds from our 10 respective organizations. Na'Vi at 110 to the 82 of Fnatic.
Wait, but even though Na'Vi has the most, Angel is the first to die in most of the rounds, so this kind of counterbalances.
You have to really
you know?
work out. Some analyst is there, like, I cannot work that out without many, but it's the fact that this includes like the FPX core as well,
Yes.
right? So they're still winning a majority of them, but it's still one of those cases of like they do make it hard for themselves in a lot of cases.
I did a tiny bit of napkin math. If you assume the average Valorant round is around 1 minute 40, okay,
Yeah.
on average, the 110 rounds equates to 3 hours of gameplay in just overtime for Na'Vi. Next up, the Fnatic, they spent just over 2 hours. I mean, that is crazy to think. Yes, historically, we're talking over a couple months, couple of years of play, but it is just bonkers to think about.
That's like additional 4 or 5 maps.
Yes.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, the majority of that was in that mech series on Split, to be fair. So, like, but Na'Vi has still got the official record of, like, the longest series against Forza when they were
On
FPX.
Bind,
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then Mitch and Tom are casting today, so they're already shaking at the idea of that
And
again.
both of these teams are playing today. Na'Vi in our first series, Fnatic in our second series. I would like to see some overtimes personally. Hopefully it will happen. Before we get to the games, though, I've got one more little mini game that I'd like to play with the analysts as well as everybody watching at home. If you've played GeoGuessr, you're going to be very familiar with something that we're going to be calling Map-O-Guessr. What the production team have done for us is they put together a collection of screenshots and little snippets from all of the different maps here in Valorant. It'll be up to us to guess them. Okay, so I'll give you an example for the first one. So can we bring up the first screenshot? Let's see if we can figure out. Oh, this is easy. This is Ascent. The Kench has been unbenched, which I love. And if that is correct, production, it is Ascent. Can you zoom out for me? Give me the answer, and we'll see how this game's going to play out here. Yeah, okay, bang on. Super easy.
If the next one will be as easy as this one, we're all gonna go.
I also
flawless.
appreciate the Tom Kench bench for that one. Okay, right, next one, number 2. Let's see how this one works out.
So the background throws me off the most, really.
Oh my word. Okay.
This
Okay,
feels
first guesses?
I feel like my instinct says fracture,
Yeah.
just because of the dark and dingy like B site like underneath the ground is the
I
first
will
thing.
say fracture as well, but I'll be honest, I don't exactly know where that is.
There's no other dark buildings like this on Split or anything like that, right? No? So, okay, we're gonna go fracture.
The other answer is maybe Pearl. I think it's almost like a sort of snorkel mask that they're wearing, but I feel fracture. Hat says
Okay, fracture. Let's lock in fracture. Let's lock in fracture.
Let's say
We're
fracture.
going fracture. At home, spam in chat if you think what it is. Production, what is the answer? We're gonna find out. Waiting to find out.
Oh, it is?
Yes! Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Okay, right, all right.
But I have never seen that part of the map. This
No,
is the
never
first-
have I mean, it's the observers. I think it was Zilv that grabbed all of these, so he's like, all of these positions, I know exactly where they are.
Okay, third one. Let's bring this one up. Remember, spam in chat if you think you know the answer.
Oh, I know this one.
I think that's a red herring. I think that's making you want to
Holiday.
say Breeze.
I know already.
I was gonna go Breeze as well. Okay, where are you going?
This is Haven.
Are you confident?
I think that's a red herring, say Breeze, so I'm going with, I think it's Haven as well.
Okay, I'm gonna trust them.
You see this?
I was going
Let's
Breeze
not talk about
Haven. What exactly is it? Okay, we're locking in Haven. Let's not go down that road. Production team, let's bring up the answer. Is this Haven or Breeze?
It's
Haven. There we go. Okay.
Proper heaven.
I've never ever noticed that magazine ever.
I think I left it there, to be fair. I was desperate, I'm sorry.
Okay, do we have another one lined up here, production? I don't know how many we have. That keep me updated on how many are available. Somebody
I
needs
wanna
to
say
go to
Pearl off the rip.
doctor on this one.
Those bananas
I
look rank,
think
by the
this
way.
is Icebox.
I was
There's
gonna
a-
go Icebox because of the walls as well. Background.
There's a laboratory next to the kitchen. This might be next to the kitchen area. There's a small window with microscopes in there. That might be it.
See, my biggest thing is just the walls. I don't know how many have got that like huge.
It's sort of like that dingy look and there's fruit, so it kind of reminds me of like the sort of Pearl marketplace under a bit of a darker shade because it's underwater. Like,
Yeah, also true.
I honestly have no idea, but I just wanted to
Do
pick
you think this
Pearl.
is food or
I think someone
something
needs to see a
else?
doctor.
I mean,
think
if
someone
it's
needs to
food,
see a
I'm not
doctor,
eating it.
especially if the two jars have gone back to back. Okay, what are we locking in here? Pearl, Icebox.
I would say Icebox.
He's going Icebox.
I'll go with you guys, but if it's Pearl,
Okay, we're gonna split this one, right? We got a Pearl, we got an Icebox. If it's one of those, production, reveal the answer to us, and let's see what it is. I was gonna go Icebox too.
We're gonna be
so I
both
was
wrong.
thinking two.
Oh, it is
Oh,
actually
it's
food.
Icebox.
This is
yes!
food.
Yes! Okay, well, food is.
I mean,
Okay,
that's why
well, let's
there's
assume-
nobody on site. They're like, nah, screw this.
Because on the left here, there's a laboratory with microscopes, and I was thinking that was that way.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't think this is an actual fridge.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. I don't know what food that would be though. That looks very weird. Okay, next one. Let's figure out what the next map Guesser image is going to be.
Oh, it's very simple.
Wasn't there a stream where Mitch and Tom's face were superimposed onto these?
I don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure, like, in the old days of doing the open qualifiers on streams, it is Zilv.
Literally on Monday, I was streaming, and I was like, oh, I'd never seen this before. When I was playing ranked.
Right.
Literally seen this.
And the map is
Lotus.
Lotus, I think.
Lotus. I have no idea.
In spawn.
so
This
I'm
is
trusting
in spawn from the attackers.
Lotus is the guess. Production team, reveal the answer for us. Chat, if you're there.
I actually, okay,
how
there are
many of your
multiple
friends-
places for that then.
How many of your friends have got this one right? Flame those who got it wrong. All right, I do think we have one more, maybe two more. We're going to find out from production team in just a second. Let's bring that one up. Maybe I'm going to say production. Let's make this the last one and let's move on with the show.
I know.
Rooster.
Rooster.
I'm starting to think-
I'm going to say Pearl again. My conspiracy theory is there is a certain restaurant that has a chicken that's well known that does
That's
Portuguese
on
food.
Pearl Belong.
Pearl Belong. Okay, let's lock that one in. Pearl Belong. I think my graphic settings are all turned down so low. I don't even see these things. So, production, Pearl Belong. Let's zoom out and find out. In the cafe. And it's Pearl. All right, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Well done, gentlemen. I think you got one wrong. I'll not let you go.
Yeah.
I wonder if chat is good at this as well.
No, I think
Oh,
chat
no,
sucks.
chat know
I'm fairly
everything and we're
confident.
all stupid
I'm
anyway.
fairly
That's,
confident they suck. All right,
yeah.
that does it for Map Guesser. If you enjoyed it, let us know. Hashtag VCT EMEA. Maybe we can bring it back in future weeks. For now, though, what we are going to do is head into our pre-match for our first series of the day. It's time to dive into Na'Vi versus BBL.
Gentlemen, it is time to show the world what you're made of. You have worked hard, and now it's time to fight. Remember, you're not just playing for yourself, but your teammates and the honor of BBL. As you step out onto that stage, remember to have fun, play with passion, and give it all. Let's bring home the victory. On three. 3, 2, 1. BBL!
Guys, we are here.
So as we dive into our pre-match, I want to take a focus on Na'Vi to start. And I want to ask my analysts, what happened to Na'Vi last week? I don't think they lived up to the expectations of the players' organization. I mean, Lothar, what do you make of their performances in Super Week?
I mean, when it comes to Na'Vi, you always can expect everything. Sometimes they're just overcooking their meals, they're just undercooking, sometimes it's just right and it looks phenomenal. It's always so inconsistent, right?
3 words, I don't know. This is a team that was just, clearly, like, they've been going through bracket after bracket. They had, like, Copenhagen that they won, Champions, then lock-in. Now they can slow things down a little bit. It seems that they're experimenting with various different stuff, but it's tough for them for some reason.
Can you explain something to me? Because I saw a tweet from Angel that read, I want to ask why so hard? And I want to ask you just to give some context to me on this, because I've obviously seen the players' discussion, I've seen the fan sentiment from it, but how do you interpret this?
So this was from the interview with Yinsu at the end of their like double overtime best-of-3 series against Giants. And for one, it reminded me of the "Dreams Can't Be Buy" quote from Bruno Fernandes that came out last year. But it's also such a good quote to represent everything that's right and wrong with Na'Vi. Like, they are such a good team. They've already won one major event with Copenhagen last year. But every single series that we've seen, the one that they lost and the one that they won last week, you sit there and think, this could be so much easier if you maybe didn't play Gecko, if you weren't trying to overcook on a lot of things like you said. It feels like this team could make it a lot easier, but they choose not to.
Okay, we've used the word cooking, we've talked about the agents, the experimentation. Let's talk about CNET specifically, the agent pool that he's playing, and build out this conversation and this thought process. What do you like, what do you dislike?
Well, look, CNET is a Jet master, right? He, as you can see in his agent pool, he played majority 3/4 of his entire career on the Jet. And when he came to Na'Vi, I feel like he is meant to play that role, but the thing is, he is playing now in a team that is known from just experimenting every single game, changing everything. And as you can see, he even played Omen for the first time ever in his career last week. And it's like, the question is CNET's, like, let's say, mastery of Jet and the lack of flexibility on the other agents a good fit for Na'Vi?
I mean, the fact that he played Cypher, you said before, like he played in a show match, didn't he?
That's the one Cypher, disregarded. That was from a show match, but it's still there.
It is, but also to an extent, CNET knew that he was getting involved in this when he signed to this team. He was expecting that, and I also think that Na'Vi knew that they were getting a player that was maybe a little bit more rigid in his agent role in comparison to what Ardis was beforehand, for example.
Now let's talk a little bit about Xiao and his kind of impact when it comes to either the initiators or the controllers. What's your make on him in terms of the stats you're seeing on screen and impact for the team?
I think between him and Leo, you're looking at maybe the best initiating players in the world, with how Xiao was initially playing Sova before Fade was a thing. He was an absolute god with Fade. Now he's played a little bit of Gecko, but also moving over to controller on a consistent basis, right? On some maps, he was moving over to play Astra on Pearl, where we saw Angel either picking the Gecko or the Sova. But last week, he moved over to the controller, and it's fine, but it's not world-class performance that we expect from Xiao. So again, it's like, would Xiao and Na'Vi be looking better if they weren't playing Gecko and they weren't putting him on controller? It's those kind of moments.
If I might just interrupt as well, if we're looking at stats per se, and we're gonna go to players that pick up Gecko, they typically will underperform because their utility is so hard to get value for himself. He's getting the value for the other players. So it's not really, it's not a stat padding character.
The interesting thing about this though is that when you look at the win-loss ratios, at least on him on initiators versus controllers, it goes from 56% for the team to 51% of the team. So the
That's a
impact
big
for the
swing.
squad in terms of winning, 5 percentage points is significant. So the question I'm going to have is now, what will Na'Vi do today? Let's take a quick look at some of the maps and the agents that they have run over the last few games. And I'll come to you, Lothar, immediately, just to give an overview on this, because we're going to transition to BBL in just a moment, looking at the same things.
Yeah, there's, in general, what you see here, there are some common spots, like the Omen being picked on the majority of the maps, but there's also a huge swap in the roles and the initiators, and there's something that we don't even see in this graphic is who is playing the which agent. And that's the thing about Na'Vi, they are swapping all the time. There's a huge difference though, in this league, so far, they only banned Haven. And that's something that we didn't see in the past year. Like, they were always known for like having a very flexible map pool, having a very flexible agent pool as well. Sometimes jokingly saying, if you remember Angel playing Breach on Split, he said in an interview that he just rolled, 50-50 who was going to play this map.
Well, listen, keep this in mind because I want to move us on to BBL just before we get to the map veto as well as agent select. We will reference what we just saw a moment ago. And for BBL, this team obviously went 0-2 in week 1. They lost 2 maps against KC. They did pick up at least a map against Fnatic. But what do you make of BBL, their week 1 performance, and them now kind of looking hungry to pick up a series win?
I think when you look at them sort of at the bottom of the standard 0-2, you look at some of the games that they had, I think they're going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't pull out at least a map against Carmine Core in that first game that they played, especially with Icebox going to overtime. But the promise that they have on certain maps, most certainly Ascent, which we'll touch on very shortly, this team has enough about them to do what FUT did yesterday. Up against teams like Na'Vi, it's just whether they actually have the potential to make some of the other maps that aren't Ascent work for them. They need to have a bit more of a broader map pool.
Yeah, as you said, the first match that they ever had against Koi, I think we just all forget about because it was a little bit, let's say, a warm-up match, right? But against Fnatic, even though they lost 1-2, I think they were actually looking the best BBL I have ever seen so far in the history of the team, which is very promising. And yeah, as you can see on the agents, on the graphics here, the BBL map and agent pick, that is a little bit slightly concerning though, because when you compare it to Na'Vi, this map pool is very small.
I mean, it definitely seems the case. Okay, hold that thought for me one moment, because I am taking a look at some of the different maps that these teams have played historically. We're a couple minutes away from map veto, and I want to ask now, get some predictions in here. What would you like to see the teams playing? And also I'm going to ask this question. When I think of Na'Vi, I was obviously watching them a few years ago. When I think of the FPX players and the rosters, I'm just going to say it. I thought they were boring at the beginning of rounds. Like, they use the time, they use the clock so extensively. But as I was looking at the stats for these two different teams, one of the things I found very intriguing was that Na'Vi as a team have more than double the average pre-plant kills than BBL do. I understand that depending on attack, defense, maps, that'll have an impact. But when I do think about Na'Vi, when I was looking at those numbers, that caught me a little off guard. So let's think, styles and maps, as we're about to give them to map veto, what would you like to see from squads?
I think from Na'Vi, I would like to see their signature flexibility a little bit more than in the past week so far. And when it comes to BBL, I want to see that confidence they had on Ascent against Fnatic. Like, it looked like a completely different team than from the past.
I want to see more Gecko that's a bit more convincing and can show us exactly what this agent could do at the top level, or no Gecko at all. Like, the in-between right now is driving me mad because this agent has promise, but there's not really been a performance that's made me go, every team should be playing this agent, at least on one map in particular.
It's also one of those things that, especially when I do think back, obviously, to League of Legends, when a highly complex champion is introduced to the game, it takes a long time for pro players to truly get the maximum value out of it. It feels to me like the utility on Gecko is still needing to be figured out a little bit or played around to really maximize its potential.
It's interesting you said that, like, complex, because I think like Haber's incredibly complex agent. I think that for Gecko, what you see is what you get. It's very straightforward to pick up. I think that's how Riot designed to be a very, like, if you're learning Initiator, this is a great agent to pick up. The skill floor is lower than what a Fade and Sober would be, but the skill ceiling is a lot lower than those agents as well. So I thought in the pro scene we wouldn't see him at all, kind of like Reina in the pro scene. Like, it's good in ranked, but in the pro league where you have a bit more utility and a bit more focus, that's where it can get a bit rough.
Well, we'll see whether or not we get Gecko. Let's turn our attention here to the veto really quick. BBL, banning Pearl, banning Haven, Ascent is locked in. This is 2-0 for BBL in the last 3 months, 2-1 for Na'Vi. And Na'Vi will be now locking in Fracture for this.
This is the third time they ban Haven now in the league. Like, that's something that I was hoping they're going to change, and they're going to be a little bit more flexible on the ban from Na'Vi, but it seems like this is actually BBL's way, because the Ascent is going to be the best map they can take on Na'Vi on, but Fracture is going to be insanely tough for BBL to win.
This does feel again like Na'Vi maybe making it harder for themselves by not banning out the Ascent, but yeah, clearly something's going on with their Haven, but it is a bit of a picky your poison because BBL banned out Pearl. They were banning out Fracture, 50-50 between those maps. So Na'Vi can pick either of those two, which they're pretty good at overall, the Fracture and the Pearl. So we could be going to a third map of split, which would be great to see. But Na'Vi are clearly happy with going up against BBL with their god tier Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, if Na'Vi manages to win Ascent, there's a very high chance for it to be into 0. And if BBL wins Ascent, then this is most likely going to the decider. Like, that will be my assumption. The map pool from Na'Vi was much more flexible than BBL's, and BBL's, because of that, is an easy target for even when the ban is not like ideal for Na'Vi.
Is Na'Vi becoming less flexible in your mind? Because we've talked about cooking, we've talked about the agents, the compositions. So is this a trend that you think you could start to believe or see?
Well, I really like the aspect that they were flexible in the past, but at the same time it was hurting them because a lot of the maps seemed to be undercooked with the way that they were always presenting new strategies. There's no way to have a set strat book and execute that will be done exactly the same way if you are changing your composition every week, right? So maybe this is actually a good pattern for Na'Vi.
The good part about this map veto being pretty straightforward and rigid is it's very easy for Na'Vi to prepare for it. They would expect that if they don't ban Ascent, that is what BBL is going to take them to, so they have an answer. It's whether they play Gecko or not, because that's what they brought out previously against Koi, and that was probably the worst I think we've seen the Gecko usage so far. I think other maps we've seen a bit more promise, but on Ascent I was like, I'd rather see Xiao on the Fade.
I actually think Gecko is the best on Ascent from all the maps, but it's like very static in a way that you can get value on defense from it.
I mean, Ascent was the one map that BBL was able to pick up a win on last week, right? Taking down Fnatic on that one. I'm intrigued to see what they do today, whether or not they pull the same strat book or they have added some tools to it, and what Na'Vi can do to anti-strat that to try to figure out how they put those pieces together. But it will be intriguing to see how this plays out and what the compositions will be. I am hearing the players are just getting ready for the walk-on. So now let's turn our attention to agent select. Gecko, yes or no? Ryan really wants to see it. I think he's hyped for this one. Do you think it's going to happen?
I just want to see it do better than it like previous, I guess.
I hope if it happens, it's going to be a little bit more progressive than what I've seen in the past. But in general, I'm not a fan of Gecko on pro level. I feel like he's going to fall off pretty hard in the next weeks.
Okay, interesting. And let's talk about Xiao just a little bit. Initiator, controller, do you think there's any room for experimentation when we do look at the Ascent, the Fraction, the splits?
So for this, I think it's like previously for Xiao, it's going to be the Gecko that we saw recently, the Fade, which he's one of the best in the world at. Sova, he's also one of the best in the world at. So it's like, if you want that Gecko to be up there with the other agents, we need to sort of see what else is going on. I do want to also say, like, QT versus Cena, 2 Turkish Jets on Ascent even, BBL playing up against their old player of Cena too. So it's like Battle of the Turkish Jets on Turkey's favorite map, I think.
Yeah, true. Can I add some like patterns that we can
Please
expect
do,
in this
please
game?
do.
Okay, so I have some notes from Ascent from the previous times that they've been playing. Na'Vi has few of the like key piece of map control that they do, and it does have a lot of players on market almost every single time on defense, but also Suigetsu is almost every single round standing on stairs on B side if he's playing Cypher, and that's gonna be a potential position that can be exploited by BBL if they know about that. And also Angel typically over-rotates from mid as well, so that potentially BBL can guard that area while doing executes. And also, what is very important to know is that BBL actually has very fast A executes. In the first 15 seconds, they tend to plant on A, and when they go B side, it's actually in the first 30 seconds. So it's pretty standard, but when you compare it to Na'Vi, Na'Vi actually plants very late on B. You have the most often plants happening at 80 seconds plus, which makes it very visible, like how the playstyle like is like different between those two teams.
I'm very intrigued to see what sort of composition we're going to see coming out of BBL. We focused a lot on the players for Na'Vi, but the last 2 times that we have seen BBL playing, Sova, Omen, KJ, KO, and Jet. Will there be any cooking? Will there be any experimentation? BBL are currently sitting 0-2 at the bottom of the table, looking to pick up their first series win. Na'Vi are looking to reclaim that expectation on performance. We're going to find out who will win as we meet the players on stage in the Coliseum.
Na'Vi. BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman thing. Don't care whatever Batman bring me the boss. When I push that swing. Take it up, that's right. Take it up, take it up, take it up.
Now let's find out which of these teams are going to do, I'm going to say, do something stupid in Agent Select. Let's have some fun with this one. What have the teams been cooking? All right, Na'Vi and BBL doing their huddle, and they will be sitting down to look at the first Agent Select, and our map will be Ascent. As I mentioned, the composition that we have seen the last 2 times this year has been played by BBL is the same. We've seen a little bit of experimentation on the side of Na'Vi. Now we'll take a look at what's going to be happening. I think BBL will be starting on defense first. What do you anticipate this will mean for Na'Vi? If I'm reading that correct, production, give me the heads up.
It's a pick from BBL, right? So Na'Vi should be picking.
Some teams have been happy to attack first, though, in that pick.
Interesting, because the map is just so heavily defense-based.
Maybe it's just that element of like going into halftime and be like, all right, we're on the easy side now. Usually you want to defend first because you're guaranteed 12 rounds at least to play. Doesn't matter if you attack and you're 11-1 down, you don't get many defensive rounds to pull it back, right? But there are teams that, I think there's an element of just, we're going to warm up to it, see how they play, let them adjust. We're going to do some cool stuff, they're going to have to prep. And if the attackers go into the lead at halftime, that's so much more pressure on BBL once they go into their attack.
I completely misread the prompter. It was, in fact, Na'Vi that selected defense, so you guys are correct. I misread that one. That one's on me. So Agent Select is 3 seconds away. Na'Vi are defending. Read correctly, Trevor. And now we get to see what the agents are going to be. Waiting to see these ones coming forward.
This might not be correct, but we have seen Sugetsu play Viper by Ascent, and we actually never touched on it as well. I hope he's going to be playing it again, because it's such a fantastic agent.
This is a big like change up overall with how stuff's going, but yeah, Xiao is actually reverting back. We're not seeing the Gecko at all. We're seeing something that we've not seen in a while on this map, which is the Sage.
That is completely different from what we've seen in the previous Ascent. They're going back to basics. It's really very just standard, but the thing is with the Sage, she doesn't really present that much value on attack unless you consider like the boosts in B main towards the window, maybe the boost over the smoke on A main. Other than that, you're just pushing through B short, A short, which just cut off the garden.
Do you have more confidence, or do you have more trust in Na'Vi by going back to basics as opposed to all the experimentation?
I'm actually a little bit disappointed that we don't see anything crazy.
I'm just like, this is boring. No, I think it's an element of like, this feels like specifically made for BBL. With everything you said about their aggression and how they're fighting, it feels that Na'Vi have gone, this comp will work against this kind of team. And maybe the Gecko stuff they're holding on to, they're going to work on it, going to improve it. And that's the beauty of this team. They can play one map 5 different ways.
And the question, of course, is going to be, with the fact that BBL are running that same composition, we have seen it, how will the composition from Na'Vi play into it? Do they have anything special planned? Have they been able to anti-strat? We're going to have to find out once we actually get onto the map, though.
Yeah, I think it's keeping Cutesy quiet, for one. Like, he, 300 ACS on average against the likes of DRX and Fnatic. That is kind of hard to do. But Curax has also been really impressive on the KO. That use of KO seems to be really going through like a renaissance again with how this agent's been played. And Curax, Aslani was one of those players who was sort of leading in those positions and going from those points.
Yeah, it's very actually important that both teams have KO, as it seems to be one of the agents that is, let's say, you don't really see the impact instantly, but when you consider how much does he affect the timings of the opponents when he disables the utility for 8 seconds, or when he completely counters some ultimates even. Like, if there would be a Gecko on Na'Vi, KO would be one of the most precious points of BBL's composition to make sure that the ultimate doesn't get any value from it. But also, what was the Sentinel pick? Just the Sage, right?
Yeah, no Viper, no Cypher.
Yeah, so it's like, in this case, the KO doesn't really have that much impact because you don't have to turn off anything, right? But how do you guard mid as Na'Vi now on Ascent?
Just have some. Well, you said that somebody's always playing market, right? So maybe they're just going to be watching it double time.
So probably we're going to see, again, as the pattern follows, they're going to have heavy stack on mid, on market.
Let's remember to keep track of that during these opening rounds so we can refer back to it during the post-match. Quick update for you. One of the clients did crash on stage. So while we're busy resetting the PC, resetting the client, we all have just a couple minutes longer to pad this one out. And I think I'm going to ask gentlemen to give me predictions here. We've talked a little bit about BBL, the Ascent gods, as it were, 2-0 in the last 3 months. Who do you think is going to come out on top? We've seen the agents, we've seen the compositions, we know Na'Vi starting on defense.
I feel Na'Vi's got the read here. If BBL are just going to be like business as usual, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I think Na'Vi, with this comp, have an idea on how they want to approach it. But like that initial quote, what was it? Why we make it so hard? It's typical Na'Vi fashion.
I mean, when we tie it into like the agent select, they chose an agent that has the hardest ultimate to pull off in that stage. You need a dead body. You need to actually have a good position to get that reso. It's very surprising to me they actually went back to that stage.
So the question is, who are you predicting? Because you still didn't give me the answer.
Yeah, because I'm thinking. So I would say Na'Vi, but I really hope that BBL will take it because I feel like they just have such a great read on Ascent so far.
Yeah, having the two Turkish teams have like fortress maps, like FUT with Lotus and then BBL with Ascent would be really good, and it makes the whole season really scary for a lot of teams despite playing them, because BBL are still looking for their first series win, and against Na'Vi, it's tough, but it's most certainly doable.
I mean, especially when you consider at the top of the table, Vitality picking up 2 surprise wins against Powerhouses last week, then dropping that series yesterday to FUT. Giants and BBL, the only 2 teams that have not been able to pick up that series win. But for Na'Vi, now we're going to see how prepared they are. Production team, how are we doing in terms of the prep? As soon as I get that update to you, I will let you know. But now, okay, let's go more specific. Let's talk about BBL players. We've focused a lot on the Na'Vi side. How do you want to see them play this out? How confident are you in what you've seen from this composition on this map?
Well, BBL also has some trademarks when it comes to the positions that they play typically on this map, and those are the things that I'm looking for to be changed, specifically against Na'Vi, because so far we have seen the Omen player play an anchor on A side, and the Killjoy player is being an anchor on the B side, which is very standard.
Yeah, it's very de facto,
Something you typically see in a lot of the teams. But the thing is, I feel like if you want to win against Na'Vi, you have to catch them off guard, so they have to make the read mid-round. So I would love to see that swapped up a little bit.
Yeah, it's just been proactive, I suppose. Like, how aggressive do you think the BBL are going to be on that defense typically? Are they going to be the kind of team that like sit on the site and wait for Na'Vi to come in, or do you think that they're going to be like trying to push and fight mid? QT gets the operator online early. They're going to be trying to peek and see if they can catch somebody there in those positions.
That all depends if they actually swap up that Omen and Killjoy positioning or not, because if the Omen plays on A, he is typically also taking Y control because of the possibility of just TPing out towards A main and just guarding that with a one-way. And because of that, we see a little bit more aggression on the defense on the A side. But if the Killjoy's on B, then you don't anticipate almost any aggression, so that's easier for the attackers to like anticipate the map control there.
And I mean, statistically speaking, I know it's a gigantic sample size, but pre-plant kills are heavily in the favor of Na'Vi. So let's see whether or not things will get shaken up. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get to the casters very, very soon, and we'll be able to dive into map number 1. Depending on how much time we do have next, I do think it'll be intriguing to see if BBL are confident on this one, how they're going to respond to Fracture. Of course, we haven't seen them play. And of course, I'm hoping for the 3-map series. I'm hoping for both of these teams to pick up their respective maps. I'm going to keep that in mind. All right, I am hearing that both Tombiz and Mitchman are ready. So let's get into Ascent.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Well, Tom, it looks like we're pretty close to getting on into this game. A couple minutes left before they dive on into Ascent. And BBL versus Na'Vi, a great matchup for us here. 2 teams that have question marks over their head coming into this season. We thought we knew where they stood. BBL began losing out to KC. It looked like it was, you know, something that we could have expected, that we did expect. And then they came swinging up against Fnatic. Sure, they didn't take the win, but a map win on Ascent, a close map to close at 13-11. That could have been their series. This match really is anyone's game.
They still got 0 though on the board. That's the thing that matters at this point. That's the thing that's a little bit worrying. Like Na'Vi, I think they came into the first few weeks going, we can test stuff, we can get away with a few different things, and the fact that we go into Ascent and they've gone back to not quite, and there's almost that realization of going, okay, Gecko worked here, it didn't work here, let's just go back to what is tried and true. And that's the thing. BBL are an excellent team on this map. But at a time, Na'Vi have been one of the best. They have beaten some of the best in the world as well. So I don't think this is as clear-cut as you might think because of how good BBL have been in recent times.
Well, that's exactly it. It could be anyone's game as we kick things off, though. It's time to find out on BBL's map. I think it's fair to say they have looked unbelievable here on Ascent. Na'Vi, though, gonna look to challenge that. Remember, Kushner was firing off last time we saw him here. That was up against Fnatic. He was shutting down someone like Durka, but CNET, the Turkish jet of old, now looks to take back that crown. 1:30 on the clock, and BBL seems set on B.
Yeah, well, they look to be running almost straight into that man. Initially blinded up already. Xiao is down, and Kushner already just kicking this round off with the double, but the trades come back in thick and fast.
Angel tried to be sneaky on the laneway, but he's been caught. Now the smoke keeping them out, those spams. I mean, they're whizzing by the players, but nothing's landing, and the spike has now made it to sight. CNET sneaking his way through, but this will be expected. There it is, checked by Aslan, M4 Shadow. Only good for the one. CNED on for 4 kills. Brave on the backside lands the shot to save them. That will be the first round for BBL, a pistol win on their attack to set them off in Ascent.
Yeah, solid start. Exactly what you want to be seeing from BBL. Because, as said, like, Na'Vi are one of those teams that have got an incredibly deep map pool. I think also going into the next map, I'm going to be brutally honest and say I don't see a chance in hell that BBL managed to take that one. So I think this is where they have to get the victory. Split will be a little bit more of a middle ground. So getting off to a strong start on their map pick, Na'Vi are no slouches. As said, I think the Gecko comp, a little bit troll, didn't really work out on this map, and now coming back in with something a little bit more standard. I also wonder if like bringing in the Sage is almost just like a screw you, I'm walling and slowing your jet dash, because I've had enough of you just getting into the site.
Well, that's the thing. The comp that Na'Vi are running right now might not be a bad idea, especially when compared to what we've seen before, just because like they're coming in up against an opponent like BBL, and this comp is going to allow them, like you said, to put their opponent on the back foot, to make them be the ones thinking about it. Just look at where CNED is right now. I mean, this is a super low buy round for Na'Vi, but throwing out a bit of a Hail Mary that might work out for some value. He's got the peek on mid, the shot off, and only the body tag. Cutie's going to survive, 75 HP. That's not Cutie. That's a big CNED. But Cutie is going to be spearheading the way onto that site, grabbing the control, and, you know, up against these weaker weapons, they shouldn't have too much trouble, but a couple tagged up players, a Marshall still going around, man advantage as well, starting to get pretty scary for your BBL fans out there.
Yeah, this is a round that shouldn't have been particularly dangerous. Na'Vi did invest maybe a little more than we've seen from some teams in recent times, but it's how much more can they do with a few players already tagged up. It's just going to be a trade initially. Saigetsu managing to turn this still into an advantageous position. They need Kyushin to get something, and instead, the shot with the Marshall lands another. It leaves Turco alone. 1v2, timer ticking. First goes his way, and he's going to line him up. It's still a pretty sketchy round for BBL, but at least they got the win.
Yeah, look, in a moment like that, I guess you want to fall back on the positive notes, but BBL won't be looking at that as a success, man. That was so expensive. All their weapons left on the floor, and, you know, the decision now, and we say this often, when you've got one guy left alive in that second round, you're probably going to force buy, put all your credits on the line right here and now. They don't have ultis that will massively help them out, and it's just devastating when it should have been quick and clean from the get-go. They had their opportunities, but they'll take the lifeline of at least still winning the round, and now going into even footing on round number 3. This is going to be, well, a swing round for sure. If Na'Vi lose it, the economy falls behind, and BBL recover their early stumble. But if Na'Vi win it, then they're pretty much back neck and neck. I'm still seeing some of those BBL investments going up and down. And we got a pause actually coming through, a tech pause. Give them a moment to actually decide where they want to commit those credits. But I do imagine they'll just throw them all on the board here. It's what we see from most teams in this scenario.
Yeah, I think as well for Na'Vi, getting on the board fast is actually going to be relatively important. Like, look at the match facing off against Fnatic. BBL managed, I think it was actually 9 rounds in a row. They lost the pistol, second round, 9 in a row, then lost the last. So they are a team that very much steamroll. Like, once they get rolling, once Kushner especially, I feel like he might actually be one of the most hit and miss players in the league right now. He could be the best player in the entire server, or he can go missing. I think you go back to some of the matches, for example, versus Carmine Corp, I think at times he was a little bit missing. Now, on this map, that's not really been the case. He's always seemed to be on. So I think if he gets off to that flying start, if he can sort of shut them down in this round, I only see this getting better and better for BBL. If they get shut out a little bit early, and then, you know, that other Turkish guy, CNED, comes online and starts really farming, maybe gets the operator in, this map can slip. Like, I think that this is in favor of BBL, but I still think just because they've beaten a couple of good teams, let's not overblow how good Na'Vi have been on this map in the past.
Still very early days. Like we said, sitting at that 2-0, economy on the line. It can definitely swing to either team. I'm curious to see, though, this battle progress. Already, Kushner has had some aggressive starts, and that dash up in the market was gorgeous to see. And like I said, sure, he was able to match pound for pound up against someone like Durka on this map. CNED could be a different ballgame, especially when you consider that, you know, these guys they're from the same region. They know each other pretty well. And honestly, those mind games do start to take effect. You're familiar with how that other player likes to play. I guess the lucky thing is there's not a ton of depth with Jet, I suppose, in what he's going to look for in the early fight. So I don't know how much it helps when you go, well, I actually think CNED might go for the peak on short here. Okay. You still got to deal with him, and that's a different story. Right now, he's also off to a pretty good start himself. We'll see when the rifles come out.
Yeah, no operator in play just yet. So I think that'll be where he truly becomes dangerous. I also think as well, like, this is one of the better maps for Zipan on his KO. I think he's going to be someone that you have to fear. And actually, Saigetsu in the past when he played Sage was actually one of those sort of spicier players with Sage picks, because most of the time I would say Sage is sort of pretty like bread and butter. It's sort of plain. It's not the most exciting agent to watch, but I still remember him playing it on Haven, for example, where he'd put a wall down, and then the next round he'd put a wall down with a gap in it, and he'd walk through the gap and kill you. And then in the next round you're looking for the gap, there's no gap anymore. He's put the wall somewhere else. And CNED's there with an AWP. And it's just like, that's the thing. This team has got so many layers to such a basic agent. I do think, again, that this coming into play is almost one where they've gone, okay, how do we stop the likes of someone like Kushina? How can we make this more awkward? Okay, if they want to play after plant, I still remember there was a round versus Fnatic where BBL all played outside the site because of a lockdown. If you've got a wall, that strat doesn't work anymore.
Be a bit of a game changer.
I think there's still like things that they can apply. Also, my favorite part of them going back to this comp is I think that Xiao on Fade is one of the most exciting things in the world. I think he's one of the best Fade players in the entire world.
You know what, we've talked a lot about how these guys can think on their feet, Tom, and we can do the same. There's been some tech issues down on the stage. You guys heard earlier it was a client crash. I believe the PC's given in now. So we're going to be swapping that out. Shouldn't take too long. But while we get that sorted, let's take a look at Na'Vi as a team. Let's meet the team in this SOT.
Well, honestly speaking, as a fan, I can assure you that it's super difficult to cheer for Na'Vi. I even lost my hair right after I joined. To give a definition, it's like a horror movie, but with a happy ending. Hello, my name is Yevhen, and I'm the CEO of Na'Vi. Natus Windsor means born to win. So winning is in our team name, is in our DNA, in our history, basically everywhere. However, we have defined that there is a thing that is more important than winning, and it's being obsessed with winning, because this mindset helps you to grind even after success.
My nickname is Angel, name is Karasov Kirill, I'm from Ukraine, I'm a professional player and the captain for Na'Vi VALORANT. A bit different from other people from Ukraine who was cheering all their life for Na'Vi. All my life I was competing with Na'Vi, against Na'Vi in all the rosters I played. I'm still in the process of changing my associations about Na'Vi. But I'm super happy joining, obviously, the biggest org in Eastern Europe and one of the biggest in the world, and I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of trophies.
I know that our players will give everything they have on the server. Same goes to Na'Vi staff that will be working behind the scenes. And the last but not the least, Angel personally promised me that we're going to have best walkouts in the industry, so it also may help.
I feel like in Na'Vi, everyone is working on the same goals. I feel like a lot of people have a long-time planning, a lot of staff working around us, including media, including like coaches, we're looking at psychologists. I see the work being done, basically, yeah.
You can definitely expect tons of content from Na'Vi, as we are a content factory. We are going to use our expertise and experience to create different types of content for Valorant fans. It's going to be vlogs from boot camps, vlogs from tournaments, MS sessions, watch parties, documentaries, interviews, everything you can imagine in a content world. So please subscribe and follow Na'Vi.
People should watch us if they like the high quality Valorant, if they like the proper strategic approach, they like the proper way of playing the game, switching the tempos, because like we are the team who can play any kind of game. We can be super aggressive, we can be super passive, we can do straight rounds, we can do fakes. It's like the goal of me as AGL is to make us as unpredictable as possible.
Dear Na'Vi Nation, I would like to ask you to keep on supporting us. We are going to do our best both on the server and outside, content-wise, everything-wise.
I want you to know for 100% we're going to try our best to win every tournament we attend, and we will work our hardest for every tournament we play.
Well, looks like we're ready to dive back on into things. Navi and BBL, we left at 2-0, but we're diving back in. Same scoreline, no surprise. Navi, they've bought up as we knew they were going to have full rifles. We had some questions, though. Were BBL going to dive all in, head first, put all their credits on the board, and they've done exactly that. Full buy, of course. And now the real test for them. Early fight towards A main. Nade out, doesn't really separate them that much. Shrouded Step was heard. So at this point, Navi know there's a couple players towards A. They're seeing contact on B as well, though. Seeing Aslan, you are going to think that he's the lurker, being the killjoy in this scenario, but it does leave them in a position now where they have info. They probably have a good idea what's going on, but they don't have any way to capitalize on that information. They can't take map control because there's players waiting everywhere.
Yeah, this has become a very, very passive hold from Navi. Like, not really challenging into mid, not really challenging the extremities anymore, just almost trying to bait BBL into some sort of execution. Zipan will be the first point of contact by the looks of it, as Kushner has already activated his dash.
This could be risky here. CNED has a timing-based game going on as well. Cutie with a good kill. The mid lurk that was coming through from Aslan, they decide to fall back. They're not going to go for that lurk up through mid because they got the pick, instead focusing on the site. The one thing unaccounted for was Angel. He's been spotted, tagged up, and dealt with immediately. That is a gorgeous attack from BBL. They've claimed the site, and they've avoided any overextensions. Again, note Aslan spotting mid, falling back. They're choosing where they want to fight, and that's Kushner going forward, taking these duels. They won't risk losing players elsewhere on the map. I love this look from BBL.
Yeah, very calm and controlled. Like that's one of the things I think we've spoken about a lot with BBL, is that a lot of the time in the past they were erratic. Like it was, they either won a round by just sheer domination or they lost it in a blunder. Whereas this was much more like, okay, let's feel out the map, let's look for those fights, but let's not overdo it in cases where, okay, it'll be a one and done. Like Aslan, for example. I think in the past you might have seen him just swing that try and kill Saigetsu on his own. Instead, they're going to come out of this one a flawless round after Na'Vi went for a full investment. That is a ridiculous start to the attack.
Absolutely. Yeah, we said that there were problems here. There were definitely some worries. And the main thing, one of the things you highlighted, was the fact that BBL can get off to that steamroll of a start. They can snowball right into the game. And now 3-0, Economy on their side. Ult's not there for Na'Vi. Economy certainly not there either, just pistols to work with. That said, though, we've already seen how dangerous these pistols can be. That second round, they came up against a lot of rifles, and they ended up putting it down to a 1v1? Was it even a 1v2 for them at one point?
Yep.
So, yeah, look, Na'Vi don't have a lot to work with, but that doesn't mean the round is forfeit.
Yeah, I feel like this almost ends up as like a Logitech G power-up round for the side of BBL. If they can win this one cleanly, they're going to just absolutely rule the economy in the early stages of the game. And again, I think they're expecting some level of aggression. Just 4 players sat, 1 waiting on the other side, just patiently watching, and while Xiao with one of the only rifles is going to start pressuring into mid.
Yeah, Aslan's already given up that control towards B main, a different approach from BBL than what we've seen before, not looking to send those late lurks, spotting their info on mid and full dedicating the aggression on A side. That's a good flash. Well, maybe not a good one. I think that it might have been Zipan's, right? He fired it up and over, caught the jet on the way through, took down Cutie, and no one can follow up. Without that player on the site finding you the foothold, they're left to find another way in, and it's the lockdown.
Yeah, I think it's actually worthwhile. Like, you already know that you've given up a lot of space. The rotations have likely come in, and instead they're just going to sit towards the back of the site. CNED with the rifle, maybe having to do the heavy lifting, but they actually just go through and wipe them out almost immediately. Looked like they were caught off guard. And now Saigetsu, well, he's retrieved the rifle, but 3 to find, and they're already sat in an afterplant.
It's been so much fun watching these early rounds. Going into this one, Aslan has 2 ult orbs, and he plays super passive. Like I said, he's not on B side. He's not, like we saw in the previous round, taking the Prowlers on B main and burning the utility and causing the fights. Instead, he's waiting passive on mid as they make all this noise on A, catches a player pushing through middle. That kill puts him 1 away, goes and grabs the orb on A main, and now they have a backup plan. So even though you've dealt with Kushner, they've left themselves the opportunity to have that man there, farm the orbs, control their back still, and then get them into the site for a round win. Again, the discipline of this team is fantastic, but then it goes further into the game plan is always there. They have safety nets to fall back on, and they are just landing on them every single time.
So here we go. Once again, Na'Vi going to come in with a purchase. Still no ultimates online. They haven't even with the deaths, they haven't been able to farm anything up. Zipan definitely close. And still no operator either. As said, I think that's going to be one of the game changers for this defensive side. But the fact they haven't been able to bring it in, going into round number 5, is a little bit of a worry. CNET's still going to be fighting into mid, though.
Would love to have his Blade Storm online here. Of course, even when you go for those orbs on defensive side, it's got to be one of the worst maps to get them. Like, you've got to really commit to that map control. And so far, both of those lanes have been fought for in various rounds by BBL. So for Na'Vi, no chance to go into that. CNET, interestingly, was fighting mid with a Phantom and Light Shields. He's just looking to take those fights. Show his aim supremacy in the end, though, wrapping all the way around to play on short. It seems a bit of a blind gamble, but they have pushed up in B main. They've spotted no one there with a one-way smoke. And
is he going to sell this as a fake? Like, Kushin is normally the tip of the spear, the man leading the charge. So him taking control into mid might just be able to bait rotations away. Instead, though, wall going down is really going to slow this push. He's actually just looking to try and catch people off as they rotate, but they found the information. Saigetsu's doing an incredible job just playing around the back of this wall.
Yeah, well, he's pretty much put a stop to this. And yeah, we had Kushner try to play the flank, but okay, he's been caught. Good kill, and another as well. Hey, look, at the end of the day, this is going a lot better than it looked like it was going to. Turco is revived for just a moment, but it's still possible. A 1 versus 2 spike still under his control as well. Suchny has the chance, but look at that firing squad. 2 players holding it, 18 seconds left. Yeah, firing out that dart, but with 10 seconds, I don't think he even can at this point. It's got to be raw aim duels, has to hope for a mistake to be made. And they are counting down the clock for the double peak. Gorgeous stuff from Na'Vi, and their first round is finally found.
Yeah, and it's off the back of a Sage wall. I guess just having the read that they were about to make the push in towards the A site. I'm quite surprised that it didn't come maybe a second, like, later almost, with them looking to try and take that pressure into mid. I thought the BBL hit was going to come through just moments after, but instead, when the second they activate that null command, that's the moment they goes, you know what? Nah. I'm going to put this up just before. So good work from Na'Vi, just about managing to get that one through. Even still, though, this is where things get a little bit more interesting because you're still going to have that full purchase on the other side, but there's a hell of a lot of ults ready and waiting for the side of Na'Vi.
Jump spots there from BBL. They're not finding anything on the aggressive aim play, but they've lost a lot of info early on, already conceding wine and everything like that. It's a lot to worry about for this team. They have no idea about the mid play. Even spotting one and that player instantly falling back to B, it might almost sell you a false sense of security. Why would Angel be in this position? Surely they can't expect it, and you can see they do not. A free kill for Angel. Shrouded step to reposition. They're not sure which side he's on. They've got an idea, but that idea isn't helping. He is just playing with them, toying with them, the nade, but he's already moved yet again, stepping to the other side of this angle, and eventually he will meet his doom, but I think he's done enough.
He has from the shadows. He could just leave at any point.
He could have smoked it and left.
It's just the most Angel thing ever. It's like, well, I got 2.
3K.
So that means I can get 3. It's like, okay. Controller down. Might cause them a few issues here and there, especially with the timing of this swing, but the smoke's actually almost giving a little bit of space, it seems like. Na'Vi might have got a little bit lost, though. Zipan still waiting patiently, though. And the shots are clean. Definitely looking like he's on today. And Na'Vi, well, they double up.
Very well handled in the end, has to be said. Na'Vi, though, we're seeing some of the staples of this team historically as well, all the way back to Party Pirates. Just this man here being a menace, so aggressive, so needlessly aggressive sometimes, but that's what catches players off guard.
Yeah.
You think this guy who came into Haven playing a breach and used to just jump peak operators like there's no tomorrow, he is not going to play
I'm just
passive.
looking at it says Decider split.
Yeah.
That's all I need to say.
Get the brimstone out.
If you've ever watched, well, that, an Astra, a Reyna, Gecko.
Right, listen,
like,
let's not try to beckon the Reyna back, okay? Let's not go crazy.
I don't mind.
I do, but
Lothar loves it, so I want to do it for him.
I heard Lothar, he's like a Reyna main, I think,
yeah.
in ranked or something like that.
Yeah, he normally plays with Marcus, who plays Yoru, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Lothar did like a cosplay of it recently,
Yes,
right? He
yeah.
did the gecko, the hair green. He looked great, I have to say. Still prefer his Viper one. Nice little opening here, but it's returned on right away. A heat-seeking Hunter's Fury. Zipan taken down and out. Aggressive wall, though. Sagetsu's going to be blinded up, but did they expect that he's here? I mean, have they spotted this wall just yet? What an uncouth position. That is clean from Sagetsu. He's retreating back. The ult's going out, but oh, CNET! How is this man still alive? He got 2 shots off before eventually being taken down, and BBL are back in control. 3 versus 2, Spike on site. Angel sneaking his way in, but they have spotted him, and another round is found for BBL. This attack side is heating up right now.
Yeah, that's one though where I kind of look at Na'Vi and go, but that was a bit whiffy.
It was.
Like, there were opportunities for CNED. You had the backup plan of having Saigetsu. They got the initial opener. Okay, the trade was fine. Like, that happens sometimes off the back of a Hunter's Fury. He's not able to get out of there. But it seemed like their setup was almost perfect. They just didn't hit the shots. And then the same for Xiao, the double swing coming out. And even then, you still see Turco getting 2 kills. Like, that's a round where I feel like almost Na'Vi let that one slip, but of course BBL had to be there to capitalize.
Well, that's it. And when it comes to Turkish players in AIM, we know what that story, how that story ends, rather. I think for Na'Vi right now, certainly coming in and, well, taking the slap to the cheek to start. We'll see if they can recover. BBL, they have a Blade Storm to work with here on Cutie. And a res for Na'Vi. The old game, not massive right now. A lot of it's been dumped over in those previous rounds. A very slow approach. One of the, I think the most defaulty play that we've seen out of BBL so far, the most tame approach to the early round. And watch this.
Oh, it's so clean from Kushida.
Ridiculous.
Just so powerful on those entry frags. With the wall down, the rest of the team just patiently waiting, and the knife is going to give all the information that Na'Vi could ever need. In fact, I think they might even start to double back on that rotation. The fact is, though, with still 2 players on the other side of the map, they can't really gamble too much over, and if anything, it seems like they're now going back the other way.
And they have the From the Shadows online as well with the Orb for Brave. That gives them a little bit of an opportunity late round, and actually it's going to be used right away, getting them into B, and Aslan! He has caught them completely off guard going for the res. They thought they had the read. Maybe it was A. Maybe they weren't ready to push out just yet, but, well, they certainly were. Good work to pull it back to even territory at 2 versus 2, and Brave is not really going to be too comfortable planting. He's going for it now on time, but look how far away Turco is. This is a risk. But it's paid off for now. Getting the time on their side, and he's being caught. He was so close to making it away from that knife, but they know exactly where he is. That flash was perfect, and down to 5 HP. But he'll survive, maybe be able to provide a bit of help for Brave on the site, but they are closing in the distance, and his teammates nowhere to be seen. He has to hold this all alone, and they're all around him. 5 health left, and 1 chance, but an aid. Here comes the fragment. It's done enough. Bought him a few seconds, but they're halfway already.
Yeah, he has to go now. He has to run, he has to sprint, he has to look for anything, and they're just going to straight up defuse. Ends up being all too easy for Na'Vi in the end, and it's a little bit unfortunate for BBL, because again, you had a pretty decent recovery. Aslan doing a good job getting into the site. It was just that sort of rotation being that little bit too far away that ended up being a bit panicky. And I also think of multiple scenarios in that round where you look at Zipan's utility. It's not going to show up as assists on the scoreboard, but he basically gave them all the info they needed. If that knife doesn't connect onto Turco, maybe they don't swing that. Maybe he doesn't even try and like rotate back and doesn't get caught. And, well, maybe the round doesn't go their way.
No, I'm with you 100%. That knife saved them. Even if they spot that, you certainly don't have the flash on it. And who knows how that ends. This
surely not.
is an aggressive start to it. Saigetsu, well, he knows there's a player right beside him, and that's as free as they come. The rest of the players stuck behind the wall, and here comes a drone a little bit too late. The flash, again, a little too late. Saigetsu dodges it. And he's being traded out in the meantime. Look, there's too many players here now for them to have the foothold they need. That Killjoy ult coming in a little too late, and it's only going to be Suchny left alive, tagged up. He is in trouble right now as sees insult to injury on this. He just cannot keep his health up. And Zipan in the end to find that final kill. A team ace, I believe I heard ring out in the background. And well, Na'Vi have got to be happy with that. BBL, our worry was that they would run away with this game, Tom, but so far that has not been the case, and they're calling a tactical timeout to find a solution to the growing Na'Vi defensive problem.
Now, bear in mind as well, the thing that sort of got us excited about Na'Vi on Ascent was actually their attack. Like, that was something they were incredible at. They were one of the people that really pioneered the fade, like with all the little like ratty angles where you could sort of throw through that haunt and just pop pretty much all the info you could ever need. So they're probably going to have some interesting things. They always have, they always will. So it's definitely not going to be easy on the second half. BBL as well versus Fnatic did an incredible job on this attacking side. So I don't think Na'Vi are going to be feeling the pressure too much. Also, that round in particular for me looked a little bit desperate. Like the fact that you get Sage walled off, you had your plan from the get-go, and it didn't look like there was an off button. It was like, okay, I've got to go now, and just dashing into the site, leaving some of those fights to be more individualistic, that's not going to work out for you. I think what's been so good about some of these executions from BBL so far is the fact that, okay, Cutie's taking that initial fight, but even when he was going for some of the individual plays over on the B site, he had Aslan to back him up. In that scenario, he had no backup.
Could be why we see that timeout being called as well for BBL, identifying that they had a moment there where they were just boxed into a corner. Whether it's because of they're playing that round, whether it's because of the preparation, the game plan they had, it doesn't matter. They ended up stuck with no choice but to barrel forward, and I think that's something they have to address, give themselves a fallback. Are they
buying an Odin to break the wall?
You know what? I'm okay with that. We might see an early spam attempt off the bat, but it has been towards main itself that those players are competing for the map control.
Standing ahead.
Recon up, and there you go. Early spam attempt, and he's running down the alley! That is a crazy... When you hear that Odin rattling away, you don't go down that alleyway, but...
He did get hit by Paranoia.
Right, so he didn't hear it. There you go. And now it all makes sense. That was so close, and a lot of damage done. Just look at his health. He's popped a heal, just now making it back up to 70, 80 HP. Go a little north of that, but actually
I like the idea.
79.
That's really clever. Like you know that he's been playing close every single round. So you Paranoia. You also throw out the dart so that he's not going to be able to see or hear anything. So he gets hit by the dart, and then you have a chance to wallbang him. Doesn't get the kill, but it's a cool idea. Unfortunately, they've also now just spotted out CNED. Now he had a few whiffs earlier on. That quickly went downhill. That doesn't happen very often. No case. I guess he's just been trounced.
That is what I like to see. You know, at two separate stages in the round, the man's been shot through a wall. Hasn't had a chance to see anyone, and he won't either. No res on himself. So, for Na'Vi, man disadvantage now equalized up. You know, if you're BBL, you're feeling pretty good about this. 50-50 on the way through. It's a 2-2 split from Na'Vi. They're trying to defend the sites themselves. Angel, Paranoia, just in time.
Yeah.
Has actually cost them a couple seconds on the way through. That blind was perfect, and, well, Angel's dealt with. Did they know that Xiao's on the site? Was he making noise? Was he spraying? Yeah, I think some of his ammo was gone. They are clearing it.
It's easier said than done. Never mind. Aslan just jumps down and takes his head clean off. And then Suchny is just landing, well, not just shots, but also shock darts. Now it's left on to CNED. Now a CNED of old is popping that Blade Storm and killing all three of these guys. We'll see if he can get anything done here. I think he might just have to play a little bit safe, but saying that, he knows there's a man in main. Maybe hoping that Suchny gets over Zealous, but if I've learned anything from the IGL of BBL, he's not peeking this.
It's smart play from CNED there for a second. You see him try to bait the barrel, right? Maybe a guy from site fires, and you know, once a teammate shoots, that's where you can force those mistakes, where players know that they probably shouldn't peek, but they still do. They have that little knee-jerk reaction, they get taken down. He was trying to bait him into the peek, but the patience from Suchny was unbelievable.
The thing is as well, though, it's like, I even feel on the other side, is like you've got CNED who wants that fight, wants to peek, wants to go for something there. And in most cases, you'd say like, oh, think like your in-game leader would. Like you'd save the gun and you'd run away. CNED has to do the opposite of that and not think of what Angel would do. It's like, what would Angel do? He'd already be dead, or he'd be running at him.
He'd already be holding W key. He wouldn't ask that question. He'd just go. Look at that, man. Little double shock dart as well. A little bounce on it. Double bounce on the shocky. Spray him down with the Odin. That was a nice round from Suchny. I appreciated every moment of it. Let's see a little bit more. 2 rounds left to play for in this half. Na'Vi, they're trailing by 2. They can pop it even at the halftime. I'll tell you one thing, they can't go near this area, and they've learned that lesson the hard way.
Oh, you say that. CNED, you can see the temptation. Knowing there's multiple players on the other side, operator in hand. They've switched the setup. They've done this a few times, having the wall either on A or B, and especially with the heavy lean for BBL in some of the earlier rounds towards A. I think after you see them directly counter side get to it, only makes sense to move him back in the other direction. And with the wall down, they can now double up their defensive short, which is exactly where the attackers are going.
I mean, a great foothold for them in B main. And they're getting the rotation off. It's just a little bit too late, I think, with Xiao coming in through spawn right about now. The pressure is on for the players on the site. He's
stuck.
Surrounded completely. Sugetsu now stuck in that corner to jump across. He's actually made it, although he's been revealed and wall banged down. That is so unlucky. He thought he'd escaped with his life. But now look at the punishment. BBL running into that stack. I said it was a little bit late from Xiao, but they bought the extra little bit of time to get him into position. And that's what gets you the round.
I like the fact that still Aslan is now taking a little bit of time to make sure that before they fully execute, he breaks the wall. But actually still, Saigetsu and Zipan do a great job. So Saigetsu not just dying there when he's completely surrounded is huge, because as you said, that bought the extra little bit of time. And then Zipan just sort of holding the line. I think they even put a smoke down from Angel, which just sort of makes them have to either run into a really, really awkward angle or try and wrap around with not a lot of time left. So good work from Na'Vi, starting to sort of counter some of these more aggressive plays. And CNED, well, it's last round of the half. He's got Blade Storm on. And he's got that operator, and he's looking to brawl.
Yeah, when CNED's using the Blade Storm as a secondary, you know you could be in trouble. For BBL, another default. B&A main held, mid-push slowly but surely as they carve away some map control. This is a very tame attack side, not what we're used to seeing out of these guys, but the chaos hasn't been working out these last couple of rounds. Na'Vi have been a step ahead. It's a tough one to find a solution in. And that late round wall going down as well. You have to see the cogs turning in Brave's head here. He's communicating it over. He knows the wall is there. The ping's being made. But what's the decision on the back of that? You know, they could break it and fight, but Wine is lost. Fighting into A main as well hasn't been too successful. I think a lot of this round has to pivot off a mid play, but they seem to be waiting for Na'Vi to make a mistake, and that they're playing so passive on this defense that it's not happening.
Yeah, that's the thing. Angel can also like paranoia straight through into mid if they go in that direction. The only thing now is because they're making the exact same move as last round, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be expected by Na'Vi. The knife a little bit further away, paranoia spotted, and you can see Zipan's whole plan is to hold them back. CNED, though, is going to catch the lurker, which makes this a little bit more one-dimensional. Great flash, though, helps out Brave.
Okay, CNED on for another. That's the spike dropped, and now it becomes very difficult to imagine a world in which they win. 10 seconds left. Executioner's got to get up into heaven. 5 on the clock, and it is done and dusted right there at the halftime. We're going to be sitting 6-6, and Na'Vi have put up one hell of a fight. Look, BBL looked like they could have been running away with this, but the control was seized back in the end, and now Na'Vi move on to that attack, where we are thoroughly impressed by their team. At halftime, being neck and neck, this isn't where BBL wanted to be.
No, I think it's a map that, again, they can very much thrive going into that defensive side. I don't think this is a particularly bad half for either side. Like, normally, we would sort of lean it quite heavily in that defensive sort of position, but with both of these teams, I think they're so good at the attacking side that we kind of change our expectations a little bit. I think you're going to see a lot in this sort of case from Na'Vi, where I used to really love Zipan Sage, because what they would do is use it for very fast mid-splits into the B side. Well, now they've got the best of both, because they can throw in that KO as well. It does mean they're going to be having to default maybe a little bit more than what you would see from a lot of teams, because they don't have that traditional Sentinel. Normally, I think in the past, they ran something like a Cypher or even a Viper on Saigetsu. So he would be much more of a, okay, I'm going to hold the flank. That doesn't make sense when you're playing a Sage. A lot of the time, you're going to want to try and take that positioning away from your opponent. So I'm going to be interested to see how they sort of run with that, if there's going to be those faster paced plays thrown in as well. And then on the other side of things, again, I don't think like you necessarily got Aslan tested so much on his defensive side Sentinel because of how good their attack was versus Fnatic. So that's going to be one of my focuses. Okay, how's he going to do? Is Brave going to be able to sort of step up a little bit after having a quieter first half? And honestly, I think it's anyone's game, which for Na'Vi going into an Ascent versus BBL, that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, it's definitely a win. You know, for BBL, the reality is this map's been looking incredibly scary for them. Walking out with the way we started here as well, I wouldn't have been surprised, rather, if I saw an 8-round scoreline for BBL, an 8-4. But they slipped up a little bit. Na'Vi managed to close in the distance. It is very much up in the air. One of the things that I'm going to look at, though, is CNED in that first half. He was fantastic. He was delivering. But now it gets a little bit harder moving on to the attack. And we saw the struggles of Cutie in trying to blitz into those sites and how he was isolated at times. Not sure if we're going to see the same reactions there from BBL. But hell, if there's a map to make those punishes happen for them, it's here and now.
Yeah, I think there's also so much utility, though, like having that sort of double initiator and both of them being more aggressive initiators, like in the form of Fade. I think there's going to be so much available to sort of set CNED up for success. And the same what's there on the other side, but I think it's just more those instant impact, fast-paced rounds that they're going to be able to do based around him. This is where CNED has thrived in the past. This is where we have called him the best Jet in the world. So I think that it is a scary prospect now for BBL going into that second half that, well, Kushner now needs to be online, because if he falls flat in the second half, I think they lose.
Yeah. Look, he's had a good first half, all things considered. That attack isn't easy to get the numbers up there on Jet. Again, looking at the role he was playing a lot of the time, this is
normally is for him, though.
That's the thing. Sure. But I'll give him the excuses.
Sure.
And now I'll expect to see him step it up on this defensive side. This isn't a game we can see any players go quiet in. That could be the difference made. Now, at the start of this, Na'Vi very clearly fancy a bit of a mid-play. Just one player outside of B, everybody else stacked up around this fountain as they look to make their way through. Past Tam Kench, into market.
They're going to do it, aren't they? It's going to be the wall. They've also got a Prowler as well in there so that they can clear some of these angles. Are they going to go all the way through?
They're going to spawn. They're walling spawn.
I think that a part of it, though, is that because that door was closed, so it just makes things a little bit more awkward. I wonder if they've been forced into this play rather than anything else. Yeah, walling back towards the spawn. Now they're wrapping all the way back around in towards his B side.
They try to get over the wall as well. Good attempt by Cutie, but he was being spotted. Shigetsu holding the back there, making sure nobody's able to come up and flank them. Now as you look towards the side, it's Aslan holding strong, but he's already lost Suchny. Got to do a little bit more there, but they can't get the foothold they needed. And the main push already being spotted. Xiao had stuck behind to watch their flank yet again. Just all their bases covered from start to finish. And Na'Vi showing off an incredible pistol here. Look, 10 HP, 2270. A lot of these guys are low, but Brave has 4 targets to take down, 4 guns to shoot at him.
He's got to get the door first.
He's already running low on ammo, mate. I don't think he's got enough bullets to get this done.
Cover going out.
They're not going to give anything to him. Fighting together and swinging back out. Na'Vi are going to take themselves a second pistol. I like it from them, because that's the thing. I actually think that PBO had a pretty good read. Like, closing that door early, the old school strat from Na'Vi was to basically wall mid and then split straight through the door and then fight in towards the site. I think they adapted on the fly. Could be wrong. Maybe that was the plan all along, but it's a bit of a risky plan to go fighting in towards your opponent's spawn with a wall and a smoke. So.
Yeah, listen, that's not the kind of play you call at the start of the round, because there's so many questions. Can we take mid? Yeah. Can we fight short? Can we get a past market successfully? And so on. You know, maybe you lose your Sage on the way. Now your whole game plan is gone. So you take that one step by step, but they made the right call, and you saw the fact that Cutie tried to get on top of that wall. That was their contingency, to not be like stuck on B site, being pushed from every angle. You had spawn to help you out. Cutie got walled off, goes on top of the wall, tries to fight it, but he's being watched by 1 player. There's 2 more there ready to swing on him. So there was no choice but to concede it, and you saw how quickly those players were suffocated on the site. Right here, it should be the same story. Brave, you see there? Yeah, there we go. Okay, took him a while to see where CNED was, but he got there in the end. A little focused on main, understandably. The blinkers were on, and well, in this one, getting back in is going to be tough for Na'Vi, but they've already got a kill, you know, or for BBL, excuse me. It's just about getting that damage up now.
Yeah, the thing is, bear in mind, this is the classic Na'Vi buy. Yes. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. So although you do have CNED going down, his rifle's just been retrieved. So as of right now, Na'Vi have lost a pistol. So they're not going to be worried too much about this one. It's, if anything, more goes the other way. And with Zipan sort of manning the door, trying to make sure nobody can go through, a double-layered angle as well. They're doing at least a little bit of damage, but well, Zipan now just looking to try and farm up as many ultimate orbs as humanly possible. And while Kushner, any kills he can get, but they're not going to get anything more. Good round from Na'Vi, and I think this is something you've got to keep an eye on. Again, just look how effective Xiao's utility was there. Instantly, you just see over the top, throwing that horn, pings the player up, gets spammed through. He then actually lands his C's on the guy's head, so he's 1 HP just stuck in a corner. Like, it's it's so difficult to play against Xiao on this agent. Personally, it's my favorite agent he plays.
Yeah, I'd say for his opponents, probably one of the least favorites.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not too fun to play against, just because the amount of control that it puts on your gameplay, right? You have to constantly adapt to him when he's putting that utility out, and he's always got 1 or 2 players like CNED following it up as well, so it makes it that little bit more terrifying. And right away we get a knife played out, and I don't know if that's actually caught Cutie, but it won't have deterred him too much either way.
Yeah.
Super passive play, and this is something that, to be honest, for BBL, it's not something I expect to see too often. I love this smoke up in A main as well. Now you're worried about them walking into wine. They're just throwing out a lot of barriers, a lot of hurdles that Na'Vi have to jump over in order to ever think about getting to pushing a site, unless they want to just like B main, A main, just run it down, which, you know, would be optimum for BBL. They'll take that.
So again, this is kind of what I was expecting. Slow default out from Na'Vi. Again, as mentioned, they don't have a traditional Sentinel, so they're not really going to have that opportunity to sort of hold off on their flanks. An early drone went through as well, so they know that there was an attempt to find anything onto B. And the only info that's really there at the moment is that Angel is outside A, which tells you next to nothing.
Suchny just about avoided that. He's got an arrow ready, wants to fire it through, catch the reveal, timing's a little bit off and the wall's gone up. They'll destroy that, cause some more problems. Brave though, lost his life on the site now, a lot of pressure onto Turco. He's marked. They actually know that he's underneath now. That trail leading them right to him, and there's the flash. That should be it for Turco. Nothing that he could find. Cutie does work to at least find one, but a little more would be fantastic. Down he goes! Aslan's diving on them! This is style to close out the round in a 1v3 now. Sugetsu has to do it all. 10 seconds on the clock, and it is just not gonna happen. Great round for BBL.
I don't know what it is about Aslan, but it seems like the second he's flying through the air, his accuracy just goes up by like 1,000,000%. Like he did that in the previous half as well, where he jumped into the B site and then just insta-headshots the guy who's right next to him. It's genuinely absurd, but it's a good way to break back. Another Logitech G power-up round coming through. And in this case, for Na'Vi, this is an opportunity to basically just shut out the economy of their opponents. They still made that one a little bit costly, financially not looking fantastic. Zipan also 1 away from getting that null command, which I would be surprised if we don't see him challenge for an AWP here, especially on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, like we said, it's very difficult to contain those on the defense. To actually get up to a spike is a whole different ball game. When it comes to Na'Vi, though, yeah, for Zipan, it's free real estate. But they're seeing an incredible amount of aggression again towards A main. And these players have obviously pulled back at this point, but Brave and Turco were there early, looking to duel. They had one ways up, and there's just a lot of problems. There's the knife even going down late. It did look like Angel was playing outside of that. I'm not sure if that's intentional. I don't think so. I think it's just a super passive hold on A aggression. But it shows like this team in Na'Vi are, for the last minute, thinking, okay, BBL are pushing A main. They're looking to take that control. The knife goes in, it confirms it. And now we're at 50 seconds and they haven't seen anyone. They've had a guy watching it the whole time. Nobody's come up. No one's taken the orb. No one's tried anything. So at this point, yeah, you start to add up those numbers and realize something's funky. They've fallen back from A. This is where the space is, and they're already on their way through. Turco, though, does well to get one. And again, that's going to put a break on it. Angel is on the left, though. He's already in Jenny. And it wasn't needed in this case.
I'm surprised Turco tries to go through that. He had no support, and that just seems to be the tail of this round for BBL. One player flashes through a smoke, tries to fight 4 players at once, then another player peeks heaven, tries to fight 4 players at once, and now the remaining 2 are just completely out of this one. Now, we've talked about sort of how BBL have looked a lot more structured in recent times, but that round was just full of risks for them. A 4v4 retake, not the end of the world. It's not like there's massive ultimates online as well for Na'Vi to deny them. Okay, maybe the null command could cause them some issues, but that was just 2 attempts at hero plays, and it lost them the round.
I do wonder how much of it plays into like your paranoia hitting these players not having the information and maybe assuming that it was a lighter push towards site than it was. Like even the fact that you have Angel go onto the site with CNET, both of those players are there, and even with the 1 pick, it's just not enough at that point. Players rushing out of main who got the kill, Angel ready to trade on Jenny. The decision that was made there was either that they had God mode on and they thought they could just run in and do it, or they had a misread on how strong
you have to
that push was.
Bear in mind as well, though, that look, that's the play that.
That's what I mean.
Turco was marked as well, so they know he's there.
If I'm not mistaken, was he hit by the paranoia beforehand? So I think maybe he had a misread on how far along that push was. Like he's kind of 3 seconds behind in his head, thinking, if I go now with a flash, I'll catch Angel going through the smoke. And instead, he just looks really silly.
Maybe.
I think. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
I'm not.
Not feeling nice today. All right, well,
what about the player
Vlad
peek heaven afterwards?
Hey, you think I'm gonna sit here and criticize Cutie for taking a peek? No way. Oh, sorry, I get that again, production? He was not hit by the paranoia. Damn it, I gave him the benefit of the doubt for nothing.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, either way, Kushner trying to take that fight, trying to get something for the squad, but again, it's that opener that's gone in the direction of Na'Vi. Walled off as well, with short covered, and he needs to try and find a way back in. That might be it. Suchny with a late push through. He's in the drone, but he has a teammate for support, and actually Aslan, again, he's going to go jumping through the air. I don't know how he manages to find these while flying, but it's helped his team out massively. BBL are going to get their 8th, and this is going to sound ridiculous. I'm going to say this out loud. It might have actually helped them less if the wall wasn't there, because then it wouldn't have given him something to jump off of.
The jumping platform. It's just getting a little bit silly at this point. You're getting close to half of his kills being in midair. I think over a quarter have been midair kills this far.
Look, jumps, gets the kill, jumps down,
Come
gets
on,
another
man.
kill.
Come on. Oh, wow. Well, Aslan's certainly feeling it. It's been hitting the KZ. 9-8, 1 round behind. Like we said, that close scoreline at the half. Just imagine it was an 8-4 scoreline. BBL running away with it. That's why they're so scary on this map. But it ends up as still quite a competition. Na'Vi aren't down and out just yet. They've got a full buy. They're sitting comfortable. It's over on BBL, though, the sheer amount of ultimates that they have. That's something that Na'Vi are going to have to think about coming into this, getting some of these out of the way. And in particular, it's the lockdown from Aslan. That could change the pace of a round entirely.
The problem is he's in the site, so unless he's going to pop it early, I don't know if it's going to play that much of a part. It's not like he can get out of there. And actually, they've TP'd a player into the back of site. So the goal here from Brave is just to try and defend this. And in fact, they're just going to try and escape.
They're too late.
So many of them, I think, are going to get caught by this. Yeah, in fact, a multitude. And the defender's dead as well. That was the man that could have caused them issues. Cushion has just wiped them all out. Oh, I think that's a misplay and a half from Na'Vi. And the whole thing there was, okay, we'll back away. Zipan will keep us safe. Zipan did not keep them safe.
No. No, he did not. I mean, that is, I can't put all the blame on him, though. I'll be honest with you. It's not every day you see, and I'm going to say 3 players detained, because one died literally 0.1 of a second and died trying to run out of the site to escape it. So I'm going to count that as a lockdown kill as well. It's not every day you see that coming through, right?
And I love Vladcam. I love Vladcam.
I was willing to interrupt you at a moment because you said he's going to have to use it early. I was going to say it's already too late, because that was as they dashed in. I was going to say it's already too late, Tom. And then he put it down. I was like, oh, okay, let him cook. Let's see what he has planned here. The shrouded step to backside, so even when they kill that player, they've got another one to worry about. And then they've got to dive into the site, destroy that lockdown, and kill the guy backside. You know, it's not worth it. Was running out the better idea? I think in hindsight we can say no. But that's the beautiful thing about hindsight. Very easy. Those sort of moments,
well, the other thing as well
crucial.
Is if Zipan wins that duel, everybody gets released from being detained, and they probably win
back into the round.
Like that's the thing. It's like it was just that one kill that ends up being 4 kills for Kushner. So he's having a field day, moving himself right up the board, and now we're back at 9-9. A scoreline equalized, but now the ults have flipped. Okay, sure, you've got that Blade Storm available for Kushner to play with. I'm more looking at the Nightfall, though. With those A-site executions being fantastic from Na'Vi, especially on the openers, and being able to isolate players, BPO instead are going to fight this.
Knife up and over. It's going to B site. Seeing nothing. It's Cutie that's in trouble. He has his dash. Has 2 players close as well. Maybe a flash to come through to get him out of there. And yeah, there's the flash. The follow-up is actually a kill, and he's sticking in position. And sure, there's some weaker weapons here, but that is majority rifles they're up against, and they are fighting it like there's no tomorrow. Even a kill from Turco. That was a wall bang that came through.
Yeah, the whole goal there was to get seen at the Blade Storm. So I don't think he actually had a weapon to start that fight with, which then made it incredibly awkward when he was the one that survived. Yeah, he's got a gun at least. He got that out of the hands of his dead teammate, but now things become incredibly awkward. Now, you've got the res, so if you wanted to try and reset, get one of those players back, it would at least put it into a 4v5, but I think Na'Vi are probably going to want to find a kill before they commit that ult.
Almost without a doubt. You know, if they can retake a main control and pop the res, that's something else. But Sagetsu, I see him moving here alone. And, you know, I'd expect there'd be at least one more with him. But, well, if it's a light commitment to a res, they're gonna end up in a great spot for their trouble. He's cleared it out. There's no one there. Knows he's safe. There you go. Get Angel back up and online. No wall bangs chasing him down this time. And just like that, we're into a 4v4. That should help out a little bit more as well. Turco spotted. They know exactly where he is, but there's 3 players here. There's too many of them, and there's too little time. What is that TP? Angel's got on the site, saved them, but look where the spike is. They've got to run as fast as they can. Does Aslan decide to compete? Yes, he does. The shrouded step, and he's left the spike behind. It's an absolute absolute disaster for Navi. BBL have stolen the round out and pushed up to double digits. I can't believe this. The lockdown round and now this. Morale at an all-time high in that defensive camp, I'll tell you that for nothing.
He tried to throw it to Angel, who tried to shrouded step when he then didn't have it. Then he just shrouded stepped away and didn't have the spike. Like, they were screwed anyway, because I don't think even if he had caught the spike and shrouded step, I still don't think he had enough time, but that's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare. And well, from a decent recovery to ending up falling flat, and while the Bladestorm basically brought them some extra hope in this round, that's gone immediately. The operator of Kushner has found that opening pick. Well, even going to spot out that there's a player attempting to push into mid. What was looking like a very good scenario from Na'Vi. A couple of huge blunders, blips, have put BBL back into the lead. And with this man advantage, well, this is almost looking like a must-win round for Na'Vi, and they're already down.
Seen it as well that they're down, you know. Talk about his attack side. Well, nothing to be found, but this time that res was used up last round, so that's not online.
So much info.
Here we go. Look, you don't even have your util to push on your way through. Turco is going to pop a nade, slow them down even more. Actually, isolate them, separate them out a little bit. Sagetsu went further into the tree. Luckily, they didn't peek, they didn't punish, and instead the kill's being found onto Suchny. B site now wide open for business, and that rotation, it might catch the info, but not the kill. And they need a kill at this point. If you're BBL's defense, okay, they managed to sneak a player onto site, but a little bit more needs to be found, and Angel is just going wild. That's got to be it in this round here, and BBL finally find defeat. I mean, Na'Vi have been running headfirst into a brick wall in almost every single round.
It looked like they were going to do it again.
It did.
But like when they got isolated by the util, Turco, though, still wanting to give this one a go. Financially, they could probably afford this, whereas on the other side of things, Na'Vi not so much. They don't want to lose too many players here. And well, it's not going to happen. Sagetsu coming in on the flank will even things up once again. It's been a weird last few rounds without seemingly the team that should almost be taking it home, losing it over the last few. For now, 10-10. Still enough for an operator to be brought back up from Kushner, although it seems like he might just opt to go against it. Well, both teams actually have basically utilized all of their ults over the last few rounds, and it seems like the ones who've used them have lost.
Yeah. Time to keep those ultis maybe in the back pocket. Oh, we reach round number 21. Still neck and neck. We've barely moved from the halftime. Na'Vi on the attack. And they've had some slower rounds. They've certainly shown us their defaults, but BBL are throwing in a little something different this time. Moving towards middle with 3 players. Around market, already been a bit of a fight that's looked to strip some of this HP off. And they're moving down further. Aslan, the first to fall, and they are conceding. There's the one man lost. That actually brings quite a big impact to this round normally, just because you're losing your turret, you're losing your alarm bot, and it opens up all this space. Look how much of this map is held by just one player right now. Na'Vi for a moment looked like they were going to fall into the same trap they had before, running into stacks. Instead, they've caught Suchny trying to get aggressive. Now listen, this time he had to. He had to. They didn't have middle. You can't just sit on the side on your own. He had to try to find some information.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
round over.
Second round in a row, he's pushed into the whole team, and well, same result.
But that's the thing. I feel like Na'Vi have started to really get a good read on the rotations of their opponents. So the second they find those kills, Na'Vi start edging their way in towards the A site. Smoke goes down, they all rotate back.
Yeah.
All of them at once. And that's the moment, as you said, Suchny's looking to try and get information because ultimately he needs to basically find a pick, fall back, and then call for the rest of the team because they're all gambling on that A site. Unfortunately, that gamble has gone badly wrong. Now, for Brave, at the moment at least, he only has an SMG. He's going to hear the footsteps, might get one for free. That's something. Rifle picked up. That's a decent upgrade for him. Just looking to try and get out of there with that extra weapon for the next round. And with the finances of the rest of the players, that'll be another 4-buy, at least, especially if some of them are going for light shields, as we've seen the majority of teams doing at the moment. It won't be too much of a problem. Again, though, dare I say it, Na'Vi are going to take the lead. I don't think it's mattered too much, in all honesty, as they've been neck and neck. And Zip and... Okay, Brave maybe a little bit of a sixth sense there, just decides to turn at the perfect moment.
It's almost still a benefit.
Okay.
Zipan going down, right, sure he doesn't take the weapon out of their hands and they're not able to do that in the end, but he's got his ult online now. That's actually got him the null command, and that could be a big difference maker. Attack side, null command, blitz you through. Look at how BBL have been slowing a lot of these plays. You're not going to have any utility to work with, and that can certainly present a problem. We have a timeout called here, and no surprise, it's the team that's one behind facing a possible map point on their one hope. If we're being honest, Fracture isn't where we think BBL can push this to map 3. It's here and now, and they're on their last chance.
That's the main problem at the moment for BBL is map pool. Like, they do not have the strongest map pool. You look at Fracture, they've not actually played it at all this year, basically, or at least since lock-in. So that's not really an option. And Pearl, they lost 3-13 playing a Yorocom versus DRX. So I don't think they want to be playing either of those maps. And then you look at the rest of the series for Na'Vi, they're going to be quite happy with how everything has gone. The other thing that worries me quite a bit is from what we've seen so far in EMEA, BBL, they've not basically won any of the close maps. The only map that they won was versus Fnatic. It was a 13-6 they dominated. When it gets close, they lose. They've lost 13-9, 13-11, 19-17, 13-11. They've not had a blowout map the other way, but whenever it's tight, BBL don't get it over the line.
Well, that's not a fun thing to think on. I think I wouldn't like you in the good old coach Discord there.
Well, unless I'm on Na'Vi's side. Then that's a good thing.
Yeah,
you've won, guys.
Probably. I don't reckon you'd have 11 rounds then, though. To be honest,
that's true.
That might be the difference maker. Again, you know, a fairly defaulty round out of Na'Vi, and I guess content to sit back. They've had a pause called against them. This is where BBL should have some ideas. Whether those are turtle ideas or if they're going to be going for some aggression remains to be seen. Suchny, you know, this guy's, again, 2 rounds in a row. He's pushed up B main towards their spawn. 2 rounds in a row, he's being caught on that. I don't expect he's going to be all too keen on going for a push on B. And in fact, he's not too keen about staying around B. He's moved all the way off, leaving it as a solo hold.
Yeah, they can null command, take away his utility, and then Angel could even TP into the back of site. This is going to be a horrible time for Aslan to try and play around this. He's about to come under some serious pressure already. Early push through from CNED, knows he's here now as well because he's seen the turret offline. Aslan does well to get one, at least gives them something to play with. The Brave again, TP'd into the back of the site. But he's gonna go down after the trade as well.
You know, a genuine problem for these guys right now is that Odin, but just look at the position from Sagetsu. Late round on top of the wall, the drone hasn't even cleared it, hasn't spotted him as far as I'm aware. I don't think they have a clue on where Sagetsu has gone. This could be such a massive problem. He's turning to face. Now look, he's dropped off it. He's looking to move through main. Actually didn't have the angle on them, and they're starting to clean up, but Sipan came in. And he has just said no more. 4 kills, and Na'Vi push up to 12. BBL's timeout got them nothing. And this could be the last one we see. 2 chances to close it out. And if Na'Vi go with a map advantage on a Fracture, I don't think many people are going to expect to see a map 3.
Zipan gets both entry kills onto the site and then holds the site on his own. Like, he is having a game. And that's the thing. Like, I mentioned his Sage earlier. He was always fantastic on that role. I think his KO on this map is sublime as well. 23 and 14, one of the major difference makers. And now we need to see someone of the sort on the other side. Now, a few ults close, but not many online. One of them being Suchny's. And he's been pretty decent at finding kills off the back of the Hunter's Fury. Again, though, just going to be some early middle control battled for. Oops. Okay. Both going to be made vulnerable. Now, this is the more sort of classic setup, though. But here comes that Hunter's Fury. I think it's only going to be the single tag. In fact, closer to Incutioner than I think anyone else.
Had to come in just a second or two earlier, who knows, with the vulnerability, but nothing to be found on the way through. Drone clearing out mid for BBL. They're going to be a little late, though. Cutie's all alone. That nade is perfect as well. Great flash, though. Paranoia completely blinded up CNED. That's a chance for a little bit more. Kushner dancing around the site, avoiding them, but eventually they'll find him. They'll make sure no more damage is to be done. The fight to the site through a smoke, not favorable, and it's not working out well. Turco, though, might clutch it back. He was so close, but in the end, Na'Vi deal that final blow, 13-10. As they walk out with map 1, the hope of the Turkish scene, certainly the map for BBL, but this time only capable of double digits.
Yeah, this is scary. Because this was the thing we said coming into the series, is that okay, if they played the Gecko comp, I'm going to be honest, I was all on the BBL train. I was sat there going, it's done, because I don't think that comp really worked out too well for Na'Vi. The fact is, though, I think by looking at that, it's easy to forget how good they actually are at this map, even playing against some of the best teams in the world. So I am now in quite a scary position, because this is one where Fracture, as we've said, okay, it's not been shown. That's the positive. It's not been shown by BBL. But I think it's not been shown for a very good reason. On the other side of things, Na'Vi are a very, very good Fracture team, and they're also very innovative with how they play Fracture. So if you thought that it was sort of bad going into the series for BBL, it's very bad now.
Yeah, it's certainly gone from bad to worse. At the end of the day, though, plenty of teams coming into the season have been working on their map pool. Who knows?
Yeah?
Maybe this is a hidden gem, a pitfall trap laid masterfully.
Fingers crossed.
Doubtful, but we'll find out in just a little bit. See you soon.
Easy, easy. Nice defense. Nice. Upper dead. Nice. How we can.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
we started competing in different tournaments in the Ignition series, and we seen lots of fan base starting to build up, and then we won First Strike Turkey like 2 years ago. It was the biggest challenge we ever seen. And then we started competing in VCT events across whole EMEA. And now we're here looking forward to the upcoming season. I'm Berke Kantürk, nickname is Vlad, and I am head coach for BBL VALORANT team. We have been competing for like 2 years so far, and we're looking forward to meet with almost like everyone. We're coming for everyone. Regarding our fans, they have been supporting us all the way down when we fall, when we win, and we have been trying to be worthy of their support as we really work hard. As a pioneer Turkish organization, we have been publishing our academy project as well as female project as the game changers upcoming for the 2023. We have been pushing and investing a lot for the future.
Benim kişisel hedefim bir Türk takımıyla Champions kazanmak direkt. Yani çünkü o kadar tutkulu taraftarlarımız var ki Champions'ı kazansam bu benim hayalim. Bir Türk takımıyla özellikle Champions'ı kazanmak. Yani tamamen şu an kendim buna hedefledim. Bunu da başaracağıma inanıyorum bir gün. Belki bu yıl değil, belki diğer yıl değil ama bir gün başaracağım bunu. 5 Türk'le beraber Champions'ı kazanacağım. Merhaba, ben Brave, 19 yaşındayım. BBL takımında smoker rolünde oynuyorum. Aynı zamanda zaman zaman flex'te oynayabiliyorum. BBL'e gelirken tabii ki benim ilk hedefim kişisel olarak Champions'a katılmak. Champions'ta taraftarların önünde oynamak tabii ki ilk hedefimiz. Beklentim de bu şekilde. Zaten Cougar Turko ile aynı takımda oynuyordum. Onlara güveniyorum. Yeni Aslan Maşadov Elite ile de beraber zaten kimyamız çok iyi oturduğunu düşünüyorum. Beklentim yüksek. Daha önce bir Avrupa'da başarı yapmıştım. Bunu aynı şekilde BBL'de yapmak istiyorum. BBL çünkü Türkiye'de hatta Avrupa'da en büyük fan base'ine sahip bir kulüplerden biri. Bu yüzden bu başarıyı yapmak benim için çok iyi olacak. İnşallah da bu başarıyı yakalayacağım. Yani EMEA partner programında 2 tane partner Türk takımı var. Tabii ki aramızda büyük bir rekabet olacak. Zaten oyunun başından beri bir rekabet var bu 2 takım arasında. Onlara karşı kazanmak istiyoruz herkese olduğu gibi ama aramızda aynı zamanda iyi bir dostluk da var. Hangimiz kaybetsek, hangimiz kazansak da dostluk kazanacak, öyle söyleyeyim. Umarım onlar da aynı şekilde başarılı olurlar. Umarım biz de başarılı oluruz. Umarım ikimiz de Champions'a gidebiliriz. İnşallah hatta yani Champions'ta finalde karşı karşıya bile oynarız. Ya EMEA'da zaten en fazla izlenen takımlardan biriyiz ve tutku, heyecan, taraftarlarımızın yarattığı tutku, heyecan ortada. Ya bence siz de buna katılmalısınız diye düşünüyorum ve eminim ki pişman olmayacaksınız.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. Wow, that was a tough one. My name is Quickshot, and I'm here with Ryan and Lothar. Everything completely as usual here, and we just saw Navi take map 1 up against BBL. Before we get into really anything, I want to address some of the compositional choices, because I feel like Angel is always cooking up something unique. Here it was the Sage as opposed to a Killjoy, which is a staple on the map. And before we dive into how it actually played out, Ryan, do you want to talk a little bit about the theory of maybe why they would take that decision?
We sort of said beforehand that it kind of felt that this decision, this comp that Navi were playing maybe was a bit more tailored to what BBL were trying to do. And I kind of feel like to an extent it worked on the defensive side for Navi. It really wasn't pushed to the limits overall. There were some really good moments. BBL got off on the right foot, and the Soigetsu sort of Sage change didn't really amount to all that much. But it was just a couple of moments, I think, where a lot more pressure, a lot more aggression. It allowed a lot more freedom for Navi because we saw BBL trying to fight for mid control, but they never really did anything with it because Navi were never there.
Yeah, the thing is that when he was walling up on A, BBL was just kind of waiting it out. They probably maybe destroyed it once, the wall, and otherwise they had like a safe 35 seconds of an interval in the round when they didn't have to worry about specific pushes on specific areas of the map, and they could have over-rotated because of that. So it was pretty effective just because of the lack of action from BBL on the attacking side.
I definitely like seeing some of like the Sage walls she can do, where like in A main on the attack and a post plant, you can like wall up very deep in A main over the smoke. I think we saw a couple of kills coming in that way.
We have seen that 3 times actually. Yeah, he did it 3 times over the A main for over the smoke, let's say, peak, and it was successful with kills every single time. When it comes to B boost though, we only have seen it once. But in general, I would say that the Sage was actually way more effective on attack than on defense, because it was always comboed with like an ability that made sure that the opponents don't hear the boost. So we have seen Paranoia affect the defenders, which then cuts off the sound
Fade
from the
Horn
wall
as
up.
well,
Right? Yeah. Fade Seize or Fade Ultimate, and we have seen a lot of combos like Fade ults on A side, Omen ults onto Jenny, and then the Sage also walls up before that. So there are like 2 different angles that the opponents are not unaware because of the audio being cut off away from them.
Yeah, it's also the element of like when you have the Sage on attack, when you have the like Killjoy, for example, you have the B turret, you're expecting any defenders to push through B main, and then the turret goes off, letting you know that they're there. Because BBL were never really pushing on attack, I feel like it's on their defense even. Almost kind of felt that Navi were like, we don't need a turret. They just don't push. If we just put all of that utility towards the Sage, it's fine. BBL are not going to do anything at this point.
You know, it's funny because you mentioned that, and then on round 21, we have seen Sushi push out of B main, go into B link and die, which literally enabled Navi to rotate from A to B and got a site for free. So the one time they actually let the opponent to just push out, and they essentially trapped him by accident.
Yeah, it's funny really, because it's like BBL was so good on this map. DRX beating Fnatic last week. This was dealt with very nicely from Navi, but there were still a couple of occasions, like when they got caught in the lockdown, when there 5 seconds left to put the spike down, and Angel's just TPing away from the site because of the mixed communication. It goes back to that quote that we had at the start of the day where he said, I want to ask, why so hard for Navi? It's what Angel said at the end of the last series, and it's the same thing here. They beat a team that was undefeated on this map so far this year, but it still looked like Navi could be so much better.
Yeah,
or at least so much cleaner.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think there were a couple of rounds, especially like Zipan just like saved the entire round for them, finding a 4K over on the B site, just mowing players down. But also, I do think we have a few of those rounds from the Sage to see what Sugetsu was able to accomplish on that, specifically on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think for the defensive side, what was really good about this wall is that as soon as the K ultimate was activated that comes in from Turco, that Sage wall goes up just before that first pulse comes out. And it's sort of a similar experience here, where the suppression comes in. Just before the Sage is suppressed, she manages to throw out that slow. Fantastic. If you're a Killjoy there, yeah, it's just a one-way the fight that takes there. It's those kind of little moments where if you're a Killjoy and you get suppressed, all of that utility goes down. It's omnipresent otherwise. But here it's like, so if I get suppressed, I can do one thing that's going to slow him down that will buy me a bit more time and allow that rotation to come in. It felt that Turco wasn't allowed any openings on the KO because of plays like that.
Well, we could also theorize, well, what if they actually had Killjoy? Would have still had only 6 rounds on defense, right? Because it wasn't the best scoreline for the defensive side of Navi. But in general, I would have to say that I'm pretty happy with how they played with that Sage. Overall, I don't think it's that valuable because it's very one-dimensional. The way that you play Sage on this map, we didn't see like maybe a B boost in front of Garage, and that's about it. But otherwise, we have seen almost every single trick in the book.
It's funny because I think in the past, a lot of the times you'd see Sage sort of replace like the Jet player on Ascent, and then you have like the walls to find the crazy angles to find an opener as opposed to diving into the site. But definitely a new idea here, taking out the Killjoy in that regard. We do have at least one more map left in this series though, and that of course is going to send us over into Fracture. This is Navi's map pick. They've rocked it a couple of times, but BBL, we have not seen this in a long time, Lothar.
Yeah, thank you, Quickshot. So the last time I actually seen BBL play Fracture was in August of last year. That was a completely different team, and it was against Guild, which had Safe in it as well. So this was like completely different metagame. So I don't think we should even consider that history of being like having any significance.
Yeah, you just forget that.
Yeah, we just forget it. So it's essentially a blank state for BBL, which might be a good thing because now Navi doesn't know what they're gonna be facing against.
For the other side of it, though, is just because we have seen BBL ban it out a little bit, that and Pearl, which were the two maps that Na'Vi were allowed to play with at this point, it makes it look a bit more awkward. And for Na'Vi, when they lost against Fnatic over in Locken in the semi-finals, that was the first time that they lost with like their main core since like June of last year. It was like 9 to 10 to 12 games in a row that they were winning. The only time that they lost against DRX was at Copenhagen, where they had a sub in. So this run of form has been tremendous for that FPX core that's moved over to Na'Vi up until that Fnatic loss.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we also mentioned many times that this map pool, this map phase, the pick phase, was definitely won by Na'Vi, and it looks very, very advantageous to Na'Vi right now because they are facing an opponent that was banning, as you said, Ryan, twice in the previous weeks. Once as a first ban and the second time as a second ban. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be moving into Agent Select now here for these two teams, so a chance to see what BBL's been cooking up. Brimstone kicking things off, so nothing too surprising on their side, but Na'Vi continuing to rock some of the more unique picks with, of course,
unique.
Yoru.
Way, let's go!
Why is CNED playing Yoru? When we said
Lothar,
go.
I mean, there's millions of things that you can do on this map on a Yoru. So Yoru can TP have lineups from dish towards side to on A side. You can TP onto the stairs with a flash one way over the top. You can also go from A main to the corner of the side while doing it from sands. So the TP goes through sands, through the doors. There's so many lineups that you can do it. On B side, you can TP straight into tower with a shotgun, control it from there. And also on the defense, you have a one-way flash on the B long to control it early.
You also have a fade for disinformation to shut off the ears to set up the TPs, the paranoia too. But our casters, Tom and Mitch, we're gonna have to make some sense of this crazy world Na'Vi are living in.
Thank you so much. I gotta say, Quickshot's style, I don't know if it's stepped up or stepped down, but it's changed.
I do like the cardigan.
The cardigan, yeah, it suits him. It suits him. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that. A new era. Maybe a new era of Valorant as well. Some of these agent selects have been a little wild. Angel, you know, we've seen him on the Yoru before. This time, a different player. Do you think it's an upgrade? CNED on the Yoru? Will it be better than Angels?
I don't know.
Can it even hope to match Angels?
Well, I'm pretty sure when Angel tried to do this, they lost. And I don't think it was particularly good at all. In fact, that seems to happen quite often whenever they try and run a Yoru, is that maybe the first time it works, which I guess this is technically the first time. They tried Yoru on Icebox. It was hot trash. They tried it on this map before, it was trash. So I'm not the most confident. Also, just to throw this out there, CNED has never played Yoru before.
Yeah, yeah. See, this is somewhere that, as time has gone on, I've become more and more a fan of Yoru. I've started to fall in love a little bit. And I see CNED on him, and I think
Lothar pay you?
This is going to be the moment that I go all in, that I dye my hair blue after seeing CNED do this.
I wish I could.
I'm ready. Oh, wow. You know, you can go for Blue Man Group look. It'll be...
So just paint my head, is what you're saying?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Okay, moving swiftly on. Yeah, I definitely didn't think I'd be talking mostly about the composition of Na'Vi going into this one, but I'll be honest, what BBO is running is fairly normal. Like, they've not really done anything too crazy. I also think that we've not seen that much Zipan on Fade. It's not, I think 3 times he's played it because he's normally playing the KO, and then obviously you have Shao for the Fade. So they're clearly testing some different things. I said it to you already. I would be intrigued to see if they ran this comp if they lost the first map.
Well, that is true. Look, knowing Angel, I will never attempt to see inside that man's mind. That is a scary, scary place. That. But I imagine the rest of the team might be screaming at him, please, please no, don't pick the Yoru if it was this. But we'll see. CNED already down. The agent that we're talking about not finding value here in the pistol was a sneak play up towards Arcade. And a B blitz is what they're looking for afterwards. Killjoy here, 3 players in position. Nade still online for Cutie. A lot. And a Molly for Aslan. They're running into a hell of a lot here.
Yeah, this looks pretty rough, especially with how aggressive some of the players are on the other side of the map. I'm actually surprised we're seeing a rotation. Maybe just looking for somewhat of a read, but I guess with just the amount of util that they have available to them, they don't really need to gamble too much. Angel also destroying the turret, and Xiao has managed to find Kushner. That at least cuts off some of the rotation, and Aslan now getting aggressive. This is starting to look very problematic indeed.
Oh, yeah. Look, once you lose Aslan there as well, at least he'd already got the nanos out, but they'd come the other side, completely bypass his utility and bypass that hold. Now into a 4 versus 2 damage done. Yeah, it's pretty decent. A few tags onto the Na'Vi players, but Suchny and Turco need to be tapping heads on the way through here. This has to be clean if they're to have any hope. And that Viper's wall, it's only going to cause a few more problems for them. That's online now for the rest. They're going to break through, lose a bit of HP, and, well, lose the rest of it shortly after by the looks of things. There we go, 1-0, and Na'Vi take the pistol.
This is going to be one of those sort of interesting things for me because I always remember like the conversations with Ardis and the jokes that were had between him and Angel, where Angel would try and convince him to play Yoru, he would decline, and then Angel would do it himself.
Yep.
Now, he's clearly managed to convince CNED to do it, which and maybe that's a good sign going into the future, that CNED is willing to be more flexible, someone who's renowned for that individual skill on the jet, and mostly that, like not really known for any other agent other, so I think it definitely is a sign that he's willing to try and be more flexible. I'm going to go ahead and predict that Na'Vi win this map, and it's absolutely nothing to do with the Yoru. That's my prediction.
I think you're probably spot on there.
I reckon he gets like 10 to 15 kills, and they still win.
Okay, that's a bold prediction. You've gone in for numbers as well, so
yep.
we can hold you accountable on that. I like that. I enjoy that quite a bit.
If I'm wrong, then it's probably very enjoyable.
It's true, unless he's got 4 kills. And that's... Oh, okay, nice little shot off the rip from Angel. And of course, you're coming in here with 2 pistols as Na'Vi. One of them's already come out to find that kill. It's a nice start. BBL have done damage before with this kind of buy, although it does rely on Na'Vi gambling incorrectly, and then moving towards the site that's stacked up, and they might be. That Yoru you see on B is a decoy. The majority of the team is here, looking to fight. That's where the pistols come blitzing through, and it's a meat grinder spike on the floor. Na'Vi on a man disadvantage, lost another, and the last man standing is Angel. Started this out by tapping with a ghost in the left to finish it in the same fashion.
Oh, this has gone so terribly wrong. There's one of those scenarios where you talk about the fact that they have the risks of their rifles, but the fact is, it was the players with the rifles that were fought. That was the ones that they went peeking into, and BBL just landed every single shot. Turco with a huge multi-frag to bring them back the round, a huge boost for them going into this next one. And well, this is normally the case where you go, okay, well, Na'Vi can still invest a little bit back in because of those players that saved. So you're going to have a rifle onto Angel and onto Saigetsu. So for the Logitech G power-up round, you're basically hoping that all of that power is put straight into those 2 players.
The opportunities that it still gives them sure are good, but landing the shot something different. Saigetsu off to a great start. That's going to be another weapon potentially recovered for the team. And Aslan, okay, good for 1, but that's all. The trades are too quick with 2 players ready to swing on and a Yoru TP that was ready to be used. Gate crashing B, never been easier. They should be able to grab a plant.
The spike hasn't crossed.
That's the one problem.
Yeah, they
waiting for Viper Wall. No, they don't have Viper Wall, so Getsu died.
Yeah, this now becomes a little bit of a problem. There's a real chance to catch this and actually not watching the angle at all. A mistake made, a spam through from Kushner actually doesn't do that much damage at all, but the nade, he can delay. That's the thing. The whole plan is to give some space to Sushni to come in from behind. Even has util to try and bait them out a little bit. And with the stun coming through onto Angel, the peek out from CNED at least will garner them back into an even scenario once again.
The TP. CNED doesn't know there's a player close to him. Great repositioning from Suchny. He was looking to go underneath there. Ends up catching CNED out on the sound cue. This one looks done and dusted. Angel struggling to even plant with the shots through the wall. 1v2, tagged down to 40 to 13. A chance maybe. He needs the headshot on this swing. Suchny is known to be towards main. He could have snuck around, but there he is, and Angel's got him! A gorgeous play from the IGL of Na'Vi to steal back the lead.
Oh, I can't resist myself saying it. They didn't deserve to win that round. The spike didn't manage to cross. They basically got caught by everything Suchny was doing, even with the sort of TP back to go and get it and bringing it up. But Angel just wins them the round. That 1v2 clutch on low HP, and BBL have got to be absolutely kicking themselves. 2-1. Now they come up with sort of a mixed buy of their own. Aslan bringing in a judge and rifles on some of the remaining players. It's been a very weird start. And it sort of matches the end we had to the last map as well.
Yeah, look, we've come out with all things balanced, I suppose. BBL at a bit of a disadvantage. Brave and Aslan in particular certainly have their weaknesses. And they're trying to make up for this with some aggression early. They've got Dish early on. BBL seeing there's no players around there. I don't know if they spotted the cam passive holding north side, which would be... I assume they didn't because they would have shot it. And so for Na'Vi, they still have that control. They know that entire north side is clear. They're fighting south as well, clearing out main. But the foothold is there in the early round. I still think, you know, when you come to that minute mark, Na'Vi are literally just looking for BBL to push. They're just allowing them to play the early round how they want, and late on they'll make these blitz executes if there's no mistakes made.
Suchny utilizing the C's. CNED just trying to take a little bit of extra space into the site, and they're going to be able to get the afterplant for main. This becomes a very difficult scenario, especially with a pistol and a judge to try and get back through. Decent stun though will leave Zipan in a lot of trouble. Still haven't managed to clear him though. Just sat in this corner with support from teammates. He's managed to survive. All that util for nothing.
That's it. It is the support that's coming through. Sagetsu, though, well, he's met his end. They have an idea that Zipan's here on the drop, though. They seem to have forgotten, focused elsewhere as the teammates come out of spawn to deal with him, and they're not doing that. Zipan's got them all. Clean house for him. All 4 remaining players dealt with, and Na'Vi, they continue to extend this lead. Look, a great start to this map when BBL took that second round, but signs of life been fading ever since then.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's been the individuals. Like, just a huge round coming out from Zipan. And that's the thing, they threw so much utility in his direction, but just from the little bit of support he had, they were unable to clear him. And I think they then just forget, they go, okay, well, we've aftershock, we've stunned, we put everything there. There's no way there's still a player there with 2 players here. So it's just an oversight in the end from BBO. Had the right idea and managed to make things, again, very, very costly. And now come back up with another purchase. And their ult's starting to come online. The thing is, though, so are their opponents.
Utility just got spotted coming up and over to B. That orb was seen. Landed right in front of Brave. He hasn't popped the smoke just yet, though. Na'Vi are on their way around. You know, okay, it's buying him a little bit extra time on that smoke rotation coming in from Cutie as well. It was just 1 away from a showstopper. This round could very quickly spiral out of control, not to mention Brave having his orbital strike. Here comes the TP. It's going to move in behind the Viper wall. A safe corner for CNED to play on. A decoy out. They're shooting at it. They're not grabbing anything. Brave was finding a double, but now look who's all alone. It's Aslan. They know where he is. They know he's got a judge as well. I didn't think they'd go pushing him, but Angel had other ideas. They blitzed him from each side, took him out, left no opportunity for any sort of fallback, any sort of safe haven. And BBL only have Turco to try and clutch this out. Might have his Rolling Thunder if he gets a kill, but that is a long shot.
Yeah, he had the spike. That was the reason they were challenging him. The second time we've seen Na'Vi maybe just leave that one behind. We'll see if they eventually end up getting punished for it, because they managed to sort of skate their way through over the last couple of rounds. But that's the thing, they seem to, a lot of what I'm enjoying, it actually comes off of Sagetsu's utility. Like, because he's managing to just make a lot of these battles awkward by having like snakebite lineups for tower and just making sure that there's no retreat for these players battling forward. And even though Brave actually does a fantastic job of getting 2 before going down, it's still just some of those positions that they're able to take while all of this chaos is going on. It kind of works out in their favor.
Thriving in chaos, it's not a new accolade for someone like Angel, that's for sure. This man manufactures it on a daily basis. As we move into round number 6, there's certainly quite a chaotic round ahead of them, potentially. 4 ultis online. BBL have a ton to work with, a ton of responses, but they're not going to be keen to put those out, at least most likely. Just with the pistols to back them up, they kind of need a reason, an excuse to fire something like that out. Here comes the decoy, going to be flashing up. TP not yet used. Here it comes, though. Flash out, gate crash in. He's blinded himself, timing off a little bit, but it's got them to space. And now the site should be theirs. That said, they've lost Xiao on the cross. I mean, was that a blind fire from just miles away with a Sheriff? You don't get those all too often, and a good nade as well. This could get dangerous, and, well, it did.
Yeah, CNED just cleaning things up. Again, a lot of it just seems like, especially in this round, he's just able to farm up some of those kills. Already had his ult online, so it's not going to have a massive difference to anything there. But they managed to sort of rectify things. And again, the issue I'm finding for BBL is it almost seems like they're waiting for Na'Vi to execute onto them. And that, for me, is such a dangerous prospect when you're on a map like Fracture. Like, the amount of times there just hasn't been any map control fought for. You can't allow a team to just, especially a team that's running a composition that ultimately allows them to take huge amounts of space with the likes of a Yoru and clear things out with the likes of a Fade. Like, it's just becoming too easy for them to do anything. Oh, okay, this is a complete change of pace. Like, you have a round where basically you stay completely passive, and this time they fight all the way towards the spawn.
Xiao's managed to catch someone north side, but it's the spike down that's a problem. Showstopper even committed. Cutie really doesn't want to leave this round behind, and BBL, well, they're committing as full as they can now. One downside, Xiao's got his ult. He can actually recover that spike. Potentially. We'll see him make his way up here, but he also needs a foothold to bring that spike too, and right now, no sight control, nothing for him.
But the fact that Aslan has not moved makes me think that they're aware of this. Cushion are also looking to fight forward. Might give him a duel. Actually, could give him a chance to turn this into a 1v3. I don't know if Xiao's going to be expecting anybody to be this close, and he's crossed the second before. Is he actually going to check this? Oh, never mind. No, he didn't check it. I think he just got shot.
The other way.
Yeah, no, that was just him walking backwards. There's no way.
That was a decoy grenade went off in his pocket. He wasn't shooting. Don't worry about that. 5-2. Yeah, look, BBL, they pick up a round, but we need to see a little more from them. That was obviously off the back of a Rolling Thunder showstopper committed early, and they managed to drop the spike. You know, that was not a repeatable round, but certainly one to get you back on the board.
Yeah, and I think that maybe starting to have that realization of, okay, we can't just allow them to have this map control. We've got to start fighting forward. We've got to start putting the pressure on, and they're going to do it again. Look how many players they have building up over towards Dish. 4 getting ready to make that move forward. This is a pretty bold play. I don't know if this is a read, and especially they're walking straight into a cam. So I'm pretty sure if Angels actually manage to see that many players, they could just go executing into this B site.
Bring them down.
I mean, with 4 players making their way, these guys are going back to watch it. I don't think they have an iota of how many of the other side were sat there waiting. Zipan, look, hiding in the corner is not a bad idea a lot of the time, but there's so many players coming. He needs the distraction, and it was there. Firing away from down below, but he's only got the one for his trouble, and here comes an orbital strike. He just accepted his fate there. There was nothing to be done.
Yeah, CNET actually, I think, just using the dimensional drift to get out of there. Take some map control back for the rest of the team. Now they do actually have this time the Viper screen available to cross in towards the site. Rotation coming through for Brave. He's definitely going to hear the step, trying to spam with the Vandal. Almost takes out Xiao. A chance to give them an advantage, and while Turco does get faked out, so he'll be sat back with a Viper's Pit down. This is not going to be an easy retake.
Dimensional Drift and Pit, I mean, already been a pretty expensive round, but I mean, they can be thankful that Brave used his ulti. An Orbital Strike online now could cause some serious problems, but instead, Navi have a great anchor to play off of. Spike being planted, and they're going to try to deny it. They've done exactly that, and that's the Pit down. Only a couple of seconds left. Look who's behind them. A great angle from CNET. But the time here to issue the spike behind, he is out to try and save. Both players that were remaining were on his screen there, Tom. He had a chance, but it's just a little too much to expect from him.
Yeah, it would have been the most CNET thing ever to just somehow manage to win that round, but that was just perfect. The Nightfall that was utilized there from Suchny, I think catches every single player. So then they know exactly where the plant's coming through, they know exactly where the remainder are, and all it really took was that little bit of extra spam. I do think that if you're Zipan here, you're just sat there going, oh, come on, screw you guys. You've after-shot me, stunned me, and utilized that.
That spray from Brave, you know, I thought at first, maybe when they put out that Nightfall, that the trail had sort of given it away for the player who got the kill, that maybe he could see it going into the pit and thought, oh, it's being planted somewhere over there. But that was truly just blind fire that landed, took down the pit, took down the planter, and changed the round entirely. I mean, if he doesn't hit even one of those, that last bullet, who knows how that one ends up. But BBL come out on top. They close in the distance, and now they look for a fight on A main. 3 players up close, and look how passive their B play is. They're just sat back with Killjoy utility holding it. It's not often you see this sort of approach, and when you do, it's often because they have something like a Rolling Thunder, a Showstopper, where you just want to lock down exactly. You want to stay way off the site.
Well, that seems to be the plan. Lockdown retake. Not really going to be anything on the other side to be able to destroy it either, so especially if they can reclaim under. That'll make things quite a bit easier. Again, we're seeing this 3-man push. I've liked this from BBL. They adapted. The first 5 rounds, they were super passive, waiting for these pushes to come through. Now, they don't expect Angel to be here, but even still, a 1-for-1 trade. And now the rest of Na'Vi, they kind of have to get a move on because they are being crunched on.
Oh, a sneaky play.
30 seconds left.
Just watching Zipan for a moment. He's sticking around behind, trying to catch someone making their way in late, but they haven't caught Cutie. That angle, that timing, perfect. They've got through the smoke at just the right time, though. CNET ends up, missing it by a bullet. So close, but, well, he's in a lot of trouble now. They're trying to find him. He's not going to get the weapon out. Surely that was a little too close. We've come back to a 2v2. A shot from Xiao puts them ahead, and they've spotted Cutie. They know where he is, and defusing this, it should be difficult. The time on their side, and it's not even being stuck. A double swing, but he's got it. Cutie lands him for 3. BBL should not have gotten away with that round, but their savior here at the last second. A clutch, a Red Bull clutch at that. And this game is still anyone's.
That's absurd. That's one of those plays as well from Na'Vi where you go, you did the right thing. Like, you swing him together, and he just manages to correct the spray enough to land the shots. I've actually been enjoying seeing it as well, because it just does seem like it's all-out aggression that he's able to just pull off on this Yoru. He's been so irritating to play against, but as you mentioned, just a split second. And that was that whole round. It came down to the finest of margins. But BBL are starting to bring this one back. And no matter what we say about like sort of Na'Vi going into this map choice, Mitch, okay, you're going to have yourself the Yoru on attack. I don't think anybody's too worried about that. Like the amount of space you can take, the amount of positions that you can create that become awkward, okay, it's going to be interesting. Now, maybe on defense, Cned's going to be playing like an op TP setup. Like we've seen a few players do that in the past, but other than that, I am a little bit skeptical about what the plan is there. So I expect Na'Vi to get the majority of their rounds on the attack.
That's fair. That is fair. Obviously, it's really tough to imagine what we're going to see from really both of these teams. BBL being an unknown, moving into Fractured. Na'Vi with this composition, certainly throwing some question marks up in the air. But the reality is, I did not think it would be this close with Na'Vi winning out that pistol, getting that early, or yeah, it was the pistol, yeah, and then it was fought back and forth.
So
we end up,
Sharon,
Na'Vi win round 1, lose round 2, but they end up 5-1 in the lead. And now, well, BBL are hot on their heels. That's not the arc I thought that this story was going on. Na'Vi running away with the game is very much the storyline that I subscribe to.
Especially after Zipan gets like the 4K, like you also had the 1v2 clutch. Like a lot of the rounds that Na'Vi have won have actually come down to the finest of margins, just like that last one did. I feel like the scoreline's actually reasonably fair, especially since BBL have started to challenge. Like, that's been the main thing. When they were playing super passive, I was thinking this game is over. Like it just didn't look like a team that knew what they were doing on this map, but they've adapted. They've started to fight for control. They've started to make a lot of these executions a lot more awkward. I think Cned's about to try and TP in behind them. He is indeed. Completely blind. A beautiful setup coming through, but Suchi's still here. He's still alive, well, he was.
I love the idea, man. The Nightfall, and just as it lands, the TP comes through. That player blinded up, unaware of what's going on, where they could be. Really, really nice game plan there for Na'Vi, and I think some of those ideas are always great to look at. When they swap over to the defensive side, it's not as easy to set those sort of things up. Like you're saying, this is where the value, I think, can be found for Na'Vi on this attack, and rounds like that definitely underline it.
But that was always the coolest things about teams like PaperX when they ran like a Yoru on Bind. It was, the Yoru was a big part of their set plays. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, yeah, we're just going to send Jason and he's going to try and kill everyone. It was like, okay.
Which would be a good strategy as well,
yeah,
let's be honest.
He's pretty good at that sort of stuff. But it was also just that they had so many different plans. It's like, okay, we're going to wait for them to push. We're going to Nightfall. We're then going to have a flash that pops in the player's face as they try to turn away. So the guy is literally blind, deafened, and marked. And then Cned, you're going to TP in to an angle that he's not going to check and get a free kill. Like, that's the easiest kill of Cned's entire life, and it's all based around everything that Na'Vi put into that plan. So if they got more stuff like that, I'm sold. But we'll see.
Just look at that from his perspective. He just saw him. He's looking towards main. He's like, oh, there's a Nightfall coming for me. I'll try run out of it. Oh, there's a flash in front of me. I'll turn around. Now I'm hit by Nightfall. I'm blinded, and I've just been shot in the side of the head by a guy who shouldn't have been behind that box. How could he even be there? Well, gate crash. That's how. You know, not many players are going to be comfortable, like second nature comfortable with playing against this as well.
The 10 to 15 kills might be, he's already at 14, so I might be in a bit of trouble with that prediction.
Well, listen, Tom, we didn't even, the best part is we didn't even ask you for a number. You know, that was your own volition.
But
look at this hold. This is dangerous. 2 players on the firing squad, but that flash was gorgeous. Great work from Turco.
No, he's been imperative in their aggressive setups, and Cned going to be taking that space onto the back of A's site. Xiao, as well, has managed to find another opener. And the thing is, with the lurk coming through from Angel, they might start going back in the other direction. Xiao actually has his TP as well, if they desire it.
They're leaving the TP. They're leaving the TP all the way through, but they've spotted it. I mean, Cutie is fully aware that that is
that's another ruse.
A possible play. And exactly, look at where Cutie, look at his pathing. He's moving back, he's looking over here, and then finally the TP comes through and it's a fake. He's not even sure where to go himself now. That player could have ran all the way back around to be at this stage, but instead they've been waiting the entire time to make this play, get that spike onto the site.
Showstopper.
Double shrouded step. 30 seconds left. And here we go. Cutie is close with the showstopper, but I don't see him blind firing that. They do know he's in the corner though. That might be the selling point.
Spike planted.
He's taking damage. He's going to go down. That's huge. And then with this showstopper and the retake, there's a real opportunity for them to get back into this one. CNED knowing that, okay, I need to try and play that a little bit more aggressive. Counter flash out to try and buy them a little bit of time, but both are now completely committed to main.
Oh, he really thought they'd be close on that one. Still, it works out just fine. One more angle cleared, one less to worry about, and he's looking right at CNED's head when he rounds the corner. Team Ace, BBL up to 5. And all in all, this is a solid half for them again. Lost the pistol, went 5-1 down. And this is the map that we very much said they're dead in the water when it comes to. They needed Ascent if they were to push to map 3, but BBL are contesting that theory.
But this is the cool thing. They've clearly got a lot of set plays of their own, which I think have been imperative for them being able to deny Na'Vi the ability to go for their set plays. Because that's the thing with this composition, is you're going to have a lot of cool ideas, but ultimately if a team can disrupt those and stop you from doing them in the first place, then it kind of falls flat on its face. And that's what BBL have done over the last like 5 or 6 rounds. So great work from them. Again, they're going to be challenging for the extremity. Is a chance for Angel to get a free kill. Was that Kushin going for the orb?
I would hope
Surely not. It must have been Turco, right? Because Kushin is so far away from home.
So ulti right through, and this is an ambitious play to say the least. He doesn't know there's a player beside him. Oh, that's a disaster. Unlucky for CNED. You got to look both ways before crossing that street. And BBL, it left him as roadkill. Quick plant, though, for Zipan. Something to work with later. But look at the utility. 3 players up above. There's nowhere he can go except backwards. And even then, if you turtle up, you're going to lose that fight. They need some ground to fight for and to fight with. And it's just not coming their way. BBL storming into the site, winning every fight, and Xiao's got to clutch it out. No flash for him here. And that's all she wrote. 6-6 at halftime. An impressive display from BBL, it has to be said.
A great recovery. Recovery after what was an incredibly shaky start. We start to see just them sort of group up, start challenging for lots of different map control, and basically just catch Na'Vi off guard multiple times. Like the amount of sort of stun aftershock plays. I think although like currently middle of the pack in terms of the scoreboard, Turco has been incredible. Like the amount of times you've just watched that his utility has been a difference maker in these rounds. Really impressed with what he's been able to do. And I honestly, I think Na'Vi also had a lot of cool ideas. I think in a lot of the early rounds, just how aggressive CNED actually was, even if he wasn't using his utility and was just running through smokes and taking fights, I think that was something that BBL had to adapt to. But they did.
They did.
And that's the thing that's great about this, because you normally look at BBL, especially going into a fracture, and go, okay, if their initial plan goes wrong, they're screwed. Like, this is going to fall apart. But that wasn't the case. I don't even know if they necessarily took a pause. I think it was just like, okay, we know what we need to be doing now. Let's just go back to our own game plan.
It's one of the things that we've noted the entire time that we've been seeing BBL here. Again, despite the KC game to start, which was devastating as a loss, especially
Still
with KC
close,
and how
though.
they've followed on. Yeah. But then we move on to that Fnatic game, and they looked incredible. And from day one, you could see the discipline was there. You could see the level of play elevated far beyond what it had been at before. And when you're in these scenarios where a team is pulling something out that's to put you on the back foot, to make you uncomfortable, this is where that discipline and that structure is so important, because to pivot, to make adjustments in the game when you have a chaotic game plan is very, very difficult. For the majority of teams, for the majority of IGLs, it's fixing something that isn't already a clear, concise system. It's very difficult to make those small adjustments. But with BBL being as refined as they are right now, they can focus on just fixing issues that are developing on site, that are happening because their opponent is causing them, as opposed to spending the whole time trying to get on the same page desperately and just looking messy. They've looked better, and it's showing here in this score. Neck and neck at halftime, already they're going to have their heads held high, and now they move to the attack side. The only difference with this map and some of the others, normally, this is where they could feel more comfortable from the extent that Na'Vi would be on the defense. Yeah. But on this map, you tend to take the first step forward a little bit more often on that defensive side. You can still innovate and set the pace.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is going to be, like, you've got both a Cypher and a Viper available, so you can play these sort of more passive holds from Na'Vi. So I'm going to be interested to see how they sort of balance that out with the fact that they have a Yoru and a Fade. Because, like, you can also just play the one-ways off the back of Xiao and really delay a lot of these pushes, but you can't really play passive with the Yoru. It doesn't work.
No, it's not something that you'll see all too often. Even just for the quicker TPs, you spot info on A, nobody there, you're TP'd, you're on B side, those sort of things. And it is just more common to see the aggression. That's why we're seeing CNET push all the way down under, had support from Xiao for a moment, but now it's just going to be him taking this fight against 3 in the TP, not quite as quick as Chamber, unfortunately. He's caught in the animation, that's stunned perfect onto Xiao. Does Aslan want to contest? No, he gives it up.
Managing to use the Viper screen as an escape and leaving single defender on the other side. Xiao, as clean as ever, is going to give them another kill, another advantage in this second pistol round. And the rest of the team, at least on the attack, starting to try and build back up to still hit into this B site, but they are losing these individual fights. This is an optimistic battle to take, and well, maybe a little over-optimistic.
Yeah, it had to be timing there, like while he swings out to watch Arcade or something, but Sagensu was staring straight at the angle, ready for it. Looks like another pistol loss for BBL. Brave gonna have to put on his brave face for a 1v4. First already under his belt, but no more to be found. That's Na'Vi with another pistol round. We've said it a million times, you win both pistols on a map, you usually win the map, but a little different here with how close it's ended up being.
If you win both pistols on a map, your opponent doesn't play, then I think you should definitely close out the map. But yeah, that was the thing, it was actually the later half that BBL actually came back and started winning, so it is possible that they build into this one again. We're actually seeing 3 Bulldogs. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel a little bit dirty. Like it's just like, I feel like I need a wash after seeing 3 Bulldogs and 2 pistols.
It's a powerful buy, I think, when you combine it with some of the utility that can be in play. But I mean, even looking at Angel in this one, right?
What about him? What about him, bro? Sorry, you were looking at Angel. What did you want to look at Angel about?
It's okay.
You were saying something about Angel and looking at him.
Yeah, I thought, really important to have his traps online. Good thing he he had all that utility invested into.
Yeah. Okay. So what bit of Angel's utility should I be looking at?
The trap. You can see it there on the wall. It was holding the info as they push up, but
that's cool.
Yeah, it's not doing that anymore. Unfortunately, a little unlucky on the timing, but these things happen. BBL, they've got the man advantage. The Bulldog has been picked up though, similar to what we saw in the previous map. Yeah. You lose a player early in this, sure, it's a rifle down, but then one of your pistols just picks that up and you're right back to square one.
See, this is, looking at this map right now is just wild.
It's strange.
Like it's almost like it's in reverse. Because you've got all the attackers basically moving their way in towards this A side, which currently has nobody on it. It's completely clear.
They're both attacking A. Both teams are attacking A right now.
30 seconds left.
Now, getting past this turret is not going to be easy. I think they were maybe hoping that there'd be some sort of gap. Space going to be taken by Kushina. Not going to have too many problems getting the plant, although there was a moment there for Xiao. But yeah, I still just feel like retaking with Bulldogs is going to be a problem. But they actually smoked off the turret.
Smart play. Decoy going out, but it's not even spotted. Look, these players are turtled up on the side. They don't have space to fight from. Nade is decent. Turco's just gotten a double. Excuse me? CNED's TP at least saving them somewhat, but this has gotten a little bit too close for comfort. Turco looking to work his magic yet again. He's not able to land the fight just yet, and in the end, it will not go his way. But one hell of a fight from that man and from BBL. Good damage, but because of the buy that's come in, 3 kills only translates to 1 Bulldog lost, which...
Yeah, they'll buy rifles.
That's the real sting of that round. Even though it feels like you made it super close, the impact isn't there.
Yeah, and now it basically comes down to BBL to face off against almost a full buy. And if you lose this round, Na'Vi are just going to springboard straight into it. So that's the thing that makes this one that little bit more awkward, and it definitely is a Logitech G power-up round, because if Na'Vi get this one over the line, they could basically just run away with this half. So still, Turco doing a lot of damage. It seems to be the maestro of those second rounds. by the looks of it, they might be about to pick up the pace a little bit in towards this B site early, but already just being hit by a bucket load of utility in the early stages of the round.
Yeah, the stopping power from Na'Vi over here is certainly strong, and I think their disruption as well with CNED floating around. There's so many problems to consider for BBL, and right away, after running into that utility, they take the orb, they pump the brakes. Now, they haven't gone back yet. They're holding for a peak. Maybe looking for this team to retake that control, right? You haven't seen anybody for 20, 30 seconds, and that's when you'll start to make your way forward. What's coming their way is a decoy, and I think they're still going to shoot it just off instinct, just for precaution. You don't want to give CNED that half a second window to adjust his aim, and you are done. But with that, you know, this is great information for Na'Vi. They put out that decoy, they see there's still players there, and I think at this point, they've got a good read on what's going down.
The thing is, Brave should be able to get his orbital strike. Like, I think that's the goal. Pick up the orb on one side, go back over to the other side, retrieve that orb for the orbital strike, and then that can take them an awful lot of space. Actually, look at where Angel is. He's just given up the site, I think realizing how likely that ult is to come in. And after setting up his teammate to take the space, Na'Vi are having to play this full retake.
Yeah, conceding it completely, actually. You know, for a second, I saw CNED go for the fight on site, catch them coming out of drop, but they decide instead that it's towards A main, they've got to take it. The TP, oh. I mean, the TP's not in a great spot here. I think that was more for the initial fight. Now it's time to make their way towards the site. Flashes have been good to keep them off the angles, but when the duels come in, they go BBL's way. 7 on the board now, and that was a blink and you miss it conclusion to the round. A blitz, followed by a flurry of frags.
Yeah, they didn't even need the orbital strike in the end. Brave was still just sat back holding. And the thing is, Na'Vi do well to sort of, like their flashes were sublime. Like you saw pretty much everybody peeking in towards main get caught by the initial Yoru flash. Then you also had, I think, a Paranoia coming through, which catches half the team as well. They're just not able to capitalize. And then at that point, it comes down to raw individual fights. And I think you're going to bank on BBL the majority of the time it comes down to that.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, when you go in and try to raw aim duel some Turkish players, you are making a mistake, the majority of times, at least. One round between them. And BBL, they might be trailing, but they're certainly starting to pick up some steam. They're starting to look solid. Rifles in play for Na'Vi, though, could cause problems. The ultimate's stronger for BBL, so the safety nets definitely looking good for this attack side. Starting to move their way towards the B site. Again, Angel's utility set up masterfully here, Tom. Hopefully it doesn't go down right away.
Yeah, that would be a shame, wouldn't it?
That never happens, though.
See, now playing off site again. I think realizing that with Nightfall available, orbital strike, you don't want to be anywhere near that tower. It's going to connect onto absolutely no one. The trip is perfect. Saigetsu gets one for free. That's Kushina down. Not a man you want to be losing early in this round. And with an opportunity to get into an afterplant. They're actually going to get him. It's the snake bite and then spam coming through from Angel. Doing so much in terms of damage, not getting the kills for it necessarily, but now they have to try and fight forward. Aslan looking like he's in no man's land, just looking to try and get something here. And Saigetsu get his third, fourth even, maybe even trying to go for the ace, and it's left all on to Suchny.
There you go. An ace in the end. Just unfathomable stuff out of this man, and that sends them into a 2-round lead. It also puts a lot of stress on BBL. They've committed their ultimates to that, you know, for quite a while now. We've seen that orbital strike be held. It was thrown in for that very fight. Yeah. And they had some good positions as well to catch Na'Vi off guard.
That's the thing. This round is a perfect example of Na'Vi reading exactly what their opponents are going to do. Like, okay, you know they have Nightfall. Let's stand in spots where no matter where they use this Nightfall, unless they put it straight in towards the spawn, it's not going to get anybody. Let's set up our trip so that all we have to do is catch someone, and then we can get them on the cross. Like, that was just masterfully played by Na'Vi, and BBL fell for everything. And now you kind of look at the buy that's coming back in. You mentioned ults. Those are gone. It's a rough spot for BBL.
You could see the intention as well, even from the get-go. Just look over on the B side at the Viper wall that's in play. Very different to last round. It was horizontal, cutting off Heaven and cutting off the push from Arcade. Literally, that is a retake wall that went out last round. They telegraphed it from second one. BBL weren't able to spot that in time. They ran into the trap, and now that's going to be in the back of their mind. Their economy down low, weaknesses starting to show. Na'Vi sitting pretty. Silva Vipers pit to work with as well if things go awry. Xiao seem to be in a bit of trouble, and indeed taken down after just one. This could be scary. CNED throwing out some of his utility. The decoy spotted, but they're not going to destroy it. The flash is good, but nothing really. He got the one on the last bullet, but that trade puts Brave in with a chance to get that sight.
Opportunity for the spike, but he's going to need some support from Aslan. It's just going to have to be the default plant. And Aslan, in the meantime, has actually decided to get that little bit more aggressive. This battle between him and Saigetsu could actually be everything, but in fact, they're going to avoid each other. And now he's screwed. He has to basically catch them on the cross and hope that nobody goes through main, because he doesn't have an angle on this spot whatsoever. He knows where the cam is, has seen that no one's crossed to the side just yet, but he doesn't get anything on the cross. Just hoping to pre-aim Angel, and instead Angel is going to close out the round. 10 now on the board for Na'Vi. They are starting to run away with this defensive half.
Yeah, they definitely are, and in many different ways as well. This isn't the same game plan that BBL have to break. This is a ton of options that Na'Vi have up their sleeves. Now rocking in with 3 ultimates. Like I said, Viper's Pit is available, but CNED's also got his as well. This starts to get really tough at Dimensional Drift. You can just grab them all that information, quicker rotations, and we've already seen CNED have quite a lot of success with those gate crashes. I think that, again, the discomfort playing against the Yoru is, I mean, it's almost unimaginable. He can be anywhere. If there's a gap that's left for that teleport to make it by that gate crash, if it's not spotted on the way through, then you're done. And we've seen it even when it was spotted, that CNED planned for that to be the case, that they were using it to fake them out, to drag rotations. Like, there's some smart play behind this utility, and BBL are running out of time to come up with a solution.
Yeah, I think even just his flashes as well, just being able to sort of peek off the back of them and delay as much as he has, it's looked decent. And the thing is, the rest of the team is still just going strong. Like, the timing of some of the peaks they had there through the doors, Zipan getting a free kill, and then just basically reading exactly where the last player was. There seemed to be opportunities at times, but every single time we've seen Na'Vi sort of lean into almost playing these retakes, and every single time it seems to be working out for them. BBL, they need a response, and again, they're very close to a lot of ults. This is where I expect them to play a bit of a slower round, fight for those ultimate orbs, and then come back in with a pretty strong take onto the site.
Well, a few seconds remaining, and barriers go up. BBL so close to a lot of these ultimates, plenty of orbs to be fought for. The pace, though, different from Na'Vi. They're blitzing up north side, spotting it's clear. And from here, where do they move with the round? You know, if you're defensive side, you know that it's going to be south side push. They've got utility on B, and that's the backup they needed. The Viper's Pit just to double down on A main. At this point, there's not really an easy solution. Maybe an arcade cross. I mean, that's the one place that they've left kind of open, and the move up into heaven. Outside of that, they're sitting pretty on this A site, and that's exactly where BBL are making their way towards.
Zipan with an opportunity here. Slight misread initially on the position, but instead he's going to drop the spike. He now has his Nightfall as well, so can make this even more awkward. Saigetsu just surviving within his Viper's Pit. He's not going to get taken out. He holds the line, and now Cutie is the only one left. 1 versus 5, spike on the ground, 40 seconds, and a miracle needed.
I mean, this would have to be the best round we've seen out of BBL, out of probably anyone to date. Surrounded and up against one of the best teams in the world. That's the expected outcome, 11-7. 2 more rounds now for Na'Vi to walk away with this series 2-0. Add another loss to BBL's track record, and it's devastating when we consider how close they've been. Even in that Fnatic game, they could have won that series 13-11, I believe, on the last map. And a convincing Ascent for them. BBL, indeed, even here on Ascent, that could have been the opportunity to push it up all the way, but now the hardest challenge for them, their opponent's map, one they haven't played this year, and one that they're not looking too hot on just yet. Ultis to fall back on maybe, but Na'Vi have just the same.
Yeah, the problem is as well, they're basically playing for OT. The weaponry that they've invested is not a heavy purchase. And also just look at the control that Na'Vi have managed to take. They have altered their positions every single round. Like, you look at the take that's going for, I think BBL are almost going to be confused. In Angel's position, Aslan just not checking it. The flash gets nothing, and Angel just taking this round on his own. Sujni the only one remaining, and while Saigetsu will put him in the dirt. But what an absurdity from Angel with that 4K. And well, if they weren't mentally checked out before, they are now.
Yeah, that might do it for you. Also, Angel's got the neural theft, so watch out. This round,
that's why Cougar's so excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, she sees that ult online. You know it's about to go crazy. 5 in a row needed for BBL here to get back into it. It really doesn't feel like a deserved scoreline. Again, looking at the game, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Na'Vi, I want to see BBL have that consistent form to them. They've got all the right pieces, but right here, Na'Vi, they're putting them together better. The puzzles coming into full shape, and for BBL, the push on B. All 5 players looking here, a passive play, watching the flank, and this is going to be Turco with a triple! Absolutely ripping their heads off. Nothing left for Na'Vi in this round already. It's a 2v5 and they've got rifles. What's just happened?
I'm starting to think that Turco should just play Sheriff. Like, genuinely. We've seen multiple rounds now where he just seems to rip heads the second he has that gun in hand. And it wasn't even like they sort of solo peaked. He was just able to somehow take those fights with his team. The thing is, though, this round's not done. Turco going down gives a slight opportunity. Financially, Na'Vi are in an amazing spot. These players can all die and it's not going to cause any issues. They might look to make this one as costly as possible. Xiao even teleporting into the site, he's going to go down, and Zipan will as well. BBL, their lifeline has been grasped off the back of Turco, but they need 4 more of those.
And this is it. Na'Vi are constantly switching up how they're holding these sites. We saw just a moment ago Angel playing with his camera, watching on arcade. This, okay, yeah.
It's just grotesque.
All 3 in a row as well? No, that is actually ridiculous. But we saw that Angel was holding it with his camera on arcade. They had that Viper wall in play, and then you had Sagetsu playing up close, like a triple bait. First you see the utility, then the wall, then the Angel, and then Sagetsu turns you into one. I mean, really nice setups that were in play. It didn't get challenged, and it didn't get seen. So maybe that'll come into play further down the line if BBL can manage to keep it going.
So what we've been waiting for. Looked like there was a chance for CNED to get a collect. He's going to get tagged up. Ultimate online if he needs to escape, but they don't actually opt to fight him after.
You should run. Can't use that
Lockdown
yet.
going to be put into play. CNED going to try and hold on until the very last second, wanting to try and catch someone as they go peeking. They're not going to. He needs to escape, and that's exactly what he'll do into the retake, as they now will get that B site.
Still has his ulti to play with as well. Angel, what? He's caught them with their pants down. That's the spike on the floor. The final nail in BBL's coffin. Surely they can't hear a thing. The nightfall had deafened them, and up behind CNED goes. Unreal stuff from Na'Vi. 2-0 here. BBL, they've been a team that can compete, that have put it to some of the best. Even that Fnatic game, it was close, but Na'Vi came in here and they set the record straight. Unbelievable.
I still can't believe that. It's even like the initial setups that they ran into of Angels, they were like, okay, we've now got to be careful of all the trips when he's playing out of the site. The second they break the trip, he spams with a Vandal through smoke and gets 2 kills. It's just straight BS.
What do you do?
You've got to be completely infuriated if you are on that side of BBL. But that's the thing. Unfortunately, it's another day where they haven't managed to take the win home. And I think that in that second map, we kind of got what we expected. Maybe not with the comp, maybe not with what was brought in, and maybe even not with that first half being so close. But going into those defensive setups, I think that's when Na'Vi really was shining. They were so impressive with just how versatile they were all the way through that second map. And again, even though BBL in the first map brought it close, they just can't get these games over the line. And I think that's genuinely one of the problems we have for this team at the moment, is they can compete with anyone, they just can't finish off a series.
Well, that's the thing. Look, you can look at their scoreline, and maybe even coming in, you would think they'd be 0-3 down. I think definitely one of the lower teams within the tournament on the impression they gave us. But when they started out here, the promise was massive. Now, though, at 0-3, this season becomes so tough. They have got Fnatic and Na'Vi out the way, though. I mean, that's the upside. You have two of the strongest teams behind you, and it's not like they got stomped. It's not like there was no sign of life. Even when you look at the Prime Gaming match highlights, you can see that throughout both of these maps, a lot of the highlights are shared. Right? It is BBL having their fair chunk of change in there as well. There were some incredible rounds, and like you said, and that 5-1 lead, I believe, so many of those rounds that Na'Vi won were incredibly close. They were down to 4Ks, 1v2s, and all these sorts of things. It shows you the promise, but ultimately, that's all we've gotten to see from BBL this season was the promise, never the delivery.
Yeah, I think that's the main issue. If it starts to get to the point where you go, okay, I like what you're trying to do, but until you win a game, it's almost irrelevant. And we've seen it from the majority of other teams at this point, that they have been able to close out games. Talk about Foot just yesterday, where they come through and they get themselves a huge victory. They've shown how competitive this league is, and if anything, that's more terrifying for BBL, because we've seen it in the past, dare I say, I feel like Zesh is going to cry, but from Big, where it was like, okay, there were so many games they could have won, and then it took them, well, a couple of seasons to ever do it. I hope that's not going to be the case with BBL, but it's been proven already that whether they play versus Fnatic, Carmine Corp, Na'Vi, or whoever's coming up, it's always close, but they don't win.
Oh, exactly. It's always close. This time, the win not to be found. It was Na'Vi who took that dub. So let's go on down to the stage where I believe Quickshot is standing by with Xiao for an interview.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Xiao and Na'Vi. Let's go straight out the gates. How was the series from your perspective? Was it as expected? Was it a little bit harder? Because it seemed to be quite close from me watching backstage.
In general, it was like pretty predictable or serious because we did really good scouting. We had 1 week to prepare, and usually teams can't change like a lot. Plus, they left Fracture open, so we picked it. It's our confident map. And in general, yeah, I'm happy that we won with 2-1 now.
Very nicely done. I think in particular, Ascent, on the analyst desk, we were talking about how much information there was to learn and the ability to play into it. It worked. I wanted to ask how you felt about the Sage pick. It's not something we see very often in team compositions on Ascent. Were you happy with how it worked? And is it something that you are believing in or just experimenting with?
It's not experiment, first of all, because we used to play Sage on Ascent, and we just decided that it's a good pick against BBL, like in attack. And as you see, it worked pretty well.
Yeah, it did. I mean, you ultimately got the win. Something that some of the viewers and fans at home, as well as the analyst desk, have been talking about is some of these more wacky picks, experimental picks, slightly different picks. We saw the Gecko, the Euro, the Sage, not things we're seeing from any other team. Is it experimenting? Is it just how Navi's playing the game? Talk to me a little bit about some of the decisions that go into those agents.
Okay, I will open you a little secret.
Oh, yes.
It's just, and one day Angel can come up with some idea, for example, Euro on Fracture, and we just do it. Like, because we trust our captain, and so on, and as you see, it's also worked.
Well, definitely did. Okay, standing 2-1 in the series right now. I want to look ahead to next week. You're going to be playing up against Heretics. They'll be playing in the next series today. So how much can you learn from the series you're going to play against Fnatic? And how do you think it'll work out for you next week?
We will see. I'm not going to open our cards. So we will see, guys, in 1 week.
Perfect. All right, Shah, I'm going to give you one opportunity. Would you like to say anything to the fans and viewers at home? Send a message either from yourself or from Na'Vi.
Sure. Thank you for cheering for Na'Vi, guys. We are 2-1, and we are going to Tokyo soon. Thank you.
I love that. Going to Tokyo. Shao, thank you so much. Congratulations. Bring it to an ad break. When we come back, Fnatic take on Heretic.
3, 2, 1. Brilliant. Experience. Don't talk. I know. Eric.
Bull gives you wings.
Showers yet, the second. Oh my gosh! Wait! I need to live this.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
And welcome back to the analyst desk after Na'Vi pick up the series win 2-0. We're going to close out this series by taking a look back at some of the highlights, as well as picking out a couple of specific rounds to talk about. But we just heard that from Xiao, pretty much went as expected, basically implying they knew exactly what was going to happen from their opponents, and they were able to answer that, especially on something like Ascent.
Thank you, Ender. So, I was actually very happy when I heard Xiao mention that the Sage was picked for attack side and not defense. That's actually reaffirmed what we have been talking about on Ascent. But let's talk a little bit about Fracture, because there was some insanity happening here. Like, I was very happy to see Yoru being picked. It's the first time ever we have it in VCT EMEA, and now we only have 3 other agents that weren't picked, and that's Phoenix, Yoru was the not picked, and Chamber and Reyna, and hopefully that last one stays that way.
Yeah, with any luck. And also, I think all things considered, seeing Ed on the Euro didn't look that bad. Was it as maybe as accomplished as maybe what Forsaken's been doing? Absolutely not, but he was fitting into the puzzle pieces that they were trying to put together. It sounds like they just sort of did this on a whim on a day, and the fact that Ed sort of fell into it and still was able to have some form of impact was nice. It wasn't amazing, but it was decent considering the circumstances.
Yeah, I would say that there were not many set plays being in place for the Yoru in the composition, because as you mentioned, for Forsaken, I was actually speaking with Forsaken a lot when it comes how they approach the Yoru in compositions, and it's typically a set figure, you know, in an execution. Here it would look like it was kind of slotted in. We have seen some cool plays with a Fade ultimate to cut off the noise so he can TP behind people. There was also being tried with a Omen Paranoia to cut down the sound as well. It's kind of similar to what I said about Sage on Ascent actually, when it comes to that.
I have a question. Out of 10, how would you rate Cena's Yoru?
I will answer very politically correct. So I would say that Yoru can be played in various different ways. He's very flexible.
Let's give it a 7 out of 10.
You can play it the way you want it because of your playstyle. So I would say that CNET in his own playstyle played it well.
The thing that I appreciate, Xiao actually explicitly called out, I tried to poke the bear a little bit about the experimentation, the cooking, the approach to compositions, and he said it is not an experiment. They trust individual players. If someone has an idea, they're going to explore it. And then he was quite brash, and it worked. It did. Okay, so now listen. I've got 2 rounds prepared that I want to watch from sort of beginning to end, because I think they kind of capture a snapshot of how this entire series played out. Let's start with round 3 from the map that we just saw. Ultimately, we'll end in Angel clutching this one out. But listen, Lothar, talk to me about like the trades, the setups, the smoke that came in a little bit late as well.
Yeah, I was like watching this round, I was sitting, oh, they're playing very patiently and smart, because when they get this site, the spike is stuck right now on long B, as you can see. But they're not pushing over like to the side with the spike, because they know that Fade has to cross out in the open. So I was like, this is very smart and patient play, because they're waiting for the smoke to go down from the cooldown, because Xiao doesn't have it yet. So they're waiting for it, and in the worst possible moment, Fade tries to cross with the spike, and you can see the Omen smoke form right now. So this was very chaotic to that point.
A bit more frantic too. It just seems that like losing the Viper as they're going for these late lurks just seemed to throw them off a little bit. Seeing Ed again in this position. I don't know what Angel was doing today, because he was absolutely farming some of these clutches and the impact he had on the Cypher. He looked in great form, but it is just one of those cases of, even though the scoreline was pretty dominant in the side of Na'Vi, there were still some crazy rounds that should have been a bit more clinical, perhaps.
There were many 1v2 clutches in this game, by the way.
Yeah.
And this one here from Angel, we have seen a lot of multi-kills, and by the way, I don't know how it is possible that he just, you know, he kind of says, this round I'm playing Vandal, this round I'm playing Phantom, and it seems like even though he's playing a character that benefits from having the Phantom, he is having many confident rounds when he just sprays through a smoke with Vandal, gets a double kill, and he's like, I did a great choice. Yeah. Great choice.
Trips did a lot of work, especially when we moved over to BBL attacking. It was just like straightforward tripwires, right, on the Cypher. Constantly catching BBL while they're going for like those B executes. We even saw a Trip that was like high up on A main, ready to catch like a Raze trying to like satchel through and drop. If that catches somebody in this tournament, like, that would have been insane, but as of right now, not yet. It's going to be weird to sort of see how that plays out overall.
Well, ultimately, Na'Vi come out with one. We got one more round that I want you to break down on the Telestrator for us. Talk a little bit about things that you noticed and what can we learn from how Na'Vi picked this up for next week's games.
So this is kind of a similar vibe to the round that we just broke down on the desk, because there's a nice idea behind this round, but the execution fell a little bit short for Na'Vi. So what they're trying to do right now is they lost 2 players on the south part of the map in the spawn, but fortunately the spike is on Omen over Ditch. And the idea is that they are trying to gather the space from Dish with 2 characters that have mobility utility built in them so they can be a little bit more confident in the way they approach the round. So when we're gonna play the round, pay attention to Yoru TP that is gonna go towards the stairs. That is the very important part of this round because he's gonna clear the entire site and then use his clone while he's gonna be on the stairs to clear a main. Then Breach dies from Omen on Dish, and now this is the moment where the Yoru TP, the second one that is going to be put into CT, actually pays dividends. So right now we can't see it because it's in the smoke, but it goes through next to Raze. Raze sees this TP, and now she's going to be paying attention to it for the duration of the round, which allows the Omen to gather the space again from Dish and TP onto site and use a double shrouded step to get into position to plant. But unfortunately, when that will happen, the diversion works, the fake TP makes the Raze go back into spawn, which clears the space for the Omen to go onto the site. But unfortunately, the indecisiveness when it comes to the position of the plant is gonna be the demise for Na'Vi. As you can see, double shrouded step, he was in safety, but then plants for A main because of Cypher in Yoru's position. But we have seen an answer from BBL in form of a Brimstone Molly that was being put in the corner, which just killed the planter. So the plan was there. I really liked the execution. The problem was that they just planted too late, and that allowed BBL to just foil this entire complicated plan with double mobility being used with just a single molly.
Right, so they ended up losing that particular round, but ultimately Na'Vi come out with the win. I want to go back to a quote that we had from Angel in the interview with Yinsu. I want to ask, why so hard? Was this series hard? Was this series made more difficult?
Yeah, it's like, even if you look at it on paper, I think it was Na'Vi were 7 out of 8. They'd be in 5v4 situations, they'd get the first kill, and they'd comfortably win out a lot of those rounds. But then you watch like the round 3 that we highlighted, where they were all caught by the lockdown over on Ascent, where they were like dropping the spike and Angels TPing back and forth trying to get into a spot because the spike was like left on A. It was a couple of moments where it's like, it looks good on paper, the results are good, beating BBL on Ascent are fine, but there's just some rounds that it's like, if any other team made these mistakes, we'd be absolutely clowning on them.
All right, so unfortunately, this time round, getting a little bit away with it. Let's take a quick second to talk about BBL. 0-3, haven't picked up a series win. This was relatively close, but ultimately it felt to me like Na'Vi were always just one step ahead, had that extra step. What's your takeaway from BBL and how they performed today?
Well, I would say the expectations on Ascent were very high and were not met, and I feel like they didn't read Na'Vi on what is the game plan. Like when they saw the Sage, they didn't come up with a counter to it. Like the boosts that were happening in A main, B main, were always like catching them off guard. But still, I would say that they look way better than they looked in the previous year, and because of that, I do hope that they're gonna pick up more wins in general.
Vitality Giants the next 2 weeks though for BBL. Like, that's tough. That could be 0-5 easily. Like, Vitality have already shown a bit of weakness with losing to Foot yesterday, but those teams are going to be fired up to try and get back into form. Na'Vi now looking in control, and the one good thing for BBL, their Ascent being as good as it was, now being beaten, are they going to go back to the drawing board because it seems the teams are starting to get a read on them?
Well, the map pool from them is still a little bit, let's say, short in options.
I mean, look, Na'Vi executed it well. We heard the Sage, it was picked for attack. They made it work, taking down their opponents today. That does it for Series 1. We're going to head over to Fnatic taking on Team Heretics in just a moment.
For this core of Aspas-Les and Sada, they've only ever lost to 2 squads, and it does not look like Fnatic are going to join that elite group.
We knew it wasn't going to be easy to close out the series. Maybe didn't think it was going to be as difficult as what it was.
The only thing that was going to make us lose were the things that were making us lose on the other 2 maps. Over-peaking, bad decision-making, not playing together.
In my head, it was more like, I don't want this to happen again. I mean, the crowd, yeah, they were... Every time Loud got a kill, it's like they're screaming. The whole stage is shaking.
When you, in your own mind, know you're letting the series slip, the crowd's response just serves to
Actually,
heighten
no, I
that.
was kind of believing that it would close out fairly simply. I didn't think it would go to the 5th match, but it did, so.
Fnatic are forced to force. They need a miracle.
I wanted to risk a 10-4, but yeah, we lost that one and we ended up going 11-3 anyway, and we had to do another force as well.
Yeah, we won one of the forces, and we're kind of feeling the momentum. I think that's when Dirty clutched, right?
Looking to put it on series point. Damage done though, Durka, that's good. Finding his time, Aspas, a bit of time will do it. Gonna reset the
Good. Like, yeah, he won the round, but we still have 8 more to win if we want to win the game. On my way.
Never give up.
8-11, we're really starting to obviously believe. We've done it round by round, and it's like, oh sheesh, like the comeback is really on now.
If I dash in and get a kill during the harbor ulti, that might help us. I go to the wall thinking, okay, this should be a free kill, and even Boster says to me, oh, Derka, I like this.
Nomazine might be earning that kill, but Durka is doing so much, goes down. Oh my God.
The most important thing that you need to do is just don't think about that you're close to win.
One of the greatest comebacks that I have seen on Icebox.
Whenever against ecos, the worst thing for me is like, what if one of those sheriffs gets a 2-bot? Like, it happens in scrims so many times.
The stack is...
Alpha clutch.
Oh, it's all down to Alpha yet. Noise everywhere, the double swing!
We all start screaming.
I remember looking to my right and I just see Dirk and and I was like, who's he shooting?
As soon as they open the Viper, I'm like, yo, there's a gap. And I'm just double scoping into it, waiting.
Big flash play through, and it's a collateral!
I mean, easy 50k from me.
So I looked at Sue, I gave her a little thumbs up or a little wave, because I knew that we'd won. We made a kind of historical comeback, which was kind of cool, especially in the grand final as well.
Fnatic, they pull off the impossible!
That genuinely was one of the most amazing best of 5s I have ever seen in the history of any game, in any esport, let alone in a final. Obviously, Fnatic are going to be taking to the stage today. Let's take a look at their roster and make it very clear that Althea is back. Fnatic are now in full power. And I'm immediately going to open up and say, does this make everyone else quake in their boots?
Oh, it should do. There might be a bit of an adjustment period because Alpha just coming back into the team might be a little bit more awkward depending on what they've been scrimming. But yeah, full power. Alpha especially had a really good run at lock-in, but none better than the sort of final moments, the final clutch that we saw just in that clip. It's just, it perfectly emphasizes that he belongs amongst the players like Leon Chronicle that are absolute S tier in this region.
Ryan, I believe we actually have a fantastic collection of clips highlighting some of those moments. Lothar, I'll come to you right now. Talk me through some of these moments, and also then let's zoom out and talk about Fnatic as a whole. They're now at full strength, and they're looking to go 3-0 on the day.
You know, it's funny is that Alpha, I would have never say that he's gonna be the player that is gonna be playing on the Sentinel role in Fnatic. He is such an aggressive player that you can never predict if he's actually gonna push you or not in those positions that where a Sentinel player should be playing a little bit safer. So he's actually kind of unique in that sense. And those double kills, like the kind of movement that he has, he's always trying to get a micro advantage just by having those little steps and, you know, cutting the corners to isolate the angles for himself. So it's very impressive the way that he plays. His playstyle just fits so well to Fnatic.
And I want to take a moment as well just to highlight Kamek, because he had a great performance last week. The Phil player has to come in for everybody. And I just want to really celebrate because he's a part of the reason Fnatic won both of this.
It says a lot about like not only Kamek coming into the team being able to fill this spot, but also the coaching staff like Mini and SLK, the assistant coach specifically, works with trying to get Alpha in a better spot, like individually. Get Alpha better at lurking, for example, or get Durka on these angles where better up in positions, like working with them individually to help them grow their own game. The fact that Kamek goes into that squad so well, I think it's down to the rest of the team making sure that Kamek is up to speed and slotted into that team perfectly.
I want to move us along very quickly just to introduce their opponents today. Heretics, let's talk about the roster, talk about the results from last week. What do you think they are going to be feeling coming into this? There is an opportunity, look, silver linings here. Alpha may not be as practiced with the squad, but it's still going to be an uphill battle here in my estimation, Lothar.
Well, maybe it's even better for Heretics to actually play against Fnatic now for the first time when they play again with Alpha, because of the factors of like changing, swapping players again. So this might be actually a blessing in disguise for Team Heretics, and they're coming off, let's say, from a high moment because they won against Carmine Corp pretty decisively, and even though the caliber of the opponents is like not close, I would say, I feel like Team Heretics should be coming with a nice attitude towards this match.
I think an element of that is going to be like Heretics are going to be maybe a bit tilted with like last week their win over Carmine. They looked good, but everybody was talking about Carmine looking awkward and
they lost the series. It wasn't won by Heretics. That type of
so
thing.
Heretics would be sat there going like, we actually did a really good job at anti-strat in Carmine on Split, which said, well, we know where that went. It went somewhere I don't even want to follow.
Anti-stratting what?
Yeah, it was just, just a little bit of pressure in the right areas just had Carmine fall completely apart. And Heretics, this is a squad when it comes to their history of like being on G2, for example, Mixwell, Kellogg's, Avova, even Zeke, when they are absolutely firing and winning series, they look good, but when it looks bad, they can fall apart a little.
So I think we do actually have a little bit of B-roll from that Heretics split defense. Let's bring that up on screen and talk a little bit about it, and then I want to expand into the map pool and talk about, there is a wealth of information that Heretics can learn from. Before we get to that though, Ryan, talk me through some of the clips that we're seeing here.
I think the stuff that I saw about this that was good is just the proactivity, Zeke breaking the camera, there's so much pressure here, and all of this control in A main. I don't know about you, Lothar, but I feel it's such an important area for the defenders to hold on to now. We're seeing a lot of Cypher cameras being put up there. It seems that one of the places that the attackers want to try and grab pretty early on, and Team Heretics held it down, but they're also aggressing on B, which was one of the aspects cut through Carmine Corp's like default.
Yeah, I agree, but the thing is that the most important aspect of Heretics on the defense was the patience that they had. They were literally just holding angles and not spamming any of the utility unless they had to, while the opponents in KC were just dry picking a lot of the operator angles, a lot of the possible like angles that could have been clear with utility. With Gecko was never used. There was even one round that I vividly remember when Shin had his ultimate on the Gecko on a cooldown that was like 2-3 seconds away, and he jumps into an operator and just dies before using it. So I would just sum up that Heretics played Split very patiently. It paid dividends, but this is not going to be the same team that are going to be playing today against, and just the patience will not be enough to win a map against Fnatic.
The next question I'm going to ask you is, we're about 30 seconds away from the map veto. On the side of Heretics, they haven't played Bind, Breeze, Fracture, Haven in the last 3 months. But when you look at the other side for Fnatic, a wealth of maps from both Lock-In as well as EMEA. So there is information, there are things that you can review and try to prepare for. With a week to go, with looking at Fnatic exclusively, what do you want to see from Heretics, both in the map veto and prioritization for this series?
I think it's not falling into the trap that we saw from BBL just now, where it's if we ban out this map, they're going to exploit us on another map that we're poor at overall.
Okay.
You'd expect for Fnatic their ban to be Pearl, because that's what it's been consistently with Ryan Central Air, like we spoke about that before. But Heretics, not really too comfortable, but it makes sense that they pull out the Haven, because that's Fnatic's main pick.
In general, it's like also unfortunate for Heretics because they tried playing Pearl this year the most out of all the maps, but they actually lost twice on it. So it's maybe also a blessing in disguise that Fnatic's permaban nowadays is Pearl, and they're just gonna take it out of the map pool. But the first pick, Icebox, that's something that Heretics was batting in the past as well.
And in this side, 3-0 here for Fnatic in the last 3 months. Only one map here for Heretics. They did win that, and we obviously saw that fantastic end to the series just a few minutes before the series began. Well, Fnatic picking up that game 5. It's going to be Ascent locked in here. Taking a quick look, win-loss 0-1 for Heretics in the last 2 rounds, 2-1 for Fnatic. Ryan, what do you make of this?
I mean, yeah, there's been some like good stuff from Fnatic overall. It was looking decent up until their loss against BBL last week, which they sort of really couldn't get onto the right foot. They were looking very uncomfortable. Fnatic banning out Split is pretty interesting in itself as well, that they want to sort of usher these maps away. But this should be a map pool that is comfortable for Fnatic, but the Heretics win against Carmine last week was pretty good and comfortable for them before we even talk about like the Split pick.
Yeah, I think it makes sense banning Split for Fnatic because they played with Kamek on Split and he didn't look comfortable, and they were actually saying that Split is not really that prepared when it comes to the defense. So banning the great map from Heretics from the last week really makes sense. But I wanted to go back a little bit to the ban from Heretics on the first choice. Haven really makes sense to ban against Fnatic because of how Fnatic plays aggressively on the defense with the jet dashes, breach stuns together. But the problem is then you open up Icebox, which is definitely not a map that I would have liked to pick against Fnatic.
What do you think in terms of how these teams are going to approach Icebox? Because when I take a look at how the respective teams win their rounds, the majority of rounds won for Fnatic are on the defense, whereas over on the other side for Heretics, the majority of their rounds on Icebox are won on the attack. So theoretically, mishmash of styles or preferences. What do you make of that?
There was also the fact that we have seen Heretics play with a harbor pick in the past, and that changes the dynamic of the entire map because you don't have in theory a safe plant like with a Sage, because Cove still can be easily destroyed by a spam, and Fnatic for sure knows where are the planting spots that typically at harbor will go for, so those can be easily counted. So I would still say that the win condition for Heretics will be attack, but they are now facing an opponent that is, as you said,
yes,
very, very efficient at defense, and they are great at reading the opponent's plans and countering them. Don't forget, Killjoy and Viper on this map have 4 mollies to stop a potential plant and combo that with just spamming the harbor cove.
It's also that element of Fnatic. If they're bringing in Alpha, their Icebox has always been pretty tremendous when it comes to like their form. Like it was the map that won them lock-in towards the end, the way that they pulled it back. It's not going to be super out there. We're not going to see like the Euro pick or whatever. We're not going to see anything that's fundamentally different from Fnatic because that way that they play is so structurally strong with their protocols. You can see Heretics pull out the harbor.
Don't fix it.
And it's so adjustable to whatever they're playing up against. They're used to it.
So Fnatic obviously going to be very comfortable in the opening map. We are just having a small delay while we get ready to introduce the players on stage. I don't know, maybe it's a choreography thing. Fnatic trying to figure out what their dances are going to be.
I would love that.
I would love that as well. Be a lot of fun on their side. Obviously now let's talk a little bit about agents. You don't expect any shenanigans on the Fnatic side. What do you think could come in here? Heretics, any fun things?
I'd like to see more of the harbor. I think there's a lot of like onus there. Obviously, it's been used a lot by like APAC teams, for example. I think the only concern I had is that Mixwell was dying first a lot of the time. Where, yeah, he is sort of like got that duelist in him a little bit, trying to take those fights. But it's just risky to lose a lot of that utility that harbor can bring, especially in post plants where you can have the Viper wall go up. Once that goes down, then the harbor wall can go up in that time.
Yeah, what I would also like to see from Mixwell is actually gathering experience while using the harbor, because we have seen a lot of variance in the way that he was using the walls during the executes. They were not nearly even similar to each other each round. There was always something different about the wall. Sometimes it looked on purpose, sometimes it didn't look on purpose, and that's why Harbor is such a high skill ceiling agent, because you have to practice pixel perfect walls every single time to like cut rafters in half when you're doing an execute on A. And also would love to see from Heretics, which don't see really from any team, is more mid control. Now with like when you have an agent that has access to cascade for mid and just use it proactively to gather the space, or like fake a potential mid push with just a lurker into kitchen, combine that with the self-destruct to clean up some killjoy utility, would open that space that is typically not guarded by many of the teams on the defense.
So listen, I've got a question for both of you, and this is now coming from smooth brain League of Legends caster. I've obviously seen Fnatic play Icebox a lot. I've seen them successful on that map. Heretics are watching the same thing, and they're going to be coming into this game with a lot of footage, a lot of concepts or angles they could explore. So how will you explain to myself, like, how do I try to understand what Heretics are doing? Have they anti-stratted? What would be some of the angles that you would like to see from Heretics in terms of coming up against this monster on Icebox?
You have to capitalize on the vision denial from that composition that they have. Like 100% you have to deny Durka's first openings by maximizing the utility from Sova, not peeking before you are certain that you're in the clear when it comes to like Sova utility like drone or arrow that clears the first angles, or use the cascade from Mixwell to make sure that you can grab the space on A side. Like typically we have seen a lot of teams die first before they use utility if they go from the left side of belt, or even just dash up onto the belt and have no trade set up. And that is something that Fnatic really punishes, because if they don't have any trades set up for the opponents, they will just get one kill and play safe, and that's it. And then you have a huge disadvantage.
It's just not falling into the trap of Haber of your utility telegraphing what you're about to do. I also think it's a lot on Kellogg's because his first kills were really good, but he wasn't dying that much. He was finding those openings, which I think just because of this team and what Heretics these players have had in the past with G2, with Ascent, whatever, that's where they can get that momentum building and start rolling through, and that puts the pressure on Fnatic. Especially with Alpha coming in, if they go, like, lose the pistol, maybe lose the bonus, 0-4, 0-5 down, that could be where Fnatic start to get a little bit rattled, because everybody's gunning for them now.
Yeah.
They're lock-in champions. Every team wants to beat them. And it's Heretics, I think after they lost to Foot, we're like, we need to sort our act out. We need to be competitors, and I think their win against Carmine was solid, but they can do some damage against Fnatic here.
I want to expand on that in just a second. A quick update for everybody at home. The players are almost ready. They will be queuing up, and we'll introduce them in just a couple moments. I actually think we've got a few shots there of Boaster and the rest of the Fnatic members doing some stretches and warming up. But I will come back to you, Ryan. Build on this for me a little bit, right? Last week, obviously playing with the sub, Fnatic still win the series, but not the lock-in champion dominant performance that you'd want to see. How do you think that plays on their mind? Do you think they're coming in now today with Alpha to prove a point, to stomp this series? Or do you think this is a squad that just is a bit lighthearted and fun and is not going to bow down to the pressure and the expectations?
I think that latter part,
Okay,
yeah. I think it's, especially with like Mini, he's like, we did really well to win lock-in, but at the end of the day, it was a single elim tournament. Like, we had to go through the ringer, but now everybody's going to be looking at us. There's a lot more pressure on us to keep performing this way, but it's a league. Teams are going to lose. If Fnatic go through this whole group stage without losing, that would be insane, but we have seen some upsets, and if Fnatic do start dropping against teams that suddenly look a lot stronger or have a run of form, it's not the end of the world. I think putting more pressure, especially on Alpha today, is a recipe for disaster. They've won. Tokyo's still a few weeks away. Take it a step at a time.
Yeah, I feel like also they take it very seriously, because last week we have seen a little bit of odd choices here and there when it comes to the map picks, and that was one of the question marks of what's happening in the map pool for Fnatic. And this time we're just back to what they prefer, right? We've seen the Icebox being picked first, so I feel like this is gonna be fully focused Fnatic on just dominating the opponent. And I don't think, as you mentioned Kellogg's, I don't think they're gonna let him have the same space that he was been given against Common Corp, because this team has better understanding of each other's like defense, like positioning and crossfires, so Kellogg's will not be able to just isolate 1v1s easily.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, we are still waiting for that final player to get themselves ready and jump on stage. So let's talk about the rest of the series then here. Do you think it's safe to assume here, Fnatic likely to pick this map up? What percentage odds? And then let's go further. Map 2, map 3, likelihoods of Heretics that picking up a shock, a surprise. What percentage chances do you give them?
It's so hard to do it on a map-by-map basis, because you just don't know what kind of Heretics you're going to get. Like, I think they're a squad that can just pull in so much, but I'm like 70-30 Fnatic to 2-0 this. Okay. And it's, again, that expectation, because they're up there, that they need to be winning decisively, which nobody's doing at the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that Heretics gonna treat this match more of an exercise for also the change in leadership that they had in the past.
With Zeke,
Let's maybe speak a little bit about that, talk about that, because Zeke is taking over from Boo when it comes to IGLing, and I feel like the first match they played last week was a disaster when it comes to the communications. Like, it was visible that they were not on the same page when it comes to planning, but when they played against Carmine Corp, it looked really way better. Everyone kind of understood each other when it comes to like planning, and specifically on defense. I know it's much easier on the defense than on the attack to make a consistent plan, but they look actually way better when it comes to that new IGL role for Zeke.
Looks a lot more punchy. I'm scared for Team Heretics Ascent, though. They only lost it once, but it was against Evil Genius. The reason why they probably picked it is because that was quite a while ago, that they've got some stuff to work on and have a plan that Fnatic might not be able to prep for, because they're too busy focused on getting Alpha back in.
Well, I'm hearing that we are about 90 seconds away from the walk-ons. I want to ask a very weird question. When do you want to see a team like Fnatic experiment on a map like Icebox? So, for example, they've got their tried and true, they've got their trusted. But you're in a league, you're playing a lot of games. So when would be the time to mess around with different types of agents and compositions?
They will not experiment anymore, because the map will go out of the map pool.
Yeah,
very soon.
expand beyond that. Do you know what I mean? You're in the second week of the regular season. when, if ever, is the time to experiment with different picks?
It almost gives you a bit of leeway, like with Na'Vi, if they lose the series, it's
Yes.
like, oh, we're just trying stuff out. Like, Fnatic can do that, but I think it's also like, all right, we've got Alpha back in, let's just make sure that everybody sort of knows and expects what they're doing. It's just strong fundamental Valorant, and just the individual players are improving so much. I don't think we're going to see any crazy comp stuff, really.
I mean, see, that's the thing that I'm interested to see how it progresses over the next couple of weeks. Do teams go in different directions in decision-making? Do we see more stuff? Does it normalize and stabilize and you see the same comps on every map? I'm not sure. Last thought before we meet the players on stage.
If they qualify already for Tokyo, they might start experimenting.
Well, there we go. That is the statement from Lothar. The players are just about ready to meet in the Coliseum. Let's head down to stage and see Fnatic and Team Heretics.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah, we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger. Team Heretics. Feeling like $1 million. Living like Security Deluxe. Feeling like $1 million. Living like Security Deluxe.
And welcome back to the analyst desk as the players do their final huddles and prep to take to the series. We're going to jump into the agent select here. One thing I will say very quickly, one of the producers here for the show, Kevin Bell, used to work with him on League of Legends. I believe he had a heavy hand in picking those team anthems. And I'm wondering if people think the anthems match the players. That's the question I have. It's not for now. Maybe we'll discuss it in post-plant. As we're about 15 seconds away. Okay, let's go. Expectations. Are we going to see exactly the same compositions that we've seen in the past? Ryan, from these two teams.
Yeah, I think for Heretics, I want to see if they're going to commit to playing the Harbor, just dedicate to it more, like Lothar said, making sure that those walls match with the ideas. If they're playing up against an eco round, they've got better weapons, have wider walls that allow a lot more space. For Fnatic, let's just see this team lock it in again and show us that squad that ended up beating Loud in lock-in.
Fully agree. I just hope we're gonna see. Wait, Zeke on Harbor? Am I seeing this correctly? Wait, what is going on over here? Well, we'll see. If the others just hovers and they're trolling us. Yeah, seems like it.
Well, waiting to see what actually does get locked in here, at least as far as I can see on the Fnatic side. No surprises just yet, nor on the other squad. So, with everything set here, we've talked a lot about expectations in terms of Team Heretics winning the majority of their rounds on the attacking half. Can they bust through Fnatic, who are extremely good on the defensive half? Players to watch, Lothar, where will your eyes be focused?
I will be looking at Team Heretics and not maybe one player, but I would like to see Kellogg's take aggressive space on the B backside, like going towards Snowman with the help of Nixwell's utility there. I think this is one of the crucial pieces of the map that has been controlled by Heretics on attack.
Yeah, I'm watching Zeke. He's the IGL of this team now. He had a really good form, 245 ACS playing up against Carmine. So he's not only leading well, but he's performing well. If he can keep that going, Heretics at least have a chance to make this competitive, I think.
It's going to be difficult, though, coming up against this squad of Fnatic. My eyes are definitely going to be on Alpha, seeing how comfortable he'll be back on stage. He missed last week, of course. Fnatic still picked up both series. We're moments away from going to the caster desk. Thank you so much for sticking with us through some of these delays and these pauses. And once again, let's take a look here. Fnatic favorites coming into this one. And production team, are we ready to head up to casters? To find out from them in just a moment. I see Ender there waving. Yes, they are ready. All right, great. So let's head to the caster desk where Quick Shot is standing by with Dez.
Thank you very much. Quick Shot on the guys. Back into these hallowed halls we step. Ice box for Fnatic. What a surprise.
Yeah, you're Dez. I'm Quickshot, of course, up here on the desk, too. It's a lot of fun. We get to say it. And before we get into anything, I have to address what I'm wearing because I already see you guys.
He looks so cuddly,
I'm
right?
so cuddly, but it's like, you stole this from your grandma, you know, whatever. No.
It's
one of my best
fabric?
friends in the world made this for me.
Oh, that's cute.
Handmade this for me, so.
There is a lot
of
of fabric like floating through the air, though, and that's a slight problem.
It's getting all over the place. But, you know, if you breathe it in and you have to sneeze, just make sure you hit the mute button. No one wants to hear that.
Need to get that Viper gas mask on the go to keep themselves safe. But yes, big one stepping in, as we've already said. Fnatic coming back into a map that we all know they play ridiculously well. This is the map to beat the lock-in champions on. If you really want to make a statement, can Heretics do it? They won it last week.
I mean, it would certainly be a statement. I think that leaving it open when you're playing against Fnatic is a statement of its own. That is a bold move, if ever I have seen one. So we'll see what exactly Heretics can get cooking up here, especially starting over on the attacking side into Fnatic. Because we've seen like Fnatic's just mantra on this map. It's so hard to actually attack them through mid. Alfier now back into the roster, slotting on to that killjoy for them, controlling mid, controlling tube. That's his entire job, and you better believe he has been itching to get back on the stage.
Yeah, the fact that they've had such a good start as well off the back of course, having Kamek step in for them. Now that Alfie is back on side, back to full form, back to full strength, and hopefully going to have a very dominating performance here against Heretics, a team that we've spoken about a little bit backstage as well. You know, heaps of potential is a really good way of summarizing them, but not always fully realized.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we see there's a lot of talent on this roster. Sometimes players trying to do so much on their own, right? Kellox is a guy that can look so insane. At times will take really high-risk moves, sometimes paying off in a big way, other times maybe not so much. And I actually think that of all the ways to play against a team as diligent, as consistent as Fnatic, having a big swingy player like Kellox in your team is something that could, depending on the day, be a big factor in you putting up a good fight.
And just to address it head on, there is a small delay before we get into game. We'll keep you guys updated on the progress of that one once we come to know more. But again, you look at how this has all started out. Na'Vi earlier on, of course, winning out 2-0 as well. It felt like we started to see, you know, maybe we win here as well, we'll start to see that form start to come into play. Everyone's expecting Fnatic, Na'Vi to be our top two teams. The next four really becomes the big question. So for Fnatic here, you win this, you're up 3-0. That feels really, you've already got the head start you want in this stage.
Yeah, Fnatic would be feeling very comfortable. I also think it's maybe worth a discussion because last week, of course, you were playing over 5 days. Teams had to prepare to play 2 separate matches with not a lot of footage. I think there's a lot to be said about coming into, you know, regular weeks now where you just have one opponent. Heretics know they're going against Fnatic. They probably knew they're leaving Icebox open, so that is definitely going to be coming into play. So Heretics will have been practicing all week to face off against Fnatic on this map. And that's why I'm really excited to see, especially early on, what they have in store for us. Because already, you know, we've got the Harbor comp coming in here, Harbor plus Viper, which is an interesting spin on things. A lot of teams have been going this route on Icebox. Fnatic still sticking to the tried and true with the Sage. But one of the things you can do with the Harbor that I think is so unique on this map, having that second smoker, is you can play for deeper control, especially over towards the B site, right? Heretics are going to throw that default Viper wall towards B all the time, and you can use that first Viper wall to take space towards the site, then drop it through a Harbor wall that goes very deep towards Snowman, and potentially play to get more forward control back of Snowman, which is a unique way of playing and gives you a better way of holding on in the post plant. That's not the easiest thing to do because one of the things that you often see paired up with double smokes is something like a Sky, some kind of flash initiator for the team so you can fight through your own smokes if you want to play for that more forward control. They're, of course, electing to send Zeke onto the Sova, which is not surprising on Icebox. This is a map where a lot of teams, Fnatic included, will drop the flashes. But one thing that I maybe think is slightly absent with these double controller comps.
Yeah, the lack of the flashes is the big one to look towards, I guess. But in your opinion, is that because they're leaning so heavily into the smokes and the walls?
Yeah, I mean, I think really the question is, are you rocking Sova or are you rocking Sky? I think Sova for the drone, for spotting out early oppers, that is so incredibly powerful. But the Sky does give you more ability to fight forward through your own walls, and especially for clearing early on. Once you lose the drone, I think a lot of the value Sova offers can dwindle quickly.
Well, small delay before we get into the game, but let's take a look at the last time Fnatic played against BBL. Some of these have a look over. I thought we were cutting out to video there, but you get to talk all about it and to talk me through it.
Yeah, we get to have a little view. I mean, it's really just a Durka montage
is what it seems to be so far. Actually, it's Fnatic getting smoked a little bit on this first map. Of course, they were playing with Kamek, substitute coming in for them while they were trying to get Alfier over here. And one of the rare map losses, right? Fnatic went all of lock-in without dropping a map until the finals. So nice to see Kushner and BBL give one fantastic fight, especially here, opening things up on Ascent, where Fnatic didn't really get that many rounds. I think 6 at the end of the day, which was not all too good, all things considered. BBL had a couple of really insane individual moments they were clutching up in these rounds.
It's more just half of Fnatic, you know, it's sort of inevitable. They'll still battle their way back in, as we've seen time and time again. But the story we saw coming out the back of last week, you know, you look online, everyone's talking about saying EMEA, anyone can beat anyone at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because we still have yet to see someone actually finish off Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
That's wait, I'll let you say anyone can beat anyone when someone actually takes the series off Fnatic.
But we can see they can bleed, right?
Sure.
That's the big thing.
Sure. And there wasn't much bleeding back at lock-in, that's for sure. This split map was also really close. I think you had a couple of rounds like the one previously where Boaster's TPing on top of the wall where he's trying to get a lot done with not a lot of time, and it really did end up coming down to the wire. Kamek, though, I believe, on this second map looked absolutely insane. Back on Haven, I think was the second map. And just absolutely smurfed it up on the Killjoy. But today, of course, he was out on stage. I saw him hanging out with the boys beforehand. The Slug Club is here, Slicky Nation in-house.
They absolutely love it. We are into game in 20 seconds, by the way, so thanks for sticking with us through those brief delays, but we are about to get underway with things on Icebox, as mentioned. Again, gods can bleed. It's like the end of the movie 300. You're seeing that a little bit last week, but something tells me Fnatic are going to be back in force today, and they are a force to be reckoned with coming into Icebox. Let's get underway with things, Ender. It all begins now for our second series of the day. Feels a little bit like there's a lean towards Fnatic in the crowd, not going to lie.
Yeah, you look out there, the Fnatic side of the stadium absolutely packed. And already some aggressive moves on both sides. Playing down Tube to kick things off, Durka with the Sheriff in hand. And Fnatic could activate a very quick flank if they want to with those two players. I see the alarm bot go down in mid though, so I think they're going to try to retake very quickly with S5.
Yes, managed to get themselves a little flank set up in mid, expecting maybe a late split to come in. It's simply not the case though. Everyone groups up on site here for Heretics. They have that control. Planted just inside window as well, and there we go. Away Zips. Just like Batman, back across that zip line, out of dodge, out of sight, out of mind, at least for a few seconds.
Yeah, that topside plant very exposed for lineups in the post from Heretics. Boaster good finding an opening kill here, as it does get traded a little bit. Those extra smokes from the Harbor making things really uncomfortable on site.
Good read from Kellogg's as well, off towards his left, finds Boaster. This wall doing so much work, but Durka comes in, pops the head off, pops the second as well. Really starting to take control of things here, as Fnatic making great use of the Sage Wall as well to find the cover, but it's Durka to get the closing kill. Great first opening round for Fnatic on a fantastic retake.
I feel like any time I see a team draft a comp that doesn't have a Sage, that just happens in the first round. It's like, oh yeah, that's why we picked the Sage, guys. It's for retakes on defense, especially. Just so brutal, especially on pistol rounds, on SMG rounds. It's very hard to cut on through that. So nothing you can really do as soon as you lose control over 4-10. Like I was saying, it would have been great to play lineups, play very deep like they were with Boo all the way back on Felt, but as soon as that wall gets thrown up, it is just completely lost there for Heretics.
Really good read from Fnatic as well, I think. You know, they've seen it a million times that teams want to play a range up on ramp, out towards hut, try and contest in towards the spike itself, but the Sage Wall is blocking everything about that. Great first round. Let's see if Heretics can change up their fortunes here in what seems to be another A hit coming in.
Just as
he has no idea.
Yeah.
Now he knows.
He's right underneath him.
I think they know. But can they find a man? Yeah, of course they can. Durka, the Angel of Death, finds his man. And that means now that they've all got to force their way in towards A. Two players should come rotating over pretty quickly from Fnatic here. One potentially on the backstab, but Turret is in B mid.
Yeah, Fnatic don't want to overfight right off the rip. Again, a couple players pretty far away. So unlike last round where they were very quickly rotating and forcing in, this round with the rifles, you want to take things a little bit slower. You don't actually want to flank and risk giving a Phantom over towards Kellogg, who is guarding that area.
Yeah.
And Heretics also playing very forward on site with the smaller rifles.
Well, I love the play here. Durka's gone up through mid to try and group up with his team and said, forget about Kellogg, he's nowhere to be seen right now. They should be able to get control and find a couple of kills. He had a few start coming on through, but once again, it's Kellogg's all by himself. 4 still left for Fnatic. A comfortable round 2 win.
And super comfy too that Chronicle doesn't even invest the wall coming to that one. So a lot of extra money that won't have to be respent there
for the Sage. Also, Chronicle was the only player I think that went full armor and didn't actually get that damage at all. So going to be very happy with how things went, all things considered. In terms of actually like ultimate stacking up here too, like the fact that Durka is just 2 points off of the knives means that that is the round 4 option for him more than likely, unless they just cruise away here with the round 3 win.
Not renewing the half shields for the most part as well. Looking on the other side, full shield buys coming in on the other side.
Yeah, that'll mean this is a swing round, right? When you're investing into the heavy armor, it means in the following round 4 you will not be able to buy as Heretics. So this effectively 2 rounds or 1.9, however you want to math out that. I'm not the expert.
I'm not going to math out on that.
I'll leave that to the brighter minds.
I'm sure Tom backstage is racing through it right now.
Yeah, the immortal minds maybe need to get involved in that discussion.
Well, third time looking. I think Heretics, understandably, looking to try and make things work a little bit closer in those first 2 rounds, but given the choice here in round 3 to maybe push out towards B, have opted once again to push in towards A. Taking things nice and slow, and Fnatic with 3 out towards that B side, actually giving quite a bit of space over towards Heretics to make this work. And let's not forget, that Sage Wall is not going to be as effective this round.
It's very true. The one thing I didn't really mention in the pregame is that with the Harbor, you actually have smokes going over towards the A sites. You can block off Rafter. It makes it much easier to plant the spike. You don't have to cheat your way in with the Sage. And Fnatic aren't really playing on A. They're playing heavy retake on A every single round. Durka's very far away from the team, maybe expecting a late lurk like you saw in the last round.
Yep.
So he hasn't actually rotated over here until the spike's planted. He's going to hold his ground.
Well, now that the turret's still up as well, they're not too worried about this. Now Durka should start to move over, and again, it's going to be another retake.
The timing is bad on that. The molly from the Viper coming in just a second late. If that hits, that's a kill with the shock dart if it had come in first.
But it did not indeed inside of the cove here as well. It's Mostruck nice and close. Finds one, looks on towards Dice and finds the second as well. Good start on the retake, but it's not too bad in the 2 versus 2 for Heretics, who might finally have that investment in the heavy shields pay off.
Oh, already on the spike though. That's going to be at least a half stick. The Killjoy molly coming in very late, but it's a 1 versus 2. Dirk has to fight his way out, and he's only got 22 HP. It's got to be a gamble.
Oh, the gamble does not pay off. Heretics finally find their way back in on that force.
It looks like for a second there, Boaster's going to be able to clutch that up, finding a couple of spam kills with the Bulldog. That being said, Heretics play the long game. I didn't actually see what ended up happening with Chronicle, if he was able to put down the wall or not. If he died earlier in the engagement. I think, yeah, he actually died with Zeke backside. So while we were watching Boaster, it was Zeke finding a 3K all on his own. The rest of his team playing lineups from very far away. So respect to him. Basically just clawing that round out for Heretics without his performance on the backside. That is a lost round, I think, for Heretics.
Classic half buys coming in, well, half shield buys, sorry, coming in. Light shields stacked up for Fnatic. I think we're all used to seeing that by this point, not just across Fnatic, but pretty much every other team around the world, it feels.
But because Durka did so well farming up the orbs in the first 2 rounds, he now gets to just buy the Stinger as a secondary, and that means in round 5 he has an operator.
Who was it we saw yesterday did the same, but they had Shorty? That's all they bought. I forget who it was.
I don't quite remember. But yeah,
but they ran out.
Definitely see a lot of the
They
shorties.
lost the autumn there with the Shorty, like, ah, crap.
It's always a good secondary option.
No joy to be found.
Kellogg's.
Up on top of screens, looks for his man, but Boaster's just far too quick on the trigger.
It's a really big gamble push right there, and that's a classic Kellogg's moment, right? Go out on your own. Maybe you find 1, maybe you find 2, but equally simple just to lose your life and put your team at a numbers disadvantage.
There we go, once again, Fnatic stuck in this retake. We've seen this 3-2 split as well, 2 on Raptors, 3 pushing in from mid, time and time again, but down goes Durka. That's not what you wanted out of that ultimate. They find nothing off the back of it, and it feels like Heretics have got that control in the 3v2.
Once again, Chronicle dies on the retake there, so no wall. And actually, Elfier wasn't able to shoot that molly either. He's going to try to throw one of his own nanostorms to zone away these players. 2 players playing on the ground, only 1 can swing from upper belt, but the mollies are also coming in. The round's cooked.
They bail him. Cooked is one way to describe it. Out they go. Opting for now at least to hold on to those rifles, but get themselves well away to safety. Heretics make it 2 in a row. And everything's been around A so far, let's not forget as well. You're kind of waiting on that point when Heretics finally make the change over towards the other side. That's what we've seen Durka holding on for time and time again, is waiting to see when the B hit comes in.
Yeah, well, Durka now will be able to go for the op. I'm almost positive. Actually, no. Didn't end up having enough. I thought with 2K in the bank he would have been able to do that one, but ends up not being the case. He does switch over to the A site, so this is going to indicate Fnatic want to play a little bit more forward over towards A. They've just been giving the site, trying to play retake, but I think after realizing that now Heretics are very comfy playing those more forward positions, they're not getting the easy retake where they can quickly clear back site and run up forward, throw down a Sage wall like they were expecting, like they got in the first couple of rounds.
Been very frozen out for much of the game, Dirk. I know we had the 3K earlier on, I think back in round 1, the pistol round, but after that, has been sort of left isolated out towards the B site and now wants to get himself a bit more into the mix. Completely understandably. Quick tech pause coming in, and I'm sure we'll get things back underway pretty quickly.
I'm going to keep my eye out. Actually, both of my eyes, I think.
Keep them in the sockets,
I'll use
please.
both of my eyes. That's more optimal than just using the singular eye. Boaster has his ultimate, is what I'm trying to say. So I can see the minimap right now. I know you guys can't, so I'm gonna tell you guys
the power
what's going
of being
on.
a caster.
Right now, Durka's over towards A. Boaster looks like he's running kitchen or over towards B. So what we may end up seeing is not an early ultimate out of Boaster. Usually it's A site where you slam the early ults.
Yeah.
B site, maybe not quite so often, but off of some kind of noise, especially because we haven't seen Heretics go B. If they show some presence in B main early on, he could just throw down a Viper's Pit directly on the site. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a second, we have double smokes, but that doesn't really help us so much. The only tool that Heretics would actually have to try and get into that smoke would be the Sova, which as soon as that drone is gone, isn't going to be doable. And if you likely end up using drone to clear out B main, which often happens, you have no reliable way of actually getting into the pit. So I think just using that would instantly sort of funnel Heretics back over into the A site, into Durka's waiting arms.
Feeding you these updates today for free, guys. Here we are, small audio issue that's currently being rectified, and then we'll be able to get ourselves back.
Sorry, what was
into
that?
game.
I can't hear you.
Ha ha ha ha ha! You're too young to be a dad. Stop it.
I might never be old enough to be a dad.
Terrible.
Real talk.
What, mentally, or
Yeah.
what are we talking?
No. Look, if I'm gonna have a child, I'm gonna adopt a kid that's cracked at VALORANT, and I'm just gonna support them fully to the maximum, and I'm gonna let them realize their dreams being a pro player. If you want me to adopt you, just say me smile in chat, and I'll consider it.
And you'll go back later and take down a list of names and just pick it out the hat?
Yeah,
or
I'll
does this me also need the rank to be included so you can have a fair assessment here?
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to be Radiant. Yeah, or Iron. That could also be funny, but probably Radiant.
It's far more impressive you took someone that's Iron all the way through, though, made them a pro. Got
Yeah.
to a world final against Fnatic, beat them in map 5 on Icebox.
I like to imagine that I know a lot of things about VALORANT, but I don't know if I have the ability to coach someone from Iron to Radiant.
Sounds like a whole new skill set.
I don't know if I have like the mental fortitude to do that. Like even if I had the ability, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies.
What, are your worst enemies to coach someone from Iron through to Radiant?
You do realize how many Iron games you would have to watch?
Yeah.
Because you'd have to hold their hand the entire way through.
But you would see such progress so early on. Think about it, you teach them some bare basics and suddenly they're climbing.
Yeah, but then what if they don't listen?
Well,
like what if they're having an angsty teenage moment, right? Classic.
God, Dad, leave me alone.
I don't want to listen to you, Dad. Like, oh, come on.
Well, we have filled long enough. We're back in the game here as well. Audio issue rectified. Thanks for sticking with us for that one, guys. And
yeah,
there we go.
really,
Time's
production
back
was just
underway.
figuring out a way to mute us, and they failed. So
It's like, man,
unfortunate.
how can we stop Ender talking? Oh yeah, get back into game. Great idea, guys. Let's make it happen.
Hey, remember when I told you though? Boaster is over towards B, using both of my eyes. That's exactly no, and he leaves. Okay, never mind.
Using your eyes, but not your brain, apparently.
Oh, this is a different setup from Fnatic. So often you'll see Alfier playing in mid and just off of Boiler dropping the alarm bot in mid. He'll change up the position of it, just like forward to backwards so that you can't reliably throw a shock dart and break that one. But this time it's actually over towards B, so Fnatic are reading that a bit. Now, Boaster is too deep towards Snowman to actually throw down that ultimate like I was maybe expecting him to use.
Well, Zeke's managed to grab his ultimate off the back of that orb as well, which can be really pivotal in this push coming forwards. Of course, got the wall split across the site.
I think they may try to open up towards Snowman here. Watch the harbor wall. When the Viper wall goes down just a second before it, they could throw a vertical harbor wall and try to isolate off Boaster. That's exactly what they're doing. Now he's in trouble.
Now comes the push forward, the aggression you're looking for. They didn't know.
He missed the
They didn't
wall.
know about Leo up top as well. Didn't land it on the high ground. It was stuck on the low. They collect a couple of kills off the back of it. It looks so good as a setup for Heretics, but that one small detail, the wall being missing, lets Leo open up. And this is going to be a Fnatic round.
Hugely problematic there, not connecting on the high ground. Also, Durka instantly flying out there on the flank. I was so preoccupied watching what was going on with the walls. I didn't even notice Durka coming in the backlines, and Heretics didn't either. So they tried that play, I think supported by Zeke's Hunter's Fury too. Trying to push some players off the angles, and it just goes completely awry as their first contact in just gets shot from an angle they weren't expecting to be a possibility.
It's that pull again, as you say, and just a flank off the back. Durka well caught on that side. Just a really good collapse by Fnatic in what really could have been a bit of a messy situation, but I think Fnatic smelled that something was afoot when they didn't see an early hit coming in towards A, because those first 3-4 rounds, Heretics were on A site like a rash. 20 seconds in, they were ready to go and make things happen. So when you don't get that same level of aggression, you get a little bit suspicious.
Chronicle threw a slow orb there just to buy
Look,
it. The
that is
forward
so
aggression
cheeky.
is great. Getting the orb and also 2 kills. Fnatic with a phenomenal read. 2 rounds in a row, expecting the B hit, instantly punishing, and then now playing forward over towards A. Not just to grab the orb and back away, but to still hold those positions, go for the repeak, something that Heretics hadn't seen. 6 rounds in, it's the first time there's early aggression from Fnatic, and they carve Heretics up.
That's the difficult part. It's like boxing with shadows for Heretics as well, because the second they've turned to try and deal with one threat, they're being hit from somewhere else. And Durka, again, almost nearly finding a second side swipe they weren't responsible for. Now Leo gets one back on the other side. You'll happily play this 1-for-1 game. It's a 4v2. Feels like it's done already.
It's also crazy that the 2 players they found, all right, work on those hops, are Mixwell and Avova. They lost both of their smokes off of those opening kills. Just unfortunate timing. I don't even think those players were leading the charge. They just got absolutely smacked down.
Both hasn't got to do much here because, again, the communication is there, right? They're pushing through mid. Chances are they're rotating over towards B. So what are Fnatic going to do? 3 players straight over towards B in preparation.
I think there's no harm really in Heretics trying to fight this one out. Had enough money in the bank to be able to go ahead into the next one. So just trying to see what exactly they can accomplish. But yeah, not really going to be able to happen on this one, especially with Durka once again hopping over on the flank, just straight into Zeke right here. Durka able to make easy work of that. And now, that's a couple of rounds in a row. So we just talked about how Fnatic played A aggressive for the first time. That catches Heretics off guard. Now that's something they have to think about. But now in their head too, they're like, okay, 2 rounds in a row, Durka's flanked us into B main. That's something they're gonna maybe commit players to play deeper. Especially if their Killjoy is falling on these initial hits and they don't have the turret for protection.
Well, for me that you come into this midfield point of round 6, round 7, where all these ultimates are starting to roll online. Of course, we've seen a couple so far. Had the ultimate out of the Sova on the side of Heretics. This time round, though, there are 3 ults available for them, including that Viper's Pit. But I think Bose has been really smart here. Has held on to it, not really seen the aggression or the chance to use it, but he's almost got it as a response if we see Avova come in with his.
Durka, fantastic here. Will he find the catch? No, Boo turns around and is ready for it. Down to 30 HP and no opportunities to get a heal, so.
Pulling out Kellogg's there, really.
But no one's ready for Chronicle here, right? It does look like Boo's re-clearing here, holding for a potential push, because maybe he was out of range to actually hear if it was a Sage wall up or something. They're worried that there could have been another player popping into this area.
Oh,
Chronicle
boy.
has a chance to find a couple here.
Oh, if you swung this at the right time as well, there could have been some magic. They got a bit of an assist coming in from the ultimate as well. He's expecting someone on Ram, but they're simply not there. They've completely ignored him, though, and he's going to slaughter 2 down from the back. That's 3, because Kellogg's also went down to Leo.
Yeah, Leo is using the Hunter's Furies off the footsteps calm, right? Chronicle's position tells him when he can slam that one. So even without a dart or anything spotting it, he just blind is able to snipe one player off. Fantastic. Now you have the late Viper's Pit as well. That's going to force... What? A shock dart kill from Leo, too. It forces them over into this angle, and Leo finds his 3rd on the round.
Beautiful overall. Just once again, clinical from Fnaticus anyway. You can really summarize the way these rounds have been going.
And that was a round that they're playing out 4 versus 5, right? Like, that was not the, you know, Durka superstar go kill. That was Durka, what are you doing, man? You're dead. It was fine. He got the player low. But then it was Chronicle's forward position, you know, how Fnatic adapt when they lose players early on, sort of grinding their way out of that round with a great call to use the Hunter's Fury there. Just absolutely love it. Investing 2 ultimates, but making the round virtually unwinnable for Heretics.
That's it. I mean, Heretics now staring at the spot again with 3 ultimates still online. Look to see which of those will make the difference. I think the Killjoy really is a great way just to hardcore something here, but nothing yet coming out.
Leo just knows. He knows where everyone is at all times. It's absolutely nuts, these shock darts. We actually, can we check? By the end of this game, you know, analyst desk, figure out how many shock dart like kills he's gotten or like what the shock dart damage is, because it's got to be nuts. I've seen him land 4 or 5 already, and some off of virtually no information whatsoever.
Shows sometimes that pre-place utility or the blind fire in the hope that someone is there can reward you big time. Heretics again taking this slower approach that we spoke about previously, right? They slowed things down last time on the B hit as well. It gave a lot of time for Fnatic to make themselves get into the right positions. We had Durka come on the flank through spawn as well. it just really stung them, which is why this time round they've kept Boo a little bit further back. He's watching mid, he's watching on the A cut as well. He does not want Durka coming on the flank, so that 1v1 could be the difference maker.
100%. Now, Heretics do have a lot of big ultimates, so if they're able to find an opening kill or something like this, all of a sudden there are some options, and I think they're going to play more for actual B-site control. And I think in the post plant, if they can use the lockdown, there's no flank threat of shutting that one down. There's a lot of opportunities to actually win an eco here.
That's what they can do with these kills. Boo's managed to get himself up here inside a tube too, managed to shut one down as well. Mixwell falls elsewhere, and still Boo really saying boo to a goose outside a tube until Alpha here comes out behind him and gets the shutdown. Now out comes that Viper ultimate as well. This looks to be a very commanding spot for Heretics in the 3v3.
Fnatic have to fight their way through this. No scouting util. Leo has already fallen, and Zeke is finding some damage, but the shorty secondary's there always. Buy a shorty if there's a pit on the opposite side or in the round at all. Avova still having a chance now. They're not on the spike just yet.
Do they know? Oh, they know when they see him up close again. That's Shorty just doing more than enough. And Fnatic, they get the pull back into 3v3. Looking dominant so far today.
There's a challenge I want you all to do when you load up into your next game.
I was about to
Press
say me
tab.
as well.
If a Viper has pit or is one orb away, buy a shorty secondary. It's just too good, man. Playing inside of that one, even if it's on the other team and you're not having the decay playing on your side, just playing close range, looking to get a 1 or 2 pump. Super, super doable. Now, Heretics ended up falling in that round, and I think even though Boo was able to find 2 kills walking up tube, if he had been able to escape or get into a position to actually use the lockdown, that would have been an absolute game changer in that. I think Icebox especially is a map where having the lockdown not to actually take site, but in the post plant can oftentimes just guarantee you a round win, especially over towards B. It forces the defense to either like go way too far forward and fight you into main, which is just so hard to do, or to waste a massive amount of time. And that's something that Heretics are going to be using in the next 4 rounds, right? The time is ticking. You've got to make use of this somehow, but unfortunately, I don't think they've actually used it so far this half. They'll only really have 1 cast of that unless, you know, things go insanely well for Boo in the next couple rounds.
I think we're looking at how things have been going. You can completely understand why there's a Heretics timeout here as well. Down 6-2. They have been refuted at every single push they brought in, whether it was the A hit, whether it was the B. The retakes have just been on point for Fnatic so far, and very rarely felt close in any of those retakes either. They've looked confident and comfortable for Fnatic. Again, not surprising now they're back up to full strength with their roster. So hopefully Heretics get a good game plan in here and they can figure something out, because my God, do they need it. They still got the Killjoy lockdown online as well. That's the big one we're looking at and thinking, okay, A hit, nice and tight, nice and close, good chance to make use of it. They appear to agree as A is going to be the play.
They have yet to deal with this forward aggression, so they're actually super early
Not
using
again,
the hard roll.
twice.
It doesn't matter though. Durka is finding everything and still fighting forward. Maybe a bit of a mistake as he falls, but it's an instant res.
This is it, the kind of pace you were looking for, but it's still looking dicey. They cannot find anyone. The res coming out has got him back to full strength as you caught onto, and 5v2 again. Not even a chance for Boo to get his ultimate out and drop it down because things are already falling apart.
Killjoy turret's turned off now, so
And the
Boaster
flank.
on the flank. There's just nothing you can do. Boaster knows exactly what's up.
Easy close out.
That's the round. Again, the 2 rounds Heretics won, A site was donated over to them. Fnatic tried to play a slightly delayed retake in those opportunities, and Heretics fought their way through and were able to win those rounds. Since then, the turning point has been every round, it's been forward aggression, Durka just moving up in through A, supported by Chronicle Sage. And apart from the 1 round where Boo, you know, shut him down, but even then, Chronicle was there to still win it out.
Yep.
It has not looked remotely close for Heretics.
No. I mean, this is the problem as well. We keep on speaking about that lockdown. It's been 2 or 3 rounds now they've sat on it and not made use of it. On the other side, Alfie is only a couple of points away from having it on side himself as well. You know, it's looking ropey. It's not looking like we might even see them get a couple more rounds in this half. I do fully expect that it's Fnatic to keep on marching through the next 2 or 3 rounds.
I love, too, that Fnatic have shown 4, maybe even 5 different ways of playing forward in A. Where is the Jet? Is she going all the way towards Belt? Is she playing on pipe, top 410? All these options. As Boo finds a great opener over towards B and actually puts the turret down in front. It's a really early ultimate, but because his team's a little bit slow on the rotation, he didn't want to allow anyone to actually rotate over and shoot down this planter.
Still Leo marching forward. Chew just whenever Over had a chance to open things up in the middle of the park. That's been removed as a threat. Now, maybe you look at the lockdown that came out a little bit too early because Fnatic was still rotating over. Caught, didn't even force anyone back, really, when you look at it. Time is ticking, though. Got to see a move.
Without perfect information, I understand it, but now they have to fight their way through this one. Harbor Wall lasts for a long time, so Durka trying to just drop that smoke. They have to deal with the dart. They still haven't been able to do that. It tags 2 players. That's huge. And it allows them to bust open this wall.
The wall's gone down as well. Yep, straight back up. Kellogg's hops down after dropping down and gets Durka as well. Gets his opposite man. That's what you're looking for. But at range, it looks like Heretics have finally found what they need and battle their way back in, even with that suboptimal lockdown.
Respect to Boo right there. A couple of different times now, Boo has found the openers on the lurk. That time, sniping out Boaster. And maybe that's the way Heretics need to play, right? If you're losing the opening duels over towards A, forget that. Maybe scout it out, try to force them back with some good utility, but enable Boo to lurk up through mid or through B main. This was a round 2 where I think the Killjoy setup had returned to mid with the alarm bot. So Boo was able to slip on past that one.
I think so much of that wall that came out there as well, actually.
I love this, though, because now Durka switches it back over to B. He's everywhere.
And managed to find the one. He's just kind of reading what's coming out of Heretics. They're going for a rotate back out towards mid here. A kind of untrodden ground by a lot of teams, and Tube has been a bit of a battle point throughout this game so far. Maybe even a full rotate over towards A. They're trying to catch the rotate. I think they're hearing everything as well, all the footsteps. Does Leo know? He knows. He absolutely knows.
He'll never peek in front of this turret. They have been playing this comp. They've been playing the Killjoy for way too long, even back in Chamber times. Fnatic were the first ones to really figure out how to just shut down kitchen control from the defense or from the attackers, right? Having this Killjoy just limits what you can do on the lurk, which is why when a player like Boo finds a couple of those openers, it's like insane. And you have to, challenge around A or B, but that's a big investment. It puts you really far away from the rest of your team.
Well, Zeke's gone fishing out towards A. And no one's bitten. Fnatic actually have kind of read into that as the fake and assumed there's a B hit coming in, but it's a double fake coming out here.
Watch underneath Tube, though, right? Because Alfier maybe was going to look to try find some kind of pinch.
Heretics have gone A to B to back to A again after playing off that fake that we just saw a moment ago as well. Really good reading the round, and Fnatic caught slightly out of position here as well.
I don't even think it's necessarily out of position.
No, because their retakes are so good.
And with numbers advantage, right? They don't want to risk losing a single player to one of those lurk timings. So they're playing condensed, and that's going to benefit them a lot on the retake.
Skandar coming in here as well. Should give them all they need, but Durka, oh my god, the man cannot be stopped. Almost going to find, no! Finds the third through the smoke as well. Boaster gets dropped. So now it's Zeke and Avova to hold out all by themselves as Chronicle finds one more. Leo onto the last, and Fnatic yet again pull off a miraculous retake.
Exactly what you want to be seeing right there.
They're just so good on these retakes, time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost been a while, I think, since we've seen it. It was like the first 4 rounds, every single time it was a retake. And since then, it's been forward fighting, but now challenged to make that happen over on the B site. I really like the way they played it. Playing off the Sova Dart, retaking as a team through the smoke. Durka killing everyone through the smoke.
Just horrific.
I mean, what is this?
You find 3 in the round, and it's basically done on 1.
Durka can't even believe it.
Well, Heretics have really got to buck up their ideas going into this second half because it's going to be difficult. Obviously, the one last round here in round 12 to see things out, but I think regardless of what comes out in this round, there is work to be done.
Good note there from Heretics, seeing that Leo was just 1 off of the Hunter's Fury, so that's why they combined the Snake Bite and the Shock Dart, just looking for a 1-shot on that one. Leo hears it coming in, though, so just takes a little bit of damage on that. Actually, wow, Durka really going forward on that one, and Boo's not going to have his number this time.
2 quick kills coming in as well. Big, heavy A hit coming in with a bit of pace behind it as well. But for the most part, once more, Fnatic's team are largely unbothered. 3 of them still hanging out towards B here, as this does, no doubt, the spike will be going down relatively shortly. But they still lose players, even in that numbers
there's
advantage.
a lockdown, too. You have to fight forward into the lockdown. Avova has to take a chance. There's 2 players here. He can't make it happen. Alfier back on stage is going to make things easy. 9-3 on the half.
And they even still had the Hunter's Fury ready to go, just in case the lockdown was shut off. Beautiful stuff. Great half from Fnatic.
It's just brutal, because, I mean, I think Fnatic as a whole, as you expect, play smart, play clean, play good Valorant, but literally that was just a Durka half. Right, you lose 2 rounds, and then Durka's like, okay, yeah, we're bored of this retake A strat. I'm just going to push every round at the start.
The man literally never stopped moving after that 4th round. It was always forward A, then gets the read when it's going to be a B push, and he's just murdering them over there as well. When you have a player
it's just
that
how
can do
3
that,
times he got on top of screens and managed to get the entry and then drop away like, okay, this is free. Like,
and then it's still
literally free.
finding another one as they're going in. When you have a player like Durka, it just gives you all the world to play
What's the
with.
odds? Like 17 and 10, he's sat on the nets. Closest on the other side is Boo, who's sat at 9. He's nearly doubled the top fragger on the other side. That's how dominant that first half was.
And I still have to shout out Boo, because like, grand scheme of things, it was like 3 rounds, I think, but 3 rounds where he was a big difference maker. And even if they weren't winning the round, he was putting Heretics in a chance, in a position where they legitimately could have won it, right? It was him that won that round with the kill on Boaster into the lockdown. It was him that, with the Sheriff, was able to find 2 kills in Kitchen, and very narrowly, the team ends up losing out in a potential Thrifty. There were moments where it could have looked very different for Heretics, but consistently Fnatic playing smart Valorant, not giving them the options apart from Boo's heroics to come back.
Only round that felt a little bit like, was that one just there we saw a second ago? Was the wall play, as he mentioned as well? Heretics being so close, were able to just dance around it and use it to their own advantage in a way. I completely get why Fnatic have gone for that. It forces a much narrower angle for them also to fight through, but you had the left flank, you had the play from the top, you had the play going right up close to the wall as well. They had far more options to play around that wall than Fnatic did.
I think the problem with the wall was that it wasn't actually an issue with the wall necessarily. It was the fact that they couldn't shoot the Sova Dart. The Sova Dart pinged 3 times and actually hit 2 players when they were trying to work through the smoke, so they weren't able to fight the players that were trying to break down the wall or get on the spike or do anything like this. The timing of it ended up meaning that it just got broken down, at least that center section, very early on. And at that point, did not offer the protection around the spike that they would have wanted to.
All right. Second half about to get underway. What's your expectations coming into this? I mean, you know, we spoke about these comps already. We spoke quite a bit about the Harbor. We haven't really seen it come to, you know, we've seen a bit of use out of it, but not really seen it come to strong effects. Would you argue you've seen more out of the Sage or out of the Harbor in that first half?
I mean, we definitely saw, we saw a little bit from both. I think definitely the Sage with the aggressive plays. That was a little bit less to do with Sage the Agent and more just how Chronicle was playing it.
Yep.
But the Sage is a pick where counter to Harbor, where Harbor wants to take more forward space with those deep balls towards Snowman, off of Rafters on A. Sage can look for shallower control, so you don't actually have to fully take the site. You can just drop the wall down, look for a plant, do things relatively easily. If anything, I'm curious what Fnatic have cooking here with some mid plays.
I mean, every single one forcing through mid as well. We spoke about this a little bit in the green room earlier. That split off towards B, split out towards A, both less than ideal. Kind of one-way angle that you give sometimes. And A just feels like a murder box. But they managed to get around it as well.
I love this. This is fantastic.
Intentional, surely.
They're going into Kitchen. This may end up being, they're actually not taking the spike
held
with
back.
it, curiously enough. Oh, that's so cool. They hit the alarm bot right when they want to swing into Kitchen. So the Kitchen player is caught completely sleeping. Mixwell gets dinked down to 13 HP. Now Durka's in Snowman. They're wrapping around on Heretics. What a cool play from them.
And still in full control of the round as well. It's almost like they've won Icebox a few times before, Ender. Wall placement down in a good spot as well, but it kind of works against them as that spike goes down. Once again, Fnatic staying in full control.
I absolutely love it. Kellogg's trying to re-clear. That spike's in a wacky position. You can play from back fence as well. So a lot of things Heretics have to work on through. I mean, the fact you can just pop on up.
Okay. Finds the one. Can't quite find the second. Leo's the one to close him out of this too. Down for 2 versus 2 though. Every chance is there, but Leo just cleans house.
Gorgeous.
Fantastic round from Fnatic.
I feel like every time you watch Fnatic play Icebox, it's just a little bit of a treat, because they just show you another way to take the B site through mid. I think one of the things that really defined this team early on, of course, the defensive setup with the Killjoy, but it was just showing multiple different ways to attack into this B site. So many teams just ignore mid, right? Like, did we ever see a split B hit in that first half?
Nope,
no,
not once.
Didn't happen. It's very hard to do. But just the layer there of seeing the alarm bot in mid, smoking it off, getting 3 players up tube, and then hitting the alarm as you swing, anyone in Kitchen is expecting 5 to 10 more seconds before they have to fight, and that definitely
on a great read here.
Put them in a great opening spot.
I mean, Heretics know this is coming, but then the question is, what can you do to stop the onslaught? Fnatic have looked nigh on unstoppable across all of that first half and in that previous round. Yes, they've been slowed down here, but until you see when the gun starts singing, we start seeing bodies drop. That's when you'll really start to get a feel for what's going to happen next.
All right, Durka on the opening has to be able to get through too. Sees the first, sees the second.
There it is.
Yeah. That's His name's Durka.
It doesn't
He
matter.
does
I
that.
think even with a rifle on side, they still lose out there. That is what Durka does. In they march. This is where you see in the Sage come into its own as well. They do isolate off yellow, but just cannot do anything here with the pistols on side too. Going to be a cozy closeout for Fnatic.
A cozy closeout?
A cozy closeout.
What's that?
It's a cozy closeout, but I said it wrong.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say it was close. I'm like, I don't think this one's close.
That's not Smithton. 5-1 is not very close, no.
Yeah.
5 isn't very close to 1,
I mean,
sadly, Ender.
Chronicle's close to death. 23 health.
Yeah, but so's Boo, because he's staring down the barrel of 5 guns. Bigger guns than his.
Maybe you shouldn't look at those guns. Maybe you should stay away from them.
This
Still
one
needs to
obviously-
die to the spike. Is it optimal to die? There is Boo. I think it is, yeah.
Oh, the Sheriff on side, yeah, surely, right?
No, well, the main difference there is whether or not you die to spike, you die to the player, right? Because if you die to the spike, you don't get an orb, but you also deny an orb from the opposite side. Being the Killjoy, getting up towards the lockdown is going to be impactful. That being said, we know what Durka can actually accomplish with those knives. But I think all things said and done, Heretics, not a bad play to try and sacrifice there and try getting towards that lockdown. Although Durka will be outpacing it. And similar to the last half, we'll have that online for round 4.
In fact, you have one Jet sat near the top of the table, the other one very far down the bottom really gives you a feel to how the game has played out so far. It has been the Durka show. Kellogg's really been able to make himself known or really even seen, if nothing else. Here, Fnatic maybe finally doubling themselves back away. Is this another beaten through mid?
I don't think so. It could be.
They're thinking about it.
Surely not. No. They just wanted to throw the molly, throw the orb down there. And actually, Zeke's going to use the drone, expecting that it could be a bit of a mid attempt.
I mean, now he knows. Now he knows everything. They know that there must be an A hit coming in. It could be a double back out towards B, which is why you haven't seen Heretics come springing out just yet. But Fnatic have basically got a 4v0 on site here. Outside of a couple of bits of utility, there's just the one off towards the left. And now one more rotates back in. But they've isolated basically 2 separate 4v1s here.
Boaster playing around tube here in mid. Here's all the rotations. Actually broke the dart in mid, I do believe. He turned around for that one. So Heretics may be aware of the potential mid flank coming in.
Poison's off.
But if they go on this retake, look at the position Durka's playing. This is really nice. They're expecting the Harbor Wall to give them protection. Chronicle finds 2, Durka finds the 1, and he can chill. He can fall back off a site. Boo can't do anything on his own, especially with Boaster coming in from behind.
Just overwhelming force coming out from Fnatic. Just when you thought Heretics had a pretty good game on this map last week, I think 13-5 was the final scoreline. Fnatic just reminding them, look, you might be all right against other teams, guys, but they ain't Fnatic when you're coming up against them. Comfortable is honestly the best way I'd describe it. I think confidence was the word we were using yesterday.
You used all these big C words.
Yeah, I'm not going to use any small C words. We'll avoid those.
Okay.
Only the
Maybe
big
some
ones.
average.
We've had...
Cruising.
Cruising's not bad.
Cruising. I mean...
Capable.
They're very capable.
capable.
Yeah, exceptionally capable, as a matter of fact.
Confidently cruising, full of capability.
Heretics gameplay looking a bit crude, perhaps.
A little claustrophobic on Icebox.
And a Boaster, how charming.
Very good.
So charming.
See, I feel like you're cheating with that word, though.
Because it's a ch?
It's not like the k sound, yeah.
No.
But charming is a good
I'll
way
go
to
with
describe
it.
him. All right.
I'll go with it.
We'll commit.
Hold on, it's a Kellogg's moment. Certified Kellogg's round win right here. I guarantee it.
T-Tours. T-Tours.
All right. Yeah, Leo's been
4K.
really effective today.
It's unfortunate, but that's Durka coming in, trying to show what Jets can do. Almost going himself real deep here as well, but has got to make this work somehow. Managed to get himself straight into enemy lines. Has got himself up high. And now, once again, we got that spike going down, but it's Durka to start off once again. Nothing is stopping this man. He's 24-11, for God's sake.
Oh my God, Durka wants more every single time, just repositioning to another high position. Having a field day over on this A site, wants to play in front of that Harbor Wall. Mixwell chipped so low, but he can't quite find a bullet on that one. Doesn't matter, Shorty is in business for Durka.
Can he make it 26 on the close? It's going to be Chronicle to collect a Fnatic. It's over before you can even think about it. What a dominating start to this series.
Yada yada. I can't believe it. That was rough, man.
I don't even feel like I've just watched Icebox. It was that fast.
Yeah, you know, Fnatic wanted to get out of here real early, you know, have a swift day of things.
They had some late times last week, we all did, so they want to try and get this one over and done with. But again, just unbelievable at 25 and 11 for Durka.
And it was Durka with the huge switch round. I said it so many times, but just to recap, because we got to do that for you, the turnaround when they decided to stop playing passive for retake over towards A and just push up with Durka and Chronicle. Those two were unbeatable, and Heretics never found an answer.
It feels similar to what we saw between Foot and Vitality yesterday. One team's really come to the races. They're a little more decisive, not a C word, a lot more decisive, a lot more confident in what they were going for. Really, I think it comes down to the map as well. Again, it being, it's not Haven, but it's a Haven for Fnatic.
Right, yep, I'm
see how
following,
things,
I'm tracking.
We'll stick with it. I'll tell you what, let's get his brain reset. We'll go out to a break back in a few minutes.
Nice. 3-7.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For Showers yet, the second. Oh my gosh! This one's smooth. Wait! I need to deliver.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
And welcome back to the analyst desk. Icebox went about as expected. Fnatic winning 13-3. It didn't feel to me like there was anything Heretics could have done. In a moment, we'll bring up a brief highlight package of the whole game. But what was your take? What is your key reflection here? Because to me, it just didn't look like anything was going to happen for Heretics.
I would have actually loved to see much more of the attack side from Fnatic against Heretic, because they did something that Heretic didn't do to assure they have any success on the attack. Because the thing is, Fnatic was fantastic at taking space on mid, on destroying the utility from Killjoy in kitchen, or just avoiding it with the smoke while going aggressively through kitchen. Something that we didn't see Heretics do at all on the attacking side, because they always, even if they destroyed the Killjoy turret in kitchen, there was always an lava bot under the tunnel on mid, which was essentially negating any kind of map control that they could have lost against Heretics.
And touching on that as well, like Alpha was 6-6, 6 kills, 6 deaths, which it's mostly because on that defense he wasn't really required. He was just chilling around, sort of playing from kitchen, playing towards orange, and nothing was happening there. It did kind of feel initially to begin with that Heretics were forced towards these AA executes, and it started off okay, like they had some nice post plans. They got the early 3 rounds there, but soon afterwards it was just so difficult for them to get any map space, and every time they got the plant down, it was a nice easy retake for Fnatic. They were comfy.
Yeah, during those retakes actually, I feel like Fnatic had always a perfect read on exact positions of their opponents, and because of that we have seen Delke flank multiple times towards B long, completely catching off guard Heretics and punching them in the back while Sova is ulting and completely surprised. And we have seen many situations, even during that pistol round, when I think that was Boo standing in the kitchen, just looking at Fnatic players walking out of kitchen, and he was, I think, looking at the minimap because he was just so caught off guard. A lot of moments were like that for Heretics.
Well, listen, Durka go kill. It has been a strategy that's worked for Fnatic many times in the past. Here's a highlight package of Durka, who went 25, 11, and 2, 422 ACS. I mean, he just absolutely popped off, Ryan.
This is his zone on the map as well. Like, I think when you're playing the Harbor, when you're playing the Viper, going for these B executors is really important because of how much delay you can have overall. But Durka not only got really comfortable pushing and being aggressive on B, he was starting to do it on A as well. He was just getting ahead of that Harbor utility that Mixwell was putting down, which just didn't help. There wasn't any pressure from Heretics. It was cut apart fairly easily.
Yeah, in one of those rounds when he pushed pipes, there was a bait with a recon arrow landing behind the Viper. Shasir was literally looking at a wall while being fully exposed to pipes, and Delke just gets an easy kill. He got 9 first bloods overall. In this game, this is 16 rounds.
16 rounds.
And
that is
9
ridiculous.
rounds, he got an opening kill only one time. He had the first death. That's absolutely unreal. And also 260 ADR on average. That means that he gets a full kill and then 3 bullets from a Vandal or a Phantom on another person. It's absolutely unreal.
It really, really is. Team Heretics obviously get washed on Icebox. We have to see what they do in the next map. Just before we turn our focus to Ascent and setting the scene there, anybody that knows me from League of Legends knows I love useless stats, and this game is full of plenty of opportunities. So, I want to ask you guys or share with you that Leo has secured 12 shock dart kills across the 10 maps that he has played as Sova leading up to today. I cannot update those live. He gets 1.2 shock dart kills a game, and the next best after him, this is from Lock-In plus VCT EMEA Pacific America, is Derek and Trex with 3 dart kills over the same sample size. Right?
I also blame Boaster because there could have been an additional one today, but he was late with a snake bite. So it didn't affect a shock dart that was actually pinpoint perfect on a planter. That was Mixwell just on that B side.
Literally, as we're preparing this whole segment and we're talking about things, one of our guys from the production team looks at me and goes, Trev, I've got this really fun thing we can throw your way. So there we go, 12 shock dart kills. Average Jonas, that one's up for you. Now, I want to set a scene for this next map. We're moving on to Ascent, if I recall correctly. Double check for me, who is going to be playing which side? Producers, tell me in my ears. And
Heretics defended.
What I would like to do is talk about what Heretics have to do. What do you want to see from them? We have a few minutes before we get to Agent Select. And based on what we just saw from Icebox, it is a massive uphill task. So let's start. First and foremost, is there anything you want to see from the composition? And then secondly, how do you want to see things changing from what we saw on Icebox to now on Ascent?
Well, the thing is that most likely we're not going to see any changes on the Ascent when it comes to composition from Heretics. At least I don't anticipate that there's going to be any changes from the last time they played it at lock-in against EG.
EG,
yeah. It is very standard. It's actually the same composition that Fnatic is playing, which is Omen, Killjoy, Sova, Jet, and who I'm missing? KO.
Yeah,
and
same
KO,
as
very
BBL
standard.
earlier as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can expect very standard formation as well on the defense, so very similar to what we actually seen in the previous match. Killjoy anchoring on B side, Omen anchoring on A side, and then Sova on market. Like, that's something that you will see almost every single time that the composition is being played.
Yeah, I wonder if it's an element of, because we saw Fnatic lose this map against BBL, which was, you know, another topic in itself, that Heretics have either realized that this is a map that can work with them, or they've spotted something that they can maybe exploit with Fnatic. The problem is, Fnatic lost, they've probably worked out what their issue were, and they're going to try and push on with that.
And of course, you're also going to have Alpha back in here as well, so maybe slightly different expectation on that one. I want to talk about now Fnatic's strength on this map as well. How is this going to factor into the potential matchup? While you think about that, a quick look at Fnatic Leo. He's warming up for Ascent on Aim Labs Plus. So we'll check out his aim in just a moment. But I'll come back to you, Ryan. Leo, you know, as well as the rest of the Fnatic squad, they look very good, but you kind of expect that on Icebox. Now, this is going to obviously be the pick from Heretics. I'm hoping they've got something planned. They've got something up their sleeve.
You'd hope so.
Right. But now let's talk about, like, overall, what do you think about Fnatic's strength on the map with Alpha in terms of the rest of their map pool? Because probably not going to be as dominant as Icebox.
I think that this is a map where you don't necessarily see too much pushed out there meta-wise. It's felt very straightforward. People play the same comps, but even from like the early days, they're trying to push the limits of what utility could do, what more they can try and be proactive with. I think Durka, like, being able to sort of keep that control, trying up a little bit on their defense, find these other different spots, just kind of getting what he did on Icebox, getting ahead of what Heretics are trying to do when they defend, but attacking first. They chose to attack, as far as I understand. So they, again, just want to sort of warm up, take the tough side first, and sort of try and break that start, which is like, it's defensively sided Ascent. So if they can attack and make a good start, really hard for Heretics to build back up from the second half.
Well, even if it's even if it's defense sided, like, the map has kind of similar issues when it comes to the mid, like Icebox, and we have seen it in the past that many teams struggle to gain map control because they don't destroy any killjoy utility on Pizza, and I hope that this is going to be something that they will take from the previous map, that the mid control that they can make sure is going to be under control when they're going to be defending it, but also they're going to take over that mid control on attack. It should be instrumental to their success, and hope they will not, you know, fall in the same trap as on Icebox.
I'm going to paint a pretty negative picture here for you. Mixwell and Kellogg's went 5, 15, and 4 each on that previous map. Durka destroyed absolutely everyone. In our pre-match, we were talking about those two players potentially looking for them to have some sort of influence in the game. They both have to have a larger presence here on Ascent and try find a way to contain Durka.
Yeah, I think Mixwell's been better than what we just saw from Icebox on Ascent, right? Like, playing a bit more KO, has a bit more of that aggression to be able to play that way, whereas Harvey, you have to be a bit more sort of dedicated, maybe a bit more passive in some elements. I don't know which is kind of worse on that element, whether Kellogg's dying as much as he did, or Mixwell, like, which was more of an issue when your Harbor's dying a lot or your Jet's dying a lot, because Kellogg's was trying to go in an entry and just been shut down instantly, and nobody else from Heretics was even caught up to him to maybe trade or make it competitive.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. It doesn't matter if Kellogg's gets the first blood if he dies, but it gets traded.
Yeah.
And that wasn't happening. He was always detached from the rest of the forces, so there was no follow-up, right? If a Jet doesn't get a kill, but creates the space and gets traded, it's fine. And unfortunately, like, I just looked at the way that Heretics are attacking on Ascent, and when they were played against EG, they actually were funneling hard towards B side and were barely doing anything on mid. So typically what they're just doing a B side push. If that doesn't work, they're gonna go through mid towards A short, and it's very easy pattern to recognize, specifically on a simple map like Ascent. So I hope that from the lock-in, they had a bigger strat book for this map prepared, because it seems like too simple against a team like Fnatic.
I think that's it. I just hope for more from Heretics. I don't expect them to really make this series. Like, for Icebox, I wanted to see it competitive, and it was 13-3. Like, come on, like. But
we can't really do like, oh, there was a close map. No, it was a 13-3 blowout.
Yeah, it really, really was one-sided. Now, I mean, okay, so let's zoom this out a little bit, right? We're a couple minutes away from Agent Select. There was a small technical issue on stage. So this one's for Mitch Mann. Small delay, my friend. Zooming out now.
It's a small delay.
For Team Heretics, right? They get crushed in Icebox. I think that's expected. Let's just presume they get crushed here as well. Now, after their third series that they played, we're starting to see like the power rankings in terms of teams that are popping off, because one of the things I kind of expected from Fnatic with Alpha back, I would have thought they might want to come in and make a statement win, you know, get the squad back together, lock in champs, and just destroy people. If Ascent goes terribly here, does this start to more clearly define 1 through 10 in terms of teams' power?
The thing with stuff like Fnatic is just, I can't imagine, even though when they lost against BBL, it was with their sub of Kamek playing, I still can't imagine that they take that loss and go, it happens. I feel like it's like we look into those issues, we try and work it out, we make those adjustments. Everybody as part of the team sort of knows what they should be doing, where they let each other down, where they need to be more supportive, and go from there. It's a scary time for Heretics to be playing this map. Sure, you can be like, oh yeah, this team just lost it. But this is the time where Fnatic's going to put the most time and effort into getting it right.
To answer your question, I don't think this match changes much when it comes to the power levels in the top in the 10 teams that we have in the league, because I think everyone kind of bet on Fnatic winning this match, so it's like expected result. Even if it's gonna be, I mean, okay, maybe people don't expect 2 blowout maps, right? But still, even if Heretics loses both maps, it's not gonna be something that will, you know, surprise me.
It's that nuance that's intriguing to me, right? Because whenever you have a top-of-the-table team or a team that is expected to be in the top 2 versus either middle or lower pack, some of the expectations as a viewer or a fan that you put on that favorite team is to have that type of performance, right? So that's what I'm intrigued to see. I also want to see whether or not the strat book or the plan, whatever it's going to be here from Heretics, is on this map, on their map pick, because it has to have significant impact. Because at least as far as what we saw on Icebox, they were being outdone individually, and the game plan just wasn't there.
For Heretics, I want to see something to build on. If they say lose this map like 13-3, you're going into like the next week going, well, we need to work on our Icebox and Ascent and probably other maps as well for their next opponent, right? So at least with this, if they have a good performance, it's like, all right, this looked good. We know what we can work on. If they can even scare Fnatic, that might help with this confidence that this team desperately needs.
I truly wish I remembered the copy pasta. They've got to work on their map pools. They've got to work on their edges. They've got to work on their aim. They've got to work on their utility. Okay, we're jumping into Agent Select at last. Let's take a look at what will be hovered and locked in just a moment.
What? No, it's not! Why is Boo playing Chamber?
Oh my god, what is going on? I mean, I'm happy to see Chamber back because I still think he's very playable.
This is not right.
Is this, okay, production, is this actually happening?
This cannot be right. This absolutely cannot. Oh my god.
This is not Agent Select. This is...
We would have seen, you saw Reina low five, you're like, okay, this is a fever dream.
I saw first Chamber and I'm like, yeah, Chamber Cypher to make very like decisive defense would make a statement, but then they have no controller and I'm like, oh, okay, well maybe this makes no sense. And then I see Fnatic having, you know, Reina, Yoru, Neon. I'm like, okay, well, I got excited for no reason at all.
I will tell you right now, I have no idea how that happens. I'm actually going to try to figure that out.
I think somebody probably, from previous like experience, somebody locked in an agent by accident, and it's like, oh no, we need to just like redo it.
And so everyone's goes
like,
mad.
Yeah, I'm going to lock in Gecko.
Oh,
the funniest part for me was I saw Boo playing the Chamber, was like, that's the thing that's most egregious. But Kellogg's playing the Phoenix. It's still kind of like wild.
This is kind of because we have seen Zeke in the past in the Phoenix as well, right? And here, okay, Kellogg's will not be able to dash anymore on site. So that's a very big difference. Phoenix on this map on attack is specifically efficient if you go for the orbs. A main is very open, B main is also very open, so you can go up to 5 ultimates per half, like during a great performance. So this is pretty strong on attack if you know how to pair it up with something that creates space.
How many rounds do you want to see coming in either on the defensive side for Heretics to give them that shot on attack?
9.
Okay.
You want them to 9-3 the half? You think that's their best
on
chance?
Defense, if they need to.
I mean, they've got the Viper, so that kind of helps. I'd like to see like not going under, like no 5-7, no 4-8, just like 6-all would be grand for me. Again, if this is something that they can actually build off and do more in the future, then great. If this is some comp that they've come up with and then it falls apart and they have to go back to the drawing board and come up with something else, that's where it gets really dicey for Heretics going forward.
All right, a lot of pressure here on Team Heretics. Let's find out what they do as we hit the map. Let's head over to our shoutcasters with Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Trevor and the guys. Over for lap number 2 here. A very dominant performance over on Icebox. Does it continue here into Ascent? We're about to find out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just excited to see what Heretics have been cooking up here with the Phoenix, because as a fun little note, they have played the Phoenix before, back at Red Bull home ground at the end of last year. But
we
that
just haven't
Phoenix,
seen it here.
We haven't seen it in EMEA. That tournament also, you know, make of it what you will. Zeke was the one playing the Phoenix back then too. So this is still very, very new stuff for Heretics. But regardless, I think rocking the double smokes with 2 flashers as well creates a really interesting way to play the game. Even the Phoenix and his wall allows you to maybe take some more space, especially over towards the B side. So I don't know. I'm excited to see, especially when Heretics go over to attack, how they creatively use a lot of these picks. Because the one weakness, the main weakness I see them having on defense is the lack of a dedicated opper, right? Like, I think Avova may end up becoming the opper for this team if they decide to fight around mid. Because if you don't have a Jetter or a Deddy opper, it becomes rather challenging, I think, to fight for mid control.
One for me to really look at is, you know, looking at the comp. I know, of course, we're on 2 completely different maps, but the change from having no flashes last map to now rocking 2 as well. Very different play style. And actually, just looking at the 2 teams in comparison, we saw the difference between Fnatic and Heretics on that last map. You could put a massive truck between the 2 of them. We had to see a bit of a change coming in, so I like the fact there are some new ideas coming out, and hopefully that Phoenix is enough to catch Fnatic by surprise.
Yeah, you know, Fnatic are playing the tried and true, basically always, playing like the most optimal comps. You can't really ask for anything better here on Ascent than what Fnatic is going to be rocking with. Especially what we've seen from the teams, but Heretics are going to have to come out and put on one hell of a fight if they want to force us onto a 3rd map.
Well, here we go. In we go, and see if it does go all the way to 3. Just can't really help but get that feeling that Fnatic have warmed up so much and were so dominant on that last map that even with this being the Heretics map pick, it could still yet prove to be a downfall against Fnatic. Here we go, round 1.
Really, I just want to see where they end up playing with this Phoenix. Kellogg's only has the one flash to work with here. And it'll be right around mid, so we can pop this around the corner. It's so fast after the buffs, it's very hard to actually turn away from that. Counter to like a Sky Flash, which I think a lot of pro players have gotten very good at just hearing the audio cue, being able to turn away from that one. The Phoenix, very difficult to react to. So I really like the position from him there, putting him over near tree where that Sky is too. You can lock down those ways to split into A and B site by having these 2 flashes on defense.
The patience being shown so far as well. I mean, Fnatic just are not interested in giving them anything in these first 40 seconds. And now comes that push. All it takes is a lick of sound, anything to let them know they're there, or the smallest bit of interest, and sure enough, there it is.
This is nasty.
This is where it's going to come on through. All flashed out, but they still find the kill anyway. Avova steps out and finds 2. Brilliant start, playing off each other, almost using the Phoenix as a little bit of bait there. And my God, does he get a big bite.
Miraculous that Fnatic even managed to find the 1 kill, because that setup was absolutely gorgeous. There's still a player backside. Boom, maybe peeking a little bit earlier, but it's as the smoke drops. So Heretics are collecting bodies out of Fnatic here.
This looks to be a pretty decisive first round. Really well handled as well. Just had the utility in the right places. Multiple players ready to capitalize off that flash at the very start. Really set the tone for the round. Once Avova found that 2K, great start for Heretics.
And we are just going to continue to watch how Heretics move this Phoenix around, because already I am loving what they have in terms of mid control. So it's not early mid control, right? Having an offer or something, obviously it's a pistol round. But I think that even as we go later into the rounds, we're not going to see a lot of, you know, maybe the peeking up of Cat. Maybe instead we see a Phoenix pop flashing out of a Cat smoke. That we see Fnatic throwing there. Different ideas along those lines, and basically stopping that secondary choke point into the site. One of the things we can also see later on is seeing Kellogg's play aggressively for A or B main control, and that's the weakness of a Phoenix compared to a Jet. In a world where Jet's there, she can maybe smoke, dash away, get on out of dodge, but
Phoenix,
instead,
he commits. That's the problem.
It'll be that Marshall into the hands of Chronicle now.
Far from the end of the world in a round where they were, of course, all sat on pistols as well, being able to weaponize that and turn it back against Heretics themselves. The big question on Fnatic's mind now is where to push. Do we try and play a play through market once more, or do we rotate back out and make a play towards A?
Well, because the door's been closed now, I think Fnatic look like they want to work over into the B site, but they're going to leave Durka planted very deep up into mid, and he's going to be able to push all the way into CT and maybe pinch down onto a rotator, right? He can hear those footsteps when they go through CT, calm that over to his team, so his team will know when players are going to be peeking from CT. And as long as they're successful, removing Zeke here, there's no player instantly able to trade him out because Mixwell has now gone over to pick up mid. This is all of a sudden a doable round, although they make so much noise grabbing the orb. You can't really fault them for it. I like going for the orb play.
30
even
seconds
if it
left.
lowers your chance of winning the round, just because it is ecoed and you want to start stacking up that ult eco.
Deep flash in towards Mixwell, but it doesn't catch out Zeke, who was sat on stairs as well. Here comes that short side push directly in towards site, which should mean Spike can go down, but do not ignore Durka, who's posted up, waiting for the flank to come in as well.
Durka falls on that flank, but Fnatic take the site. Holy! Whoa, just a second here. It's a 3-on-2 now for Fnatic. Hard for them to play a forward position on site. They're all stuck here, and Leo's very low. A couple of shock darts. He was so effective with those. Back on Icebox.
The recon's there as well for that extra bit of information. All it's going to take now is a little bit of a scan. They know exactly where the last two players are. Admittedly, grouping up together, though, is what you're looking for.
Yeah, they've still just got the Sheriffs, realistically. Weren't able to upgrade into anything. So Vova's going to try and get a huge paranoia. How many does he find? A couple.
Definitely two, but they still find the kill anyway. Chronicle onto one, onto a two. Fnatic battle away back in the second round.
Worst case scenario. Heretics get blasted on Icebox, 13-3, then they win pistol with this really creative setup, and then they try to fight through mid with a Phoenix on his own. That is just not the look you want to be seeing from them. Doesn't matter if you have a Marshall versus pistols, he falls, and then Fnatic, good spacing on the entry into site, just removing those players. It didn't even come down to the lurk play from Durka, which I thought was going to be the difference maker. The team was just effective on the site in itself.
I think you saw the reaction from a couple of the players and the coach there as well, just knowing that was not their round to be losing. They really wanted to chain that into at least a couple more. But now Fnatic give themselves a chance to bite back, and we've seen this across both games, to be fair, with real battles following in the second round of each half.
This is what we're going to see more of, though, from Kellogg's. Again, looking for these pop flashes where they can swing, play off of any kind of information. The last time he sent it in mid when he was playing Market, it was the second the smoke went down, and that's when they pulled the trigger.
But it's also alongside the paranoia. You've seen the two of them playing together so far around Market. Here it's out towards Tree. So in the case that the flash doesn't connect through, or even if it does, they've got flash coming in and the paranoia at the same time. All it means is Fnatic are absolutely screwed as soon as they make any form of
There's
sound.
no way to dodge anything.
Absolutely, you're screwed. Because if you don't get popped at short range by Kellogg's and you've got the Omen coming out from a range, you're half blinded, you're screwed.
It's a really good setup.
Love
now,
it.
Fnatic, I'm actually curious because Boaster's been able to find a lurk into A, and he may end up sending it before the B hit comes on through. Oh man, this could really cause the rotations to come in from Heretics, which allowed Durka pushed all the way up into mid to find a snipe. That's how Boo falls. It's Boaster completely on his own, and it enables lurk on lurk on lurk. Yeah, Heretics have no money, but that was a bit of a gamble push from Boaster, and it paid off massively.
Well, you give them an inch and they'll take an absolute mile. Fnatic managing to battle the way back in the second round, make round 3 look like easy work. Up 2-1, and already started out with Durka with his ult online. We've already seen how much damage he was doing back on Icebox, and you can only imagine the sort of damage that will follow on Ascent.
Oh yeah. I think it's time for Heretics to give up on the mid fight. Instead, focus back towards Market and maybe even challenge into main. That round, Fnatic played for the very early orb into A main. I didn't quite catch who picked up that orb. But if Fnatic continue to play this way, I absolutely love it. Play strong towards one side of the map, snag that orb for yourself. Actually, some counter util out of Heretics, not wanting that one to go over. And Durka's playing so quick into the site, but there's 3 players back there.
Trying to make play off the splash coming in, but finding himself traded out on the back of it straight away. But I love the pace that Fnatic are coming with here, trying to keep Heretics on the back foot, and my God, is it coming out sharp.
Absolutely fantastic. They know Mixwell's back here. The shock darts are coming in. That's half of Mixwell's health gone. Somehow he finds one. Vova was able to get a kill through Market too. And as they're sort of pinched from Market from backside, Leo is forced to drop down onto the site. Mixwell finds the 3K, and Heretics come away with the round.
Big round to make yourself heard as well. We were talking a little bit about the stats on the desk earlier on. I think it was Zeke and Mixwell started 5 and 14 on Icebox. Not the kind of scores you're putting up on the door, but at least starting this one a little bit sharper. 3 and 2 so far across 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean,
admirable effort.
They ran straight into the stack on that. I think Fnatic were even aware of those players. And it didn't even matter. They were initially successful. It was the fact that Mixwell found a couple of kills just on his own. It wasn't like Heretics were doing a fantastic job like trading out those entry kills. It was Mixwell standing up to the challenge and facing it and cutting down Fnatic. So
well, once he got the kill onto the guy on near side as well, there were 2 at distance, but he had just full control of jail, even having time to step back and get a full reload. That Fnatic was so nervous about stairs. It was that classic 2v1 play that we've seen Heretics trying to employ round after round with mixed success so far.
It's interesting to see how Heretics are playing now. Both their flashes in the same place up in mid. Actually spots out the 2 of them.
Again, this trade play again.
And because the knife didn't go super deep, you actually know it's a player market pizza. It's not a deep player CT. They actually hear them rotating out now. Durka taking the chance to step on forward, catches Kellogg with the hot in his hands.
And also goes to stairs as well, but can't quite beat out of over. That would have been one hell of a play to break open the Heretics defense. But for now, things carry on. Heretics re-establish some form of control in the 4v4.
And what I actually like from the Heretics setup here is it's all of the delay tools stacked on A, all the flashes to fight aggressively towards B. The fact that now Fnatic are moving into this A site that they don't necessarily know yet, the Killjoy and Viper here. With 40 seconds on the clock, now Heretics can cycle out the utility, and this is going to force Fnatic to act quickly and maybe go through those mollies.
I mean, they've chose about 3 rounds as well to make use of the paranoia plus flash, but now it's 2.
Both players. That's huge.
That's all you need for the info, but can they make anything happen off the back of it? Good shot coming through, make that 13 that he's now hit across both maps, but it's Chronicle stepping forward for 1 into a second as well. It feels like Fnatic may have just opened up this A site.
Oh man, Avova sees the drone come up and anticipates Leo's position. 2-on-2 now, flashes to work with Mixwell trying to play off a bit quickly.
Surely that turret gives away the advance cross on towards Dice as well. Mixwell finds yet another, and Alfie has got it all to do in the 1v2. We've seen so many clutches from this position, and he finds one, looking for the 1v1! Welcome back, buddy! Literally as I said it, bringing it to life through words. The number of clutches and replays we've seen from that exact position that ends up like that, I've lost count.
Absolutely fantastic. And I have to shout out on the site hit, MVP Chronicle. It's a knife center sight, hits both players with their stall util, which made this way simpler in terms of actually getting on the site. It comes close to the end, Alfier clutches it through. But one knife like that instantly opens up the ability for Fnatic to quickly burst into the site. Being able to shut off the utility, the denial from Heretics, it ruined their game plan.
What I will give to Heretics is I've enjoyed, again, I touched on it a little bit in the last round, how they've rotated around what utility they're stacking with what. We've seen the mid a couple of times. You've seen Kellogg's, of course, playing out with the Phoenix Flash. You've then also had the second coming out with Evolver on the Omen to put the Paranoia over the top. The last round, they changed things around and stacked up a double Flash together. So where Fnatic was starting to get used to having to deal with the Omen at range, instead, suddenly, you've got the Sky up close, you've got Kellogg's also nice and close. It just keeps them having to work through new problems every single round.
The comp lets them play super fluidly, because forget like Initiator, Duelist, whatever. Effectively, you have 2 Flashers and you have 2 like site anchors, right? The Viper and the Killjoy are going to usually play on opposite sides to lock down those areas. And then it's about Heretics setting up the flashes to swing in, right? This setup where Kellogg's is, right outside of B main. As the presence comes through mid, he's going to flash into B, and they're going to try and shut down this Killjoy. If they can remove Killjoy, then they're entrenched in B main, and that sight hit from Fnatic through Market Door is going to be way harder to commit through.
Question is there a good read from Heretics here on this push coming in? I mean, the fact they've got 3 players all stacked up as 1, but Leo steps in for 2. They did not know about the man coming in deep, and they managed to start marching things on forward. Another good start for Fnatic.
Yeah, just too slow there, catching them off guard. Fnatic were relatively quiet, I think, moving up towards mid. Otherwise, I can't imagine Heretics would have been playing completely out in the open. Respect to Mixwell, shutting down Boaster in a situation like that, but still 4 players surviving on site with the CT push. That removes any possibility to win the round.
Yeah, it's tough because the bottleneck's got to force your way through here as well, just playing into that 2 versus 1. Mixwell left standing against the face of 4. It feels like Fnatic maybe started shaky in the first 2-3 rounds. Really warmed into things now, and Leo letting himself be heard with a 4K.
Fnatic might have a couple of ultimates to work with in this round too. It's possible.
1 or 2.
When you see this bar of red, I know most of you are accustomed to that meaning you lost every game in your match history, but for Fnatic it means they have every ultimate ready to go.
I felt that personally.
Yeah, did you? Brutal. Yeah, I mean, the setup here from Heretics I actually like.
The thing is, it had to be informed by some piece of utility. That's what they're waiting for a lot of the time. They're waiting for, you know, some kind of like KO knife, Sova drone, you know, Omen smoke, whether it's a situation in mid. If Fnatic are playing contact, Heretics either have to guess to use that utility or are sitting there with util in their hands, no guns out, and Fnatic have this window in which they can catch them and punish them and not allow Heretics to get anything done.
I was about to say then for a second, you've started to see the exasperation building across the rounds on the face of the coach of Heretics to the stage that he was like no longer holding his head in his hands. Arms were thrown back. He knows the timeout's needed. They called a pretty early one last time. I believe it was at 6-2. They were like, right, timeout. Yeah, we're gonna get this back on board. This time, a couple of rounds earlier, sat at 4-2. They felt in command at the start, but Heretics have slowly let things slip away. And even though they've tried again, rotating out this utility, playing the anchors, as you commented on, it's not working. They needed some more inspiration. The problem is, we've seen it on the last map as well. They came in, they committed ultimates in there, they had the lockdown come out. They still couldn't get things moving. And here to make it even worse, you're against so many ultimates on the side of Fnatic.
So look, you need info to inform when to use your utility, right? Thing is, Heretics don't have a lot in terms of that, right? You have the Sky Flash, which you don't want to use because then you're giving away the Sky positioning. But perhaps maybe you need to commit that just for scouting of the Sky Dog as well. Of course, potential options. Actually, Mixwell is broke. He just got the free flash. He didn't buy a second one, and he didn't buy a dog either. He's fully investing into this round. Light armor and a rifle, but that means no utility on him. Kellogg's has full util and the Phoenix ult, which we actually didn't talk about. It's only a 6-cost ultimate, so theoretically you should be just farming those up and spamming that. I expect on the attacking side we'll see him trying to grab a lot of those orbs, but on defense, he's got to be able to find kills to stack that one through and play for that.
Well, Lothar said it back on the desk earlier. If you're playing well, you're having an excellent half. You can get 4, 5, even 6 of those up in one half. You keep on chaining it together like that. It is very cheap. It is very easy to use, but it is so conditional on you having a really good game that, you know, Heretics, as we said so many times, still trying to battle their way into this one.
You know, if you ace every round, you could just have an ult like 11 times and a half or something.
That'd be ludicrous.
Oh, man. All right.
Some of those would come from the ult itself as well.
The thing is, I mean, they're just going to burst onto the site with the lockdown, too. Mixwell is forced to remove himself from the situation. But good news is, this Viper Wall, popularized back at lock-in, is so good on the retake. It allows you to flood out from CT without actually peeking towards B main. And that's what they're going to use.
And they're in as well, even with a bit of pre-fire coming in from Heretics to try and dissuade Fnatic away. Just hasn't happened. They've got inside, they've got 3 on site, they've got 2 holding off. 1 inside the market and 1 still holding, just off site as well, waiting for this push to come in.
The retake is so tough though, because Leo has ult from back boathouse. If you walk down lane or stairs, you are getting hit by a vertical Sova ult that hits everything. Actually popping that one pretty early.
1, 2, no, can't convert it into another, and the first one's only the ultimate as well, as Leo turns that Hunter's Fury online and finds Zeke.
Wrapping around. I mean, Heretics have no way to get in here. Vova with potential timing, but even then, Durka's waiting for him. And they're going to have to call the save. It all falls apart for Heretics. And it was once again, it wasn't the later ult like I was expecting from Leo, but it's Leo having his forward position teammates calming, right? Remember on Icebox when Chronicle was up in jail in A main?
Yeah.
Heard the players coming, Leo slams the ultimate. Again, it's not a dart or a drone tag that's informing when he uses his ultimate. It's perfect comms from his teammates, and he's able to find the kill on Zeke, and then Heretics can't get any forward position towards the retake.
It's making it again look pretty effortless on the side of Fnatic. It was expected coming in. For a second, maybe we thought, okay, Ascent, Heretics might warm back into it. Not really yet to happen. They did go through 4 of their ultimates in that last round, mind you. But Durkee has still got the one on the go.
Based. I don't want to see you guys saving your ultimates for the perfect ult later on. I want to see you invest those to win the rounds. A round win is way more valuable than having an ult into the next one.
Well, realistically, you use it there as well. You've got a chance of getting a second one or a second set online here. You save it to round 9, it's too little too late,
Yeah,
really.
I mean, you
it's
pop
use
the
it or
ult,
lose it.
You pop the ult and you get a kill later in the round, you're still stacking up even within that round.
This is interesting.
So
quite aggressive as well on the use of the Viper's Pit, just to really hold out aggressively towards A, which should mean realistically Heretics can commit more players out towards mid or out towards B, but they've only got 2 sat there right now.
But what are we doing though? Because yeah, we have a main control, but Fnatic keep punishing through mid. And you can see the 2 players over towards B are closing the door. I think that's the right call. Close door, play for B main control. And then you have Mixwell playing really deep towards spawn. But Mixwell, again, doesn't have a dog.
They're going tree.
I think he only, again, had the 1 flash. Mixwell's just not investing in utility.
They wanted to come... I thought they were going to try and push into the Viper's Pit late, which would have been crazy, but no. It looks like there's a bit of a convergence coming in on Tree, another big C word for you there. Trying to push their way through in towards Tree. 3 of them looking at it. Great way to bypass it. But right now it's more of a feel for, okay, where is the push? Where do you want to make this work? Not 100% sure. They've got about 10 seconds and they're going to have to commit.
Well, right now, Kellogg's just really needs to get this rifle back in mid. Mixwell had the second rifle only for the team. That smoke is going to say thank you and have a backstab here. This is huge.
And he still can't make it work. He looks the wrong way. He gets the flash, but it's just not enough. Fnatic pretty quick on the response. Looking in towards Jail. Right idea, wrong execution.
Avova gets 2 right there. Shorty from Boaster finishes the job. Man, that's a heartbreaker with Kellogg's popping through the smoke. I actually think the flash cost him there. It's hard to fault him for using that flash because you don't want someone turning around watching that. But I think it actually gave the idea that someone was pushing to the smoke and the players turned around and shot him through. Just an unfortunate situation, not a misplay by any means.
Really composed and slow around for Fnatic as well, where mainly we've seen, you know, we're going mid, we're going to commit towards it, we're making this push happen. Bit of back and forth there, moving between Tree as we commented, back out towards B, finally settling on mid. And you know, looking back at the theme of Icebox, we were sat backstage during the green room, you know, I asked you guys, why do so many people hate Icebox? And the answer was, mid isn't really playable. Fnatic forcing their way up it time and time again. You're seeing that carry on to it. It's not the same.
Yeah,
map,
honestly, I think if you hate Icebox, you haven't watched enough Fnatic VODs. That's like the based and real and true take. Like, sorry, Icebox haters, watch a Fnatic VOD. They make it so interesting. And similarly,
you're an Icebox fan, right?
I'm a big Icebox fan. Absolutely. Again, I watch Fnatic VOD, so it makes sense. But all things considered, I think Fnatic have identified, on Ascent, if you're splitting into sites, you have a way higher chance of winning out those side hits. But also, there's never going to be an op with Heretics' team comp fighting you in mid, so it's so free to take early control here. And Kellogg's just running around like a headless chicken. I don't even know what that is.
Well, they were trying to play the same setup once again, where it was Flash and Paranoia playing in mid, and they tried to use Kellogg's as the surprise, coming out here from towards Tree, trying to make the swing happen on the Flash, but simply finding nothing. He swung out expecting 2 to be there, and no one was there. Well, it was bad timing.
The fact of the matter is, like, I understand what Heretics are trying to do, right? They keep getting abused in mid, so let's do this, like, late round mid reaggress with the flash coming through. But I think the timing's a little off.
Fnatic expect it is the problem.
Fnatic's expecting it, and also, like, the Phoenix Flash, if Fnatic are playing well in mid, you have someone sub-Rosa, you can have someone top mid, like, it's really hard to catch everyone. And it wasn't even like Kellogg's was working out of a smoke. The smoke was down, so it wasn't able to get a perfect angle or anything off of that. Just an unfortunate situation as Zeke makes the round winnable.
Can he win it? Is the next big question. And then we go with the Killjoy coming out as well. That could be the difference maker. Now the question is, do Heretics want to get nice and aggressive here as well and make this work on their side once it pops off? They've got to force him down to wine, and they know, you can see the pings coming out. They know there's going to be 2 trapped down here, but now they've got to push in for this.
The stall is perfect too. They have a Nano Swarm too, so get on the spike. Get on the spike, throw a Nano Swarm. Okay, it gets broken.
Placing sentry.
Gonna make this work as well. There we go. That's the shutdown Heretics are finally looking for. Great use of the Killjoy ult too.
Alfier has been practicing his pop and swing, but maybe needs a little bit more time before that one succeeds. Zeke was fantastic there. 4 kills on the round for him. We've actually seen a couple of the rounds Heretics win. It's one player to step up. Previously, it was Mixwell over on that B site from Roadhouse. This round, it's Zeke on the initial hit, cutting someone off while he was in tree, and then on the retake too, having the lockdown. Really nicely played from him.
Still can't ignore that Dirkie's got that ultimate back online once again. I think it's up more often than it's not.
Has he used it yet?
I don't think so, but he just keeps
I think
holding
he's just
it.
so wealthy. Like, he's actually just the 1%.
He's dripping in gold.
Yeah.
He don't care. Not like he needs to do much else right now. Fnatic, again, still so far in the lead.
Alfier attack opping on the Killjoy. Respect. I don't know how I actually feel about that yet. I need to let it, like,
I mean, it's not normally the go-to Asian that you want rocking the ult. We'll say that much.
Here.
At the same time, I mean, he's just big chilling on the lurk up mid, so he's actually going to hold. I actually think his read is that... No, I think his read is the Heretics players have been rotating maybe through market to CT.
They've also been aggressing quite hard into market, let's not forget.
Yeah.
But it's here how he controls half the map by himself, right? He's got market control, he's got out towards B spawn control, meaning the rest of his team, everything can just go towards A and you haven't got to worry.
Huge setup here with the Paranoia into the flash. He sees the teleport. And now he's able to line up a couple of players. Alfier got into A main with the op somehow. Now Boo left alone. Leo comes swinging around the corner. Fnatic have A.
That's all they were looking for, really. Again, posting up with the op is going to help them so much. Door closed, and now they're looking for the plant. All you got to do is watch out towards heaven. You've got the drone to help you out as well. This feels hard for Heretics to fight their way back in.
Yeah, Mixwell has to wait a little bit longer before the bird gets back in his inventory. How many more seconds before they can go for this? Because otherwise they're walking into a brutal crossfire. Still no flash on Mixwell. And they're playing it so slow, but the swing is going to be there. Great two kills from Zeke.
Now he's got to do all the op as well. Full flash, brings out the shot as well. We've been here before, end of this 1 versus 2, and they even bring out the Viper Pit as well. This is where the shorty could actually work in his favor.
Yeah, but it's too far away. The spike is just completely isolated from him. Alfier cannot play this round out. MVP Zeke on that, finding the 2 kills. Also, I think unlocking the Viper's Pit because of them. And then you feel real foolish for having the operator. Not Alfier's fault with its 2 players falling in hell, but an unwinnable spot to be in. Oh,
okay.
That was gross.
I suspected that was how that one had played out, but sometimes you just got to see it to believe it. Heretics staging a little bit of a fight back here. Not quite yet at the point that you'll feel fully confident to say you can see them bouncing up to a 6-6, but it's looking good. Can't ignore that the Killjoy ult once again for Fnatic, though, is about to come back online.
Very true. We'll see Alfier farm in order, but I have no doubt. Although he's actually playing opposite sides of the team. Makes sense. That's how the Killjoy usually plays, but makes it harder to work into that. So maybe we see that come online as a post-plant tool a little bit later on. The setup from this Killjoy is super deep. Oftentimes you'll see that put down in tree. If you're not playing with a primary flasher, a Sky, or a Phoenix in tree, you'll see the double mollies down in that area. But actually it's all the way back towards Jen, trying to catch out Durka on his pathing deep into sight.
Here we go as well. Really good pullback by Heretics as well. Not wanting to expose themselves too much, but on the dice, they can't quite hit the 12.
Ow, ow, ow, ow, ow. Get out of there, Chronicle. My toes.
Nipping away. Looking to try and get the spike down there a second ago as we see the retake already coming in a little bit early from Heretics. They were grouping up for a second on door, but with it being closed off, Boaster just ready and waiting, saying, you dare, he who comes must enter.
This is gross. He learned this from his brother-in-arm's vanity.
Oh, and there it is.
The what?
Nope. That time round he gets them. How did that even work out with Chronicle falling down? Durka gets 2. But again, falling down to a 2 versus 2. It could go either way.
Oh, the reflank from Alpha finds the Phoenix Feather. Now Avova in a 1 versus 2. Smokes himself so he can take this to half. The shock darts are coming through. Down to so little. He's reloading. He has time. He has time to full stick.
No! Leo finding him on the spray. Avova was so close.
Last round.
Pain. Suffering. Playing against Fnatic.
These things are all completely imbalanced.
Synonyms. Literally open a thesaurus. It's just Boaster smiling, doing the troll face. The aware emote as the smile turns to a frown. Somehow, okay, that actually got a kill backside. That's
brilliant.
Nuts.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And off the back of the flash as well, doing work. But Durka, that 2K for me, the great equalizer.
Yeah. Absolutely nuts, I think. At the end, Fnatic still winning that one through. Important for Kellogg's to actually get on the board. He gets 3 kills that round. Prior had just been shut out to the 1, and now he's feeling himself just a bit. I like this. Finally seeing an aggressive fight for B main, like actually pushing to play off of those flashes. And now Fnatic scatter somewhat. Spread across the map, 2 and 2. The Killjoy utility is fully in mid. Oh, we see a player down bot side. Hell, Durka's gonna play off this super quickly. He wants to go before anyone can rotate on over. But there's a player up heaven already. It doesn't even matter. Avova with the shotgun tears him down. And Zeke can reposition using that Viper's wall onto sight.
Poor Durka's been saving that ult for like half of this half as well. A full quarter of the game has gone by. Mixwell knows if he didn't get that one, there would have been questions to ask, but Boaster, sure enough, does fall.
Great tag. Leo
is unreal with them, right?
I actually think his shock dart hit percentage is higher than his like headshot percentage. I don't know, it's nuts. This guy can't miss a shock. So much impact.
30 seconds left.
But this one feels a bit done.
Is it too bold to say best Sova world? I don't think so.
Now they know. The more you know, the easier it gets. Find the man, Blue with the shutdown. 7 and 5 half doesn't feel like the end of the world for Heretics either.
Heretics gonna be very content with how that went for them. Because for a second there, it was not that. They strung together 3 at the very end of things. And yet,
Being down, what, 6-2? Real killer.
I'm not necessarily convinced on how this team will perform on the attacking half. I think, okay, so what do we know about like Phoenix on this map? Because this is something EMEA would have seen Scream play this. We saw it played a couple of times in NALCQ too. And what the Phoenix lacks, right, is the ability to dive into a site, right? So like Jet smokes onto Switch, dashes in onto B, hits that switch, closes the door, right? You have so much flexibility to quickly play off your teammate's utility. Instead, I think Heretics have to play a little bit slower in a way when it actually comes to their side executes. They have to play through mid early on, which means they have to deal with an operator. So using their double smokes, maybe a Viper orb lineup down bottom mid to be able to stop Durka from getting an operator and executing with that.
Well, it feels like playing around the smokes to get close and then making use of the flashes at such close ranges to go to play.
Because
they couldn't make it work on defense, but on attack, different story.
Especially on that A site, we saw Fnatic didn't actually split into A a whole lot. Their B hits, it was always through mid.
Absolutely.
But their A hits, we saw a lot of the time, Durka smoke dashing his way onto site. So they can just smoke off tree, they don't have to play for that. The thing is, with Phoenix, you can't do that as reliably, right? You could get shut down if there's, you know, Killjoy utility on the floor, right? Jet can just go straight past that. So it's much more important for Team Heretics to play through mid, especially through tree, if they want to split their way onto the A site. And then once they get there, they've got so many smokes to work with. It's kind of wild what they can do. And even when they go over towards B, you can actually use that Phoenix wall to sort of sneak your way onto lane, even block off lane, work over towards stairs. There's a lot of unique options you have with his kit.
Let's just wait for this half-time to conclude. A few highlights here for you as well. Really, you're going to see a lot of clips around mid, I feel. Now, that is where a lot of the action seems to center itself, especially pushing towards B, but sometimes, just even in the early round, we saw the early aggression coming out from Heretics, looking to aggress onto Fnatic, not give them any room to breathe. But after 2 or 3 rounds, Fnatic really got a feel for that and came to expect it. That is why I think a lot of the action started shifting over towards the A site.
Yeah, I think Heretics also struggled to like know when to actually use those flash abilities, right? When Fnatic were playing slow, were playing without providing a lot of information, they caught Heretics a couple of times just with util in hands. And it really came down to a couple of different individuals on Heretics to stand up in big rounds. Mixwell, Zeke stepping up. I think Zeke had a couple that he was able to steal away against Fnatic. Mixwell had his from backside B. And we're going to need more of that. We're going to need more of that from them if they want to turn this around.
Well, halftime done and dusted. Let's see how their attack inside goes. We are looking at that double smoke, double flash. That really has got to be the primary tools they're looking to operate into the second half. On the other side, as you've already said, that op could be a difference maker for Fnatic. Slow walk up towards A to get things underway.
Looks like Alfier also has this deep generator control Killjoy setup. And that's going to sting again. Kellogg's getting hammered a bit with utility, but is able to turn it right around and shut down Durka from that comfy angle way deep on Raptor.
Can they stop anything about this by the looks of it? No, in fact, yes,
Leo.
there we go. Yeah, stop, my dudes. Someone's got to clip all these. It'll be a good 10-minute highlight reel, but that'll be fantastic to see. Spike goes down, Leo into a second, Boaster connects it into a third. A massive wave, an orange wave, sweeps over Heretics as they retake control.
2 players offside, it's just a full stick. Heretics get slaughtered on the site. Playing double smokes, but somehow it was a big cycle, a big window, even though Viper had plenty of gas, where Tree just wasn't smoked off. I'm not sure if the calm was late with the Vova smoke dropping towards Tree, or maybe Zeke had brought that one down far earlier. But regardless, the players on site from Heretics just did not seem prepared whatsoever from those players swinging them in Tree.
My God.
Yeah, that's fun.
He's been running around in those lineups for a while. You just know it. I think, again, I didn't quite catch the exact quip with the death, but they said I think it was like 12 shock darts than Ludicrous in that first map.
Yeah, I didn't hear from the desk, but I saw it from Reddit. Reddit's never betrayed me, so.
That sounds like a lie.
Yeah, I love how I literally asked the desk to figure out how many kills, how much damage he was going to get, and I just did not pay attention.
They counted how many landed at the very least, and that's the important thing. Already, Kellogg's out of this round. It's become a bit of a theme where sometimes he finds himself either too far ahead of the team or is the first one to fall. Fnatic once again just sitting back and just waiting to see what comes next. This is where, back in that first half, Fnatic would sniff around mid and really look for that to be their push. Heretics look very keen on Tree and pushing in towards A through Wine, but it's constantly being re-smoked out by Fnatic.
Yeah, just hoping someone will show their base against them. Realistically, Kellogg's is just going to play to farm orbs throughout this half again. 6-point ult orb. That's so powerful, and that effectively becomes your dive, how you get into the site, is you just have that extra body, and then you feel less bad about not having a jet or a raise, someone that can close the gap very easily.
It's the Evoda's TP in there, mind you.
30
So he has
seconds
got
left.
pretty close here, and has a good angle on towards Chronicle, who's got no idea that he's coming. That's a great way to get tree control, and now they've got to start worrying about a potential push up towards heaven from off towards back, but no, doesn't matter an inch. Fnatic once again in full control.
Yeah, Fnatic not particularly worried. Mixwell just waiting. Oh, come on, give me a jump peek, give me something. It's not going to happen. But we will continue to watch this Viper Wall, because I think this Viper Wall is a really interesting one in terms of like blocking off the cat peek from a potential operator later on, but also sort of guiding your way into a B split, right? I think oftentimes that's what you're going to ask for with your Viper. And, well, one thing is, too, it's going to be important that Alfier puts his alarm bot on the left-hand side of that wall. Because if it goes down on the right-hand side, that one gets thrown up. That alarm is giving you absolutely zero value.
Rolling over 3 of the Bulldogs into this round as well.
Oh,
Fnatic
yeah.
very confident, keep on stacking up that economy.
He missed!
How dare
It
he?
is possible. The random shock at
See, the
round
next
start.
stat you really need is how many he's landed in a row. That's the measure you need.
Oh, wait, this one's going to hit, though.
We're past
Hold.
just landing.
Hold.
It's how many he actually lands in a row. There we go. Did he tickle him? He tickled him.
Yeah, that did some decent damage. 30...
46?
31.
Shadows traveling.
I didn't see how much he had previously.
Yeah, 125.
Was he on light?
Yeah, it was on light.
Right.
Yeah. But
Now,
now,
again, making tree a play.
this is
It's
what I'm
been
talking
their
about,
go-to,
though.
They love it.
You gotta work through mid, and what they're gonna do is they're probably gonna use this Omen smoke just to block off tree, just like this. Phoenix with a round 3 ultimate. How many agents can actually accomplish that? Can he find Boaster?
Or can he convert it? At least begin with no. Natural kill coming across onto a Vova as well. A good one to start.
And Durka is embedded down in Wine. Thankfully, Mixwell gets this kill so they can try to pinch down onto Boaster, but they still have to be worried about Hell. The spike can't actually get to sight. Boaster is still a nuisance. Trades 1 for 1. You gotta love that.
Chronicle sat pretty deep though. I think
Oh,
they know
they're
he's
pinging
there.
him.
The ping's there. They know. They absolutely know, and he didn't have too much joy from this angle earlier on.
Do
they? Sort of changed the shoulder. We saw the ping coming out. Let that one get away from them though. Now turn it down to the 1 versus 2, but they win it out comfortably. Heretics back on the board in this second half.
And Kellox even gets 2 orbs after the ultimate got canceled out there, so on track to keep cycling on through those. That's what we want to see from Heretics. But now a new fold enters for Fnatic. Durka has that operator. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, okay.
To be fair.
Oh, well, we're just going to show the missed shock dart, are we?
Not the one that hit, just like, you know, 20 seconds later.
This is Leo Salander.
The thing is, though, what I will give is the position was fine. Just purely a timing
You know
thing.
what I'm down with, though? We could just, like, lie as a broadcast, right? We could only show the misses from Leo, get everyone to underestimate him, right? For all, maybe even all the Fnatic players, we only show bad plays. And then, when it comes to Tokyo, all these teams are sleeping on Fnatic. It's like, oh, they fell off after lock-in. And then all of a sudden, just every round, they're getting shock dart killed.
I feel you just look at the kill feed, though, because he's got a good few across the series.
That's good counterplay, you're right.
Even if you can't see it on screen, you know it's coming.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work.
No.
But maybe
A flaw
NA
in the plan,
teams won't
because he
be that
actually gets
thoughtful.
kills. As
Can
does Durka.
Phoenix do that?
No.
Sorry, I sound like a real Phoenix hater. I actually really appreciate that Heretics are mixing things up, but this is the problem. And one thing that I hope we see a little bit differently in Heretics' attack, right now they've just been using the Omen Smoke bottom mid, but if Zeke is throwing orb lineups, one thing that can murder a Jet playing down bench, down bottom mid, is because you have control over when you drop the smoke on Viper, counter to every other agent. No other agent can do that. You can pull that down, swing with a couple players, and punish a Jet that's overextended. She can't teleport away as far like a Chamber can. So sometimes that Jet dash isn't enough to get out of harm's way if she's all the way down.
And that's why you're largely relying on playing on Heaven here as well, as you kind of step across and immediately being covered. If there's a flash that comes in from Kellox, for example, down to the last 20 seconds or so, this is where that hit's got to come in. They've opted for B. This is where they've got to find these kills, Ender.
Oh my, Leo from backside too. There's 2 players on site. Heretics have to get through 7 seconds left. There's absolutely no time. Leo continuing to stall. Can he find the planter? No, he does. Although has to pull off to stop it coming through. And the round is done. Boo can do nothing.
but fall.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Leo is just blowing my mind this game, man. It's hard because you can say the same about, I mean, Boast had a great first map too. Durka has been unbelievable throughout, as you come to expect, but Leo especially, really impressive. And it's not just the shot darts either. Timing on the Hunter's Furies, the combinations of those, the shot darts that we've seen, but also the kills that come out in these late rounds, the 2Ks and the 3K.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Doing a little bit of everything.
Can't stop him.
This is tough. Because now Heretics, I think primary objective here is, okay, where do we think Durka's going to be playing? How do we stop that control around mid? Because I don't love Heretics' odds of trying to play straight out, especially into the A side. I think going into B, there could be some wiggle room for not actually taking market control. Maybe they could forgo actually fighting into that operator, but it's also not a given that Durka is going to be posted up in mid. So often you'll see Jets just play for, you know, a off angle, B main, A main, these types of things, push all the way up to the orb in B main and just hold that angle for a very forward position. And I don't know, I need to check and see how close they are to some ultimates here maybe for Heretics, because apart from that Phoenix ult going through tree that one round, it was not looking good for them whatsoever.
I mean, through tree was kind of going to be the next point I'll come on to, is it feels like, you know, 2 and 3 attacks from them have come towards tree. That has been their go-to focus point. And you see in Fnatic's immediate responses, look how much utility they've already stacked up in tree as a result.
Look, the thing is, Durka is going to be playing bottom mid, so Killjoy is going to be playing tree. I think if Durka was trying to peek Cat or something like this, not that he would because of the normal Viper wall that Heretics have been throwing, but I think if he was to try and play Cat or play A main or something, then you would see the Killjoy move away from tree. Put the alarm bot in mid, in front of that Viper wall, put the mollies down on that B site, block off lane, these types of ideas.
It's very much the stat they've got that is ready and waiting for any kind of push to come through. And actually, it looks like here, for that first time, we are going to see the A main hit.
This is what I want from Heretics, around the world. Kellogg's tape orb, let's run B. Boo will have heard if there was ever an orb taken in B, and that's what they could do in the next round. They would just be one off, they could snap that up and run on in. I don't think trying to actually play and win this round is ideal. Although, does Sky have Spike? Yeah, Mixwell has Spike. I think they could even try giving that one over to Kellogg's if they really wanted to. Yeah, get out of there. Go B, go B.
Very much practical on save here, so even getting the spike down will feel like a small victory in itself. Anything beyond that probably is going to be considered a bonus, but you can't ignore that they'll be down at that point, 11 and 6. 2 more rounds is all Fnatic need to close things up.
I'm a huge believer in the throwaway round. Try and play for some ult points. Because look where Durka's playing right now. If he repositions that crosshair to watch market, actually if he doesn't, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Depending on if they show to Chronicle first. Well, no, because they don't have to show to Chronicle first on this angle. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, this is a terrible setup for Fnatic.
Until Chronicle
I mean, it doesn't matter, but...
This is the problem. When the players can save it, setup doesn't matter.
That's the thing, though, right? As soon as Durka falls off of mid, they don't have an alarm bot there because they were expecting to have a forward position. So, caught a little bit lacking with Durka holding on to main there.
Spike planted.
Shot down as well. What a range. In towards the second, but no, Boba finds his man.
Just fly swatting right there.
This has gone much better than we would have hoped for. I said getting the spike down and into a couple of kills would have been wonderful, but they've managed to find 4. Yes, they lose the round, but it's good for those orbs, as you say.
I mean, literally, Chronicle doesn't find 3 players funneling through the
know.
market door there. That's
They probably lose it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a 1 round for Heretics. That said, I think that was a rare, like, poor setup from Fnatic. Just, like, literally, Durka's holding an angle where no one's got his back. Chronicle hard baiting him on that. Maybe that was the idea. It's possible. You never know.
I mean, with the way it worked out, they could go, yeah, totally planned, man.
Yeah.
We got this in the bag.
Wait, I'm trolling. I mean, so if Kellogg's has gotten the B main orb, he could, with the death, he would have 6. But yeah, I just completely was like disregarding the fact that he would have to die at the end of that round and be 1 off. So that'll likely be the idea here.
It's time.
Look, if Fnatic can misplay, so can I. United rivalry.
This gun, man.
Can we turn the volume down?
I know.
It's a bit abrasive, don't you think?
My poor ears.
It's a terrible day for ears, actually.
All right, the rotate off towards A coming in by the looks of it as well. Or it could be Tree. It could just be duping us for the second time.
Just to check in on the Viper Molly, it is still Omen Smokes in mid. The Viper Orb in B main does make sense. It's really to stop the aggressive push from a Jet op. You can throw that up and Jet's not going to continue to hold that angle. Here we go, though.
use the wall, grab the orb. We are big chilling, and there's potential for a late lurk or even pivot off of Zeke's position forward in mid. No alarm bot to spot out his position, so it'll be up to Leo not to over-rotate and to guard from all the way back fountain.
You're dead. Here we go. I did say this committing towards A might be the one to go for, and here we go.
Big players here.
Straight in, but what can he find? Is anyone going to be the answer? No, because immediately it's shut down, as well as Mixwell trying to play off the trade of that, the ultimate going in, but nothing to be found.
Get
Second
out.
one posting up, and Dirk is like, help me, help me. Gets out safely.
And even Chronicle in mid finds the lurk on Zeke. I wish Heretics maybe had called the rotate 5 seconds before, but they go for the push. Now it's all falling apart. Poor Boo needs to find some way to survive. But the smoke's gonna drop and actually the rare whiff out of Durka. Now it's up to Fnatic to try and recover that rifle.
But against 4, there's just nothing to be done. They fail on that one. They've managed to recover the op as well. No big concern.
Lovely.
I mean, 3 ults. This is about as good as a chance you're going to have here as Heretics as well to try and bounce this one back, but it's feeling like a bit of a foregone conclusion. Maybe they get an orb and Zeke collects his 2, and that can be the real big playmaker off the back of that, but somehow you got to train at, what, 6 rounds back to back?
Yeah, I think reflecting on this, Heretics just had to have a more effective defense.
Yes.
I'm sure, like, we've seen some ideas of how they want to play out this attacking side, but with Durka continuing to just take forward stances in mid, it shut down Heretics' ability to play through that area of the map in the same way that on Icebox, when he realized, oh, they just want to keep going A, I'm going to push A and fight them, and he's winning every engagement, it shut down their ability to win any rounds on their attacking side.
The consistency as well is 45 kills across 2 maps at the minute for Durka. Like, he's unbelievable in this game.
Respect, though, because they have forced Durka off of the angle. Like, that was a good example of using multiple smokes, the walls, and now splitting into A, but they're getting carved up. The Sovolt into the... I mean, you're getting pushed back into the util. It's gorgeous.
Just so well prepped yet again. They've just walked into it, but again, the tree pushes have been so readable. Fnatic has stacked it every single round. They've got some control. Kellogg's is in for 1. Now Dirk is posted up on the high ground, waiting for the hop. He's daring for it. He does come up, but backs away once he gets flashed.
Yeah, Fnatic gonna have to back out of this one, play retake. Durka really trying to hold his ground. Oh, he's not gonna quite make it. A bit unfortunate there, but he was gonna be slowing the retake anyways. Look at Boaster ulting into the spawn, trying to get a flank going. Heretics won't exactly know. They can expect that this will come in. But without Killjoy Util in A main, it will not be confirmed.
That's it, no turret in place to feed this away, so if he gets this right, this could be deadly. But of course, another shock lands. He's got to stop this.
Zeke has to be a goblin inside of this ultimate. Playing so close here, but everyone's fallen. 1 versus 3. What can he do? Players dropping all around him.
Shorty.
Durka to close with the shorty. Fnatic only allowed 3 rounds versus them on Icebox. Only 6 on Ascent. Dominance through and through.
I mean, dominance is the word to summarize that series. Durka's dominance especially. 47 kills, I think he ended on there, maybe even 48. But across both maps, just did not give it a look at 22 on that map in itself, so yeah, 47 he ends on. Massive game for Fnatic, a big statement with Alpha here back in the
If you
squad
can't figure out a way to stop Durka from fighting you early, you will not find ways to beat Fnatic. That is so tough. Even if you don't fight Durka, you're walking straight into the shock darts of Leo. The man, an absolute aimer. I don't know, it's just crazy.
You can insert any positive word there and it'll fit just fine.
Precise.
You know, for Heretics, one to go away and look at as well. You know, we're getting to that point now where you're nearly almost halfway through the season, and with the Super Week last week pushing us in towards that point, it's time to start getting some big points on the board. But it's not coming against Fnatic.
I'm like 30 seconds too late to this, and people have probably said this.
Is there a word you've got in mind?
Leogolas.
Come back.
Okay.
The show's not done yet.
Yeah. I'm disappointed in myself too, it's fine.
Honestly unbelievable. Well, let's take a look at some of our Prime Gaming match highlights as well. There are a good few ones there. They're all going to show you Fnatic absolutely flying is really the only way it could be summarized.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Heretics. They had a couple of big moments individually across these maps. I think especially Boo was able to find multiple fantastic lurks on the attacking side of Icebox. But then when it came to how Fnatic wanted to play, their split hits into B, unstoppable.
I will give some credit though, as you did it rightly so, to Heretics, trying out something a little bit different. Phoenix being brought out for the first time in VCT EMEA here in 2023. Maybe not quite the impact many were hoping it would have, but I think if nothing else, again, just showing why Jet is so powerful right now.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Fnatic, especially early on in that first half, playing super quietly, playing slowly up through, so as not to give any info for when Heretics needed to pop the flashes around the corner. That was so rough. And then you saw the lack of having an operator to fight against Durka really be punished, not having that one. So all in all, experiment went, and maybe if you're playing against a weaker Jet, there are more options to play against mid, but that is not going to work against Durka.
Against Durka, that's exactly the problem. And okay, look, Super Week was a little bit crazy. Yesterday, bit of an upset, but bringing down Vitality today, it feels like some normality has been restored, right?
Very true.
That's it. Well, that's it for our games today. We'll go out to a quick break. When we come back, Trevor and the boys will break it down for you.
The boys.
Nice, beautiful done, dude. Nice, nice shot, Trevor. Nice, Althea. That's why we got the Turkish. We needed some Turkish player. Hey, Chronicle, you know what those blocks mean, bro? Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Showers, he has the second. Oh my gosh! This one's moving. Wait! I need to leave this.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable.
True. He is just a consistent demon, El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Fnatic has been around for a very long time now. Like when me and Boaster were asked like what team did we want to join when we made Summon FC, it was Fnatic. Like that's the team that you want to be in if you want to perform and get achievements basically. Hello, I'm Minnie, the head coach for Fnatic VALORANT. So I think part of the reason why we're at such a high level and have been consistently at a high level is no real secret, it's just hard work. But in terms of just consistency across the 2 years, it's just been a grind kind of. I think on paper we clearly have one of the best teams in the world. And I think that with the structure we've kind of had for the past 2 years, like there's no reason to believe that we can't bring home trophies next year. People I think will look at it as like just an immediate skill upgrade. But to be quite honest about it, like they just fit the culture that we're trying to set. They have the right vibe, they have the right attitude.
When we first joined Fnatic, the name had such a kind of legacy behind it. They had legends in League of Legends. I kind of wanted our team to be the next legends for Valorant. Hello, my name is Jake, also known as Boaster, and I'm the IGL of Fnatic. Us as a team, we'd want to be in an organization that we can represent and be a part of the best in Valorant. So I like being that kind of team that sets the bar and sets the standards.
I think there's going to be quite a lot of pressure on us because we have built a team that is ridiculously good to the point of like, some people be like, if they don't win a trophy, then they're rubbish kind of thing.
There's definitely a lot of competition. Now, I'm not going to go out there and say Fnatic are the best, like we've got nothing to worry about, because that's not really kind of how we roll. We kind of respect and don't underestimate all these teams. However, I will say that Fnatic is probably going to look their strongest that they ever have in the year coming up. They're going to be coming guns blazing at you anyway, so hopefully they got to be ready.
We're all very happy to just make ourselves be idiots and have fun, and it does certainly help that Boaster's able to just be a bit of a monkey now and again though. We know what the fans want and we know they're here to be entertained, so like, why not just let them have that a little bit?
For our team, one of the biggest things is to go to each tournament and have no regrets. Now that we are professional players and people look up to us, it's just a way of kind of getting our confidence levels up out of the game instead of just in the game. As long as we don't lose motivation and our work ethic, we should be able to use all of that force and carry us across the finish line and hopefully lift 1, 2, or 3. No, that's too much. 1 or 2 1 is enough to be fair for next year, but 2 would be nice, 3 would be absolutely flabbergasted. But yeah, I want to lift a trophy next year. To all the people watching, Fnatic are gonna be coming, guns blazing. You're not gonna know what to do with your life or what to do with the screen. You're gonna be punching screens because we're gonna be taking down your teams. Oh my goodness, I just made a rhyme and it's gonna be seamlessly going. What am I saying? Yeah, you know what to expect. It's Fnatic. Hopefully we win. Hopefully we don't choke. Let's go. New team, new roster, 2023. I haven't been going to the gym. Yeah.
And welcome back to the post-plant show here at VCT EMEA. I have heard we're going to be cutting back on how many plants we add to the set because it'll become a jungle eventually. It's something that I'm going to start a petition for to make the producer's life hell. Myself and Lothar are going to chat a little bit about that Fnatic series while we wait for both Boaster and Durka to come and join us to wrap up today's show. Let's start by talking about it. Blowout, Destruction. I mean, Fnatic clearly the better team and similarly so, on Ascent.
You know, it's even funnier because they chose to start attack on Ascent, which typically is defense-sided, but they chose to start on attack, but they had the privilege to start on defense, and it actually turned out great because they started playing attack on against a composition that was better on attack itself. So it's like Team Heretics wanted to outplay Fnatic by playing a composition that would benefit them, but it turns out, well, it wasn't the best choice.
I remember going into it, I asked how many rounds you wanted to see for Heretics, and you were hoping for the 9-3. So talk me through this second round here.
Yeah, this second round right here, Kellogg's playing on Phoenix in a position like that where he has absolutely no cover. He just peeks mid and just essentially throws map control and away a gun against an eco is one of the biggest issues that many teams are facing when they're playing against an eco. But now when you take a look as well on the mini-map, on B side, you're gonna see a Viper wall that is specifically used for for retakes, but against an eco like Fnatic is in position right now, it doesn't really work that well because you're letting your opponents go through to your close to your position with guns that are benefiting from closer range. So it's like working against Team Heretics, even though it's their own utility. If you ever watched my VOD reviews of any of the pro matches, I am mauled a lot. Like, I'm visibly upset about many things. But here, there's one of those when in green room, me and Mitch, we were just watching it, and I was like, oh my god, now they're gonna just go close with the classics on lane. And that's why you see Viper playing on lane, but now she has to reposition on site and play off that Viper's wall when they're gonna go towards B.
Help me understand a little bit here. Obviously, Fnatic outplayed Heretics, I think both on an individual level and as a team. But how much do you hold Heretics accountable for their gameplay today?
I actually do hold them a lot. This is why I'm showcasing this round, because this is like a problem with planning. And even though you have a specific composition that should benefit from those micro synergies, you know, that you have there, it's like, it's nothing as working according to plan. So when you're playing not only against such a demanding opponent like Fnatic, who is really good at their own synergies, they're gonna expose your weaknesses. And when you're playing, you have a deliberate plan as a defender here, as Team Heretics, and it's working against you, that means that you got outplayed on a macro level, right? And they helped Fnatic to outplay them on that macro level.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the individual players as well. Didn't really see enough out of Kelox, out of Mixwell. That Phoenix on Ascent, we talked a little bit about it. We were kind of hopeful for what it could have done on attack, but frankly didn't really get the opportunities. What do you think of that approach that Heretics brought to the map?
Well, I don't mind it, honestly, on in theory craft. When you think about this composition, it should work to some degree, but it also should be much more effective on attack than defense, and they didn't even get to play 12 rounds on attack, right? So that's one of the issues, and that's why I said in the beginning of Hostplant, because it seems like by accident, Fnatic outplayed Team Heretics by choosing to attack first, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
But the thing is, even with that in mind, I feel like there was no support system for this composition to work later, because in theory they have walls from Viper which can benefit the flashes from Sky and Phoenix to like capitalize on playing off those flashes in those positions where you're gonna surprise your enemies. We didn't see many setups that could have benefited from that. Also, like a lot of the rounds when I have seen Viper was not utilizing her Toxic Orb on defense when it's her main, like, let's say, piece of equipment that should be such a oppressive tool to like making choke points inaccessible to the opponents, and yet it was just very inefficient in planning.
I get what you mean. Okay, I do see the players are here. Just before I ask you to go, what is your takeaway from watching Fnatic play? They've got the full squad back together. It was a very dominant victory. Best team in EMEA?
Yeah, definitely. 100% the best team.
I love that. Okay, great. Lothar, on that note, thank you so much for joining me. Go get ready for tomorrow's show. I'm now going to invite both Boyster and Durka to join me here on set for the post-plot. First of all, congratulations, gentlemen. Fist bumps all around. Congratulations, congratulations.
You can sit on my lap if you like, Durka.
We'll get to that a little bit later. There's a couple of feel-good discussions I planned for later in the show. First of all, let me just start. Sorry, my headset just died. Let me just start by asking you to talk about the series today. Did it go to plan? Did you want to absolutely obliterate? Now you got Alpha back, you know. What's your takeaway?
Yeah, I think after last week's game versus BBL, I really wanted to show that we are going to be the best in the EMEA, and we're going to be consistent. We're going to be the Astralis of EMEA. And I was saying to the boys before, I was getting into the mindset today that I was going to come in full throttle and we were going to go ham. And I was just telling it to Durka too.
Durka, you had a fantastic day. How was it feeling? Just in the zone, or was it just easy to kill Heretics?
It felt in the zone. I think we did really well preparation, and people were like communicating really well between each other, and the game felt like really good and readable because people were sharing information today, and it's good to have like Alpha back too. So it like brought us like a little bit of happiness of having like old friend back. So.
I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, we've got a couple of replays I just want you guys to talk me through. Just a sort of generalized highlight package here on Ascent. What did you think about the performance from Heretics, the Phoenix, and how the map played out?
I'm not sure about the comp, honestly. I can see why they did it, but for some reason now, teams are just throwing comps at us, and I just feel like, as an IGL, I kind of know how to play against all styles. You just got to find their win condition and play around it, and I feel like we adapted really well. Honestly, I'm actually a bit annoyed that we dropped that many rounds, because the attack side should have been a bit flawless.
I shot their finish like 10 times when he flashed me.
Yeah, I was completely blind as well. I'm rubbish at dodging flashes, and I think I just got blind every single time.
Well, listen, okay, let's jump out of this Ascent one for me, and I'm going to ask you a quick question. As an IGL that has a weapon that Durka go kill is something I've heard so many times. What does it do for you just in terms of like calling and opening up the options when you do have a player on fire, literally dominating everybody?
Yeah, I mean, it's in those situations where we might only have one gun, we give it to Durka, because Durka's the guy who plays with such confidence and never really doubts himself. It's really, really rare to find in a player. You often see like slight hesitations, but he's completely in the zone, and that's why we have full trust in him. And if Durka doesn't happen to hit that shot, then I do have 4 others, including me occasionally, to also go kill. And it's amazing. It kind of relieves me from the IGLing stress and just allows me to kind of focus on myself and just make simple calls and knowing that the players are going to play off each other and just win it out.
So as the IGL, I'm going to ask Durka to talk me through some of your highlight plays. If he's not hyping himself up enough or not celebrating something, I need you to back him up, all right? So Durka, take a look through some of these clips here and tell me what you think when you watch them back.
What do I think? What do I think?
Yes.
What did I think during that moment? Or, I mean, I usually just like try to get entry and then play for my team. It's like usual thing. Sometimes I drop into my enemies and jump scare them like that.
Oh my god. I tell you what it is.
To have fun.
It's a montage of the king of Icebox, the true king. He's just so good. He's just a natural on this map. And Riot have decided to get rid of it. It's like they hate us.
Boaster, when you watch this back from his perspective, what does it make you feel? What does it make you think? Because obviously that game was just such a dominant win.
It reminds me of myself when I was younger. No, it doesn't really. I was rubbish. Honestly, I just think, yeah, he just knows how to go kill. He has his little plays that we practice in scrims. And honestly, it's just about in scrims actually making him go into Durka go kill mode and then the Durka go discipline mode. And it's just, it's a constant kind of progress. But I honestly think that if he can do that, then he can be the best player in the world. That will be the difference. Like, Durka's already really good, but if he wants to be really good, and I keep telling this to them, I was like, discipline Durka. We need to see that. We don't want to see bold buff every day.
I hope you really appreciate hearing that from your IGL. I want to ask you a question now. I want to bring up the standings, and I want to ask you, Durka, after coming back from lock-in after the performance, is there any thought or expectations or pressure that you might feel either from the org or the fans to be the best, to be the #1 team in EMEA?
No, not really. I mean, right now currently we're top 1, didn't lose a game, and then I think we just need to go game by game. And I feel like throughout all the series, some opponents will like get tougher a bit, or like they will practice more and they will have more time together as a team, because some of the teams are like new still, especially I think like Navi game is our last one, and I think like they will look in better form than they are now. And I think the same for us. We just need to practice some stuff and get like a bit more disciplined, like Boaster said, and just like believe in ourselves. But I don't think we have like any pressure.
Do you have any personal pressure, Boaster?
Once upon a time when I did join Fnatic, I had that sort of pressure of like the expectation of the org and its history, and then we ended up losing with that pressure. And then the next pressure was after the first ever Iceland. We ended up losing after that one. I think nowadays I'm just so used to kind of the idea of losing and the idea of upsetting people that I've kind of become immune to it. Like I say to the boys before we play, like if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. It is what it is. Like all we can do is go in with 0 regrets.
Yeah.
And as long as we have 0 regrets, then that's it really. But luckily, I got the best players in the world, and I'm figuring out how to use them with my coaching staff and my other stuff.
Listen, 2023 has been a fantastic start for Fnatic, for VALORANT. I don't know how many opportunities I am personally going to get to have you two guys to be able to talk to you, to interview you. So, because I have talked a lot about the current show and the EMEA talking points for our broadcast, for our league, what I wanted to do was ask the two boys here to take a minute to reflect and talk about lock-in, celebrate that, maybe talk a little bit about your thoughts, your feelings. I do have a couple of photos that I want to quickly queue up. So if you look at that screen over there, Boaster, as these photos start cycling through, talk to me about what comes to mind immediately and thinking about that win, thinking about that tournament.
So in this picture, middle fingers and the occasional, there's one fan out there in that crowd rooting for us, and much love to them. This one is just the boys, you know. We're just working out, bicep curling that trophy, straight to EMEA as it goes.
Durka, what do you think when you see that? Because I've got a giant smile on your face that I see now.
I mean, it's just like won our first trophy. I think everyone was happy, and especially like after the huge comeback, we were like just exhausted, and then we were starting to celebrate, and then I think for most of us it started like hitting like the next morning, not even like at the evening after we won.
Do we have any more photos there from production if we do cycle to that next one? If not, I do want to now just talk a little bit about that comeback, just ask you to again, just to relive it, because I know for you personally, Boaster, talked a lot about chasing that trophy, the hunger, the drive. Number of events didn't go your way.
Yeah.
And then one of the most brutal tournament formats that I have ever seen, it all comes together. So, you know, what does that mean for you personally as an IGL? And I think especially maybe shutting down some of the haters and the naysayers a little bit?
Yeah, because obviously we've had quite a year or two with like the roster changes and constantly upgrading of the roster. Some people were thinking the next time is going to be my time to go, but I just kind of stayed true with Mini, and we knew that as long as we keep upgrading, then we're eventually going to get a win, hopefully. And if not, then it is our fault. And yeah, we're rubbish. Better drop us next. So yeah, I mean, it was amazing.
I'm really good. That very last photo is definitely a heart-touching one.
That was a cute one.
Personally as well. Okay, production, let's skip this replay and head over to the very last talking point here. I'm going to be a little bit selfish once again, and I'm going to have to just ask for a prediction on the LEC League of Legends game, of course. Do you know Reckless changed his summoner name to Boaster Fan?
Oh, really?
Yes, 100%. And obviously, you've appeared in some of the League of Legends teams' content and whatnot. So, taking on Astralis, what do you think?
Oh, they got it easy. I can't even remember who's in Astralis anymore, but I just know that the mood and atmosphere in the office is super good. They seem to be getting on. And Razork beat me at ping pong, which I'm fuming about. I'm going to get my revenge against him, but he's quite good. He knows how to spin that ball. Wait, that sounds a bit dodgy.
Durka, do you play League of Legends or watch it at all?
I sometimes play it, but I don't watch it that often, but sometimes I do if Fnatic plays.
Well, listen, you have to come visit the studio one day, right? Yeah. It's a fun show. Okay, very last thing. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, take a look at the games on the card, and Durka, I'm going to ask you to give me predictions for both of those series. We're going to be starting off with Team Liquid taking on Carmine Corp, and then following up with Koi versus Giants. Who wins each series?
I'll go for Team Liquid. I have Yampi, they're like my old schoolmate, and then like friends with Safe and Redgar. So I mean, I believe in them. They're really good, and especially like Safe had a really good week. So I hope he keeps owning them.
I'd say that's actually kind of a grudge match. You know, Scream used to be in Liquid with Navira, so there's definitely going to be some back and forth there. It's just whether Team Liquid can get their anti-stratting down, because Carmine Corp are running those kind of wacky comps. And for the Koi game, I think it is Koi. I think Giants are good, but it's just whether they're going to bond and show up together on that day. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Koi just because Leo would probably slap me if I didn't say Koi.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Congratulations again for today. That does it here from VCT EMEA. We'll be back tomorrow with 2 more Best of Series. Good night from me and the entire broadcast team. Thank you.